Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Pack Promised by J. Kearston. Narrated by Leah Langola and Lance Greenfield. Book 1. Chapter 1. Sabrina. Muscles burning, I slow to a jog before bracing my hands on my thighs to catch my breath. The streets are fairly abandoned this early in the morning, the sun only beginning to crest on the horizon. Forcing myself to keep going, I give myself a chance for the stitch in my side to ease up, searching for the motivation to start running again. In the ensuing silence between songs, a muffled grunt makes me pause, and I reach up to remove one of my earbuds. Glancing around to make sure I'm still alone on the sidewalk, I strain my hearing, nervous adrenaline rapidly replacing my exhaustion. A scuff of gravel is followed by a feminine cry from the alley up ahead, and I pick up my pace, heart hammering a mile a minute. Double tapping the screen strapped to my arm, my playlist cuts off and opens the emergency app I keep running in the background when I'm out jogging, and I keep my finger hovering above the call button as I creep closer. As I peer around the corner, anger and adrenaline help drown out the sudden spike of fear. Pinned against the brick wall is a woman, blonde hair tangled and dirt streaked across her cheek as she claws at the wrist of the man with a hand currently wrapped around her throat. As he dips his head to whisper something in her ear, she catches sight of me over his shoulder, golden eyes widening. Smacking the screen on my phone, I don't give myself a chance to chicken out, sprinting forward. It takes longer than I'd like to find the button on the keychain hanging from my bracelet, fumbling it in my haste. But I get a solid grip just as a crunch of broken glass beneath my shoe has the bastard's face whipping in my direction. I get a brief glimpse of him, but with the fear pulsing through me with every heavy heartbeat, his features are instantly committed to memory. Short, shorn, dark brown hair, eyes a few shades lighter, and has about 70 pounds on me, but all muscle. Only going to get one shot, can't afford to fuck it up. He opens his mouth, but before he gets the chance to tell me to fuck off, I raise my fist and jab my thumb down hard on the small button. Mace instantly floods his eyes, sending him stumbling back a couple of steps with a shout and slew of curses. "You fucking bitch!" he snarls, rubbing the heels of his hands into his eyes. The woman falls in a crumpled heap to the ground, clutching her bruised neck. Chest heaving with gasping breaths, it quickly becomes apparent that she's completely naked, but we don't have time to search for her clothes or what's left of them. Releasing the mace to dangle from my bracelet again, I haul her back to her feet. Before she's even fully upright, I'm snatching her hand and yanking her forward a few steps. Run! There's no time to check if she even can run. She has to. I might be able to buy us a few seconds for a head start, but there's no way in hell that I can hold my own against a guy that size for longer than a few minutes, if even that long. Fight or flight, and I have no shame in admitting that I'm way out of my league here, and I doubt I'd get the second chance to land another cheap shot, so flight it is. Sprinting to the end of the alley, we bank left, and I keep an iron grip on her hand. To the woman's credit, she keeps pace with me, adrenaline the most beautiful thing ever created. Nearly wiping out on a split in the sidewalk, she manages to keep me upright as I stumble without stopping. Ignoring the tight pressure in my chest, we take turn after turn, too afraid to look to see if he's still following us. The heavy heartbeat thundering in my ears and the slap of my shoes on the concrete drowns everything else out, so all we can do is keep going. "Ma'am, I repeat, what is the emergency?" A cool voice faintly reaches me from the earbuds smacking against my chest, still draped around the back of my neck. "No police," the woman begs in a hiss, and I waver. But as an onslaught of fresh tears race down her face, I cave. I may not know exactly what the hell happened to her, but if our roles were reversed, I wouldn't want someone to strip yet another choice out of my hands. Yanking the headphones out, my phone automatically switches to speakerphone. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I opened the wrong app when I was switching playlists. Nothing's wrong." After a stern lecture, the woman hangs up, and all the while we never stop running. When a cab comes into view, though, I'm not taking no for an answer, flagging it down. The second he pulls against the curb, I yank the door open, physically shoving the woman in the back seat before clambering in behind her. We both smack the locks automatically, and it only takes one look from the driver before his lips press into a thin line, merging into traffic without a word. I'm sure when you're in this line of business, you've seen it all, enough to know when to simply roll with the punches and not ask questions. The back seat folds down and there should be a blanket in the trunk, the burly man states in a low, calming voice. Firmly keeping his eyes on the road, he drives aimlessly, simply heading away until one of us gives him a direction. Fumbling awkwardly to finagle my position so that I can pull my section of the seat down, I manage to get the flannel blanket from the trunk and click everything back into place. With trembling hands, I shake it out, helping bundle up the woman to cover her up and get my first solid look at her. Under the streaks of dirt, her skin is sun-kissed, blonde hair a tangled mass hanging loose around slim shoulders. Even her eyes are a bright gold, like she was brought up drinking liquid sunshine instead of water. She stares right back at me, a hard glint in her eyes beginning to replace the fear now that she's safe enough to give in to her fury at the situation. "Hospital?" I whisper, silently begging her to say it isn't necessary. Shaking her head, she replies, "No need." The breath rushes from my lungs in a tidal wave of relief, and I nod rapidly, sucking down slow, deep breaths to regain my composure. Pulling my phone from my arm strap, I withdraw a folded $20 bill from the pocket beneath it, reaching between the seats to offer it to the cab driver. "Can you take her home? I'm not sure if this is enough, but I'm not far from here so I can walk." He cuts me off, gently curling his hand over my fist and pushing it back without turning around. "Let's get you ladies home, "Thank you," I croak at the same moment as the woman, and an inappropriate slap-happy laugh bubbles out of me before I can bite it back. She gives me a small smile of understanding, and before I know it, we're outside of my apartment building. Pausing with my hand on the door, I look between her and the man that's already doing us a massive favor, yet ask for another. "If you can wait a couple of minutes, I can bring down some clothes." He tips his head in my direction, and I sprint up the cracked steps to my building, through the first door and up 3 flights of stairs to my apartment. Swiveling my elastic bracelet around, I manage to get the key in the lock on the 3rd attempt. Racing to my bedroom, I grab a baggy shirt and a pair of pajama shorts along with my wallet, flying back out to the street. When I see him still waiting, I sigh in relief, crawling in the back to offer the basic outfit to the woman. Sabrina, by the way. Covering my hand with hers, she gives me a watery smile and chuckles with dark humor. "Emmy, nice to meet you, Sabrina, though I wish it had been over coffee." "Same." Turning to the driver, I pull the $50 bill out of my wallet and pass it to him, not taking no for an answer this time. "To cover a free ride for the next girl that might need it then. Deal?" Eyes shining with repressed anger, he takes the money with a frown, sliding it into his glove box and giving me a brief glimpse of the handgun stashed inside. "Let's pray neither of these will ever need to be used, Amen to that." Holding up the blanket for a semblance of privacy, I wait until Emmy yanks on my clothes before I clamber out of the cab, watching the two of them pull away from the curb. By the time the tail lights round a corner and disappear from view, people are beginning to pour out onto the sidewalk and streets, heading to work to start their days, bright-eyed and well-rested. And I've never hated every single one of them more for being oblivious to the horrible things they allow to happen right under their noses, fair or not. Fair or not. Fair or not. Chapter 2. Sabrina. It's been 3 days, and I still can't bring myself to put my earbuds in on the walk to work like usual. If I hadn't been between songs, I'd never have noticed Emmy. I'd have jogged right past that alley without ever being any the wiser. What if I've run past other people over the years as oblivious as the people I condemn around me? "Hey, gorgeous, you get all dolled up for little old me?" Some jackass hollers from the construction site, and I simply carry on without sparing him a second glance, knowing my annoyance will only encourage him. I made that mistake 2 weeks ago, glaring at him, and he simply laughed, never missing a day to taunt me since. 2 buildings and a set of automatic doors later, a blast of air conditioning hits my face as I enter the lobby of Maltech. Fishing around in my purse, I flash my badge at the security desk, not that Hugo is even looking up from his phone to check if I'm some rando here to shoot up the place. Crossing the bustling lobby, I enter the elevator, riding up with the few others I vaguely recognize from around the building until we reach the 5th floor. Bypassing the few others situated at their desks on the otherwise abandoned floor, I take a seat behind mine, mustering up the energy for a plastic smile. Smoothing out my basic lavender summer dress, the white ivy pattern hides how cheap it actually was, allowing me to masquerade as a business casual-clad model employee. Tugging out my ponytail, my dark hair tumbles loose around my shoulders, though I leave my scrunchie on my wrist for the sole purpose of annoying my pitiful excuse of a boss. It's the petty little things that keep me putting one foot in front of the other. Plastering on a smile and my business voice, I begin the arduous process of replying to all of the messages waiting on the machine, adjusting Mr. Holcomb's schedule as needed, and just generally keeping him looking competent when he doesn't actually do shit beyond kiss the ass of investors. That man wouldn't know the difference between a search engine and a carburetor, and the temptation to let him make a fool of himself is only kept in check by my desire to afford the luxury of groceries. The day drags on in an endless, monotonous loop, and by the time it's time to clock out, I'm practically running out the door. Alas, after 5 years at Maltech, I can't afford to screw anything up when it's my only relevant reference to put on applications. At least until someone calls me back. The second I get a new offer, I'm going to give this place a double one-fingered salute. Avoiding everyone that attempts to engage me in conversation, I hustle into the elevator, but when yet another person tries to talk to me, I finally break, my capacity for interacting with people already maxed out for the day. Popping my earbuds in for an excuse to keep to myself, I keep the volume far lower than usual as a compromise to myself. Crossing the lobby, I follow the crowd out of the door and onto the sidewalk, quickly disappearing within the anonymity of the masses. Reluctantly, I don't crank up my music to drown out the thorn in my side as I pass the construction zone, the fresh memory of my run-in with Emmy like a bucket of ice water I can't forget. Last thing I want is to be unaware of my surroundings, especially when there's someone around that makes me uncomfortable already. I can't drown him out and forget that he exists like I want to. Even if I wish that he didn't, he unfortunately does, and pretending otherwise is a fool's errand. We can't wish our problems away with denial. It simply gives them the opportunity to sneak up on us when our guard is down, and I'm already kicking myself in the ass for dropping mine. Power walking home, uneasy anywhere outside of my apartment these days, I make quick time, reaching the crumbling concrete steps to the building within half an hour. A strange sensation trickles down my spine, and I mute my music instantly, paying close attention to everything as I take my first tentative step up the staircase. The faint scent of lazy summer afternoons reaches me, and I take the last steps 2 at a time. When I see Emmy sitting on the floor beside the door to my apartment, I break into my first genuine grin of the day. It falters a bit in the face of the behemoth leaning against the wall beside her, but when she hops to her feet with a smile, my raised hackles settle, dismissing him as a threat if she wasn't concerned. "I was just about to call it a wash and try again tomorrow," Emmy states, crossing the distance between us and wrapping me in a hug tight enough that it threatens to fracture my ribs. Behind her, the man drops his rigid posture a fraction as his gaze roams over me, like he anticipated Emmy was waiting for some guy he was going to have to get into a pissing contest with instead of a girl whose head barely reaches his shoulders. His eyes are the same shade of gold as hers are, and with as unusual as that coloring is, it leaves no doubt in my mind that they're related, though his hair is a dark brown, buzzed on the sides and longer on top instead of blonde. A permanent frown seems etched into his features, and the black t-shirt he's wearing threatens to give up on its career choice as he returns to leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. "It's no doubt cold and disgusting by now, but here." Emmy shoves a to-go coffee cup at me, and I bark out a laugh. "You actually remembered that? And here I didn't think I'd ever see you again." Her smile fades, a serious expression washing away all signs of levity. "There isn't a single thing about that night that I don't remember, Sabrina. Namely, that I have you to thank for being able to walk away from it." Chest tightening, I envelop her in a hug like we're old friends instead of strangers only bonded through a traumatic experience. "But you're okay," I whisper in her ear. She tightens her hold, trembling slightly before straightening her spine as if suddenly remembering that we aren't alone. "I will be." Plastering a teasing scowl on her face, she shoots a look over her shoulder. "Though I'm going to have to get used to my brother's ugly mug shadowing me anytime I leave the house for the foreseeable future." The man in question rolls his eyes. "Like I'm not going to trade off with sin the first chance I get. I've got better shit to do than take you shoe shopping." Emmy shoots a subtle wink my way as she continues to taunt her brother. "Then go take care of them. Sabrina can be my knight in shining armor while you're working. Hell, she's probably better at it anyway. You should have seen the way she charged in, guns blazing, to come to my rescue. Swoon-worthy, I tell ya." My cheeks heat. "It seriously wasn't as impressive as you're making it out to be when I pretty much just grabbed your hand and ran away." Her brother's eyes narrow dangerously on my face before directing some of the intensity his sister's way. "She shouldn't be running around alone at night either." Emmy releases me with a wicked smile that evaporates the moment she turns to face him. "Are you seriously going to stand there and pretend to be upset that she maced that motherfucker in the face and paid my way home, no questions asked?" A low warning growl escapes him. "Emmeline." She matches it without hesitation. "Bowden." Interrupting their pissing match, I awkwardly lift my key and cold coffee. "Do you want to come in?" "Oh, we wouldn't want to impose. I know you weren't expecting me, let alone this asshole." She hitches a thumb over her shoulder to indicate Bowden before her gaze becomes shy and unsure, cutting away to look at the floor. "I wanted to invite you to dinner this weekend. You know, to thank you." Heart lurching at the sight, my answer falls from my lips before I can second-guess myself. "I'd love to, but not because you owe me anything." Reluctantly, I admit, it's been pretty rough since moving to the city, not gonna lie. I could use a friend. Beaming, she claps her hands before making a gimme gesture with her hand. "Then let me give you my number. Friday, all right?" Nodding, I pass my phone her way and she quickly adds her number, sending herself a text so she can save mine. Pausing, she scrunches up her face. "Do you have a car?" Cringing, I shake my head, not sure why I'm suddenly embarrassed since over half of the city doesn't bother with them either. Too expensive to mess with parking and the traffic hassle. Sold mine within the first month of moving here, and I swear I get around faster without it. She turns to her brother, not even batting her eyelashes. Emmy simply stares expectantly in silence until he breaks, huffing out an annoyed sound halfway between a scoff and a groan. "I'll pick you up at 7. I must be older than I thought, because who the hell waits until that late for dinner? I'm going to have to take a nap that afternoon just to make sure I make it through without falling asleep at the table. Biting my lip, I send a worried glance to Emmy. "I seriously don't want to be an inconvenience. I'll take a cab, don't worry about it. Text me your address." She smacks Bowden's chest with the back of her hand, yet he doesn't even flinch. Emmy actually shakes her hand out, glaring at him like he offended her with a solid sheet of muscle. It's no trouble, seriously. If Beau's busy, I'm sure Sinjin will volunteer for the honor, she dramatically emphasizes. Hiding a smile as his gaze flicks between us with annoyance, I fire off a text, testing the waters. Seriously, I don't want to burden anyone. Within seconds, she's typing back. Don't let him fool you. He's beating himself up that you had to save me in the first place. He blames himself for not being there and doesn't know how to process that you ran towards danger instead of away from it when you're over here looking like a virgin Barbie. Tucking her phone away without waiting for my reply, she withdraws a $100 bill that I back away from like it's made of hellfire. I know what you're doing, and you put that damn thing away right now. She furrows her brow, looking genuinely confused. You covered the cab that got me home, let alone everything you did to get me into that car in the first place, plus the clothes. Waiting until she meets my eyes so that I can ensure the point hits home, I try to restrain the venom that threatens to creep into my voice since it's not directed at her in the slightest. You don't owe me shit, Emmeline. Not for the cab, not for the clothes, and not for the basic human decency. If you're here because you actually want a friend, I gladly accept. I lost my faith in humanity a long time ago after seeing how far people will actually go out of their way to keep pretending that everything's fine. You coming here gave me a little bit of hope that I'd finally found someone who would prove me wrong. So if you're going to ruin that by only showing up because you feel like you owe me something or are inviting me to dinner out of obligation to ease your conscience, I'd rather you leave. Releasing a long breath, I rein in my temper, dialing my vehemence back a notch. I'm not some saint simply because I didn't walk away. That's supposed to be the damn bare minimum. You're the one that went through hell, not me. If anyone deserves some extra kindness, it's you. I don't deserve praise or presents, nor do I want them. You want to thank me? Then see me like I saw you. That's all I want. Both Emmy and Bowden are looking at me intently now, but I refuse to break the stare down first. I don't want a pity thanks because they feel obligated. I want a friend, and Emmy is the first person I've met since moving to Shadow Ridge that acknowledges I exist as more than a reason to take up space. I look forward to Friday, Bowden slowly declares, catching me off guard. 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock, I repeat automatically, and he tips his head in agreement. With one more hug and a whispered thank you, Emmy departs, Bowden following behind her. Only after I hear the building door slam shut 3 floors below do I walk inside my apartment, taking my cold coffee straight to the microwave. Stripping out of my dress and changing into pajama shorts and a tank top, I take my reheated coffee to the couch, flipping on the TV to fill the silence. It wasn't until I met Emmeline, her presence bright enough to fill up a room, that I was forced to realize how quiet and dim mine actually is. Chapter 3. Sabrina. That sneaky jerk. Shaking my head at the $50 bill slipped beneath my front door with a note that says, not a reward, just cab money in case Beau doesn't show, smiley face. I pick it up with a laugh. Tucking it inside the front cover of a book on my shelf in the living room, I slip on my shoes and prepare for another day of mind-numbing repetition. An obscene amount of stairs with my crossbody purse bouncing against my hip, the same old faces and lewd obscenities hurled my way, and a lobby full of people that would never notice my absence if I was abducted and murdered right under their noses. I go through the motions, each hour chipping away a little more at my soul until it's finally time to head home, my weekdays a monotonous repeat that makes me want to bang my head against the wall at least twice a day. Taking the steps 2 at a time, I head into my apartment, tossing some leftovers into the microwave for dinner and slipping into my pajamas. Grabbing the lukewarm bowl, I sink onto my couch, watching the next episode of my nightly show and trying to convince myself that I'm not looking forward to Friday nearly as much as I actually am. How pathetic, jumping at the first bit of attention someone pays you. I shove my mother's words from my head, humming to myself as I finish the dishes, looking around my apartment as a nervous tension builds. A chill crawls down my spine, and I dry my hands, double-checking the door to ensure it's locked. Appeased, I take a few steps away, but that nagging sensation refuses to be ignored. So even though it's ridiculous overkill, I slide the couch in front of the door, feeling on edge. There's not a single reason to be, but ever since stumbling across Emmy in that alley, everything seemed less secure than before. Doors, windows, what good are they really to keep someone out if they're determined to get in? Safety is an illusion, and mine's been shattered. I can barely sleep these last several days, looking at every shadow as if it means to rise up like a whip and drag me down into its depths. I'm torn, despising the silence, yet too uneasy to fill it with white noise which would leave me vulnerable if something were to happen. Ultimately, I settle for crawling into bed and turning the TV on with a sleep timer. 5 years of being perfectly fine in this city, and now I'm jumping at shadows. Because you witnessed what's lurking in them. Tucking the comforter around me, I stare at the screen until everything begins to blur, taking a deep breath before settling into the pillows with determination. There are over 24 people in this building. If anything were to happen, someone would hear me scream. But even as I try to reassure myself, I know the truth. Ultimately, people are the same wherever you go. Why would a single person in this place leave the comfort of their beds for the sake of a stranger?
Chapter 4. Bowden. The others don't stand a chance. They're going to take one look at those sad, bright blue eyes, and that'll be the end of it. Add in the fact that this little human risked her life to protect one of us, saved our sister where we failed. They're going to be fucking goners. Sabrina climbs in beside me, her white summer dress riding up her thighs as she slides into her seat. My knuckles tighten on the steering wheel as she fastens her seatbelt. The woman, a picture of sweet innocence and vulnerability that makes me want to tuck her against my side, where I know she'll be safe, not out throwing herself at dangerous men twice her size. You're a dangerous man twice her size, you fucking hypocrite. Tucking a lock of her dark hair behind her ear, she gives me a timid smile. Thanks for the ride. I grunt in acknowledgement, not trusting myself to speak yet when she's over here saying shit like that, making me think of a very different sort of ride I'd rather be giving her. Pulling onto the road, I quickly work my way through the heart of the city, knowing we only have a small window before the nightlife crowd hits the streets. If my silence bothers her, she doesn't show it. Relaxing in her seat, she stares out the window, watching the world fly by around her. All the while, she taps 3 of her fingers quietly against the bottle of wine in her hands to the beat of whatever song is running through her head. She acts like she's just happy to not be alone in the silence, not that it bugs her. As the sun begins to set, my other half starts to make himself known, my senses gradually sharpening. And with every passing minute, her scent chips away a little more at my concentration. Like I wasn't already distracted by her enough, now I can't even inhale without breathing her in. Of course, she smells like fucking vanilla and espresso. One taste, and I bet she'll have you up all night. So, what do you do? She asks out of the blue. Whatever needs to be done, I reply without really thinking about it. Lips twitching with a suppressed smile, she clarifies. I'm not surprised you and Emmy still live together at home. Housing costs are ridiculous out here, so I wasn't taking a jab at your age. I meant more along the lines of a job or however you spend your days. Huffing out a breath, I debate how much to tell her. Our eldest brother took over the family business when our parents died. I help him keep it running, and that can mean any number of things, so I can't really define it. I just do whatever needs to be done. Me too, she replies before her smile falls. The sight sends a pang through my chest as my other half reacts, needing to fix whatever has her upset. I didn't mean to make things awkward. I'm sorry. The car devolves back into silence, though this time it leaves my skin itching uncomfortably. The burden of betas. We keep everything running, do whatever's necessary to take care of our families, but actually coming up with how to fix the problem? The pressure of making the wrong call makes us want to throw up. Much happier having someone tell us what we need to do to keep everyone safe and happy. Saying nothing will definitely make her think that I'm upset, so in turn, she'll get more upset. But chances are damn good that if I open my mouth, it won't go over any better. To hell with it. We're almost home, so I can only do so much damage before passing her off to Ems. Releasing a pent-up breath, I opt for as much truth as I can. No worries. They were assholes. None of us were exactly surprised when they were killed, though it was a rough transition for a while until things settled down. Lips pressed into a thin line, she's clearly attempting to bite back an avalanche of questions that my comment sparked. Veering things back into safer territory, I redirect. Wait a minute. Jab at my age? Just how old do you think I am? Watching her in my peripherals, her gaze is blatantly roaming over me, and I fight the urge to sit up straighter under her scrutiny. 32? Scoffing, I turn into our neighborhood. Ow, my pride. 28. A soft chuckle breaks the tension as she manages a teasing smile. Well, they say men mature slower, so take it as a compliment that your gruff, silent act comes off as pensive and mysterious instead of cocky and conceited. Slamming on the brakes on the abandoned street, I turn to her in mock indignation. I'm plenty conceited. And with good reason. I'm a fucking delight, thank you very much. Her startled laugh turns into a snort that has her hand flying up to cover her face, simply causing her to lose it even more. A genuine grin has my cheeks hurting as I ease onto the gas, finishing up the last leg of our drive. And so modest to boot, she adds between gasps, still chuckling. Not going to ask mine? Yeah, even I'm not dumb enough to fall into that trap. Grinning, she offers. 26. And you live alone? Glancing out the window, she does a double take, her humor dying off as she takes in our surroundings. Yep. So you should probably keep one eye open since I'm obviously a serial killer. Pulling between the gap in the thick trees that conceals our property from the street, I bypass the open gates and make our way up the long, winding driveway. Nah, only 2 good reasons you're alone, and I don't think it's because you're some psycho, too tiny to dispose of the bodies. Peeling her rapt attention from the window, she raises an eyebrow, looking more confident every second she's not faced with the luxury around her. So, What's the other possibility? Rounding the fountain at the main circle of the driveway, I reach up and tap the button on the rear-view mirror to open the garage door, pulling into an empty stall. Well, it's a two-parter, really. 3 cars stretch to the left of me, with Sin's motorcycle to the right. Everyone else's vehicles are in the pole barn about a mile back, not in and out nearly as frequently as those of us in the main house. Shutting off the ignition, I pivot, taking a better look at Sabrina shrinking into her seat as she peers around the massive garage. You realize your value, and you haven't met anyone yet who meets your standards. Her cheeks tint a bit, and I damn near groan at the sight. Clinging to my self-control, I open my car door, circling around to hers and offering a hand to help her out. One hand clutching the bottle of wine she brought, purse slung across her body and drawing my eye to the way the strap cuts between her breasts. She slips her free hand into mine, pulling her to her feet. I cave into weakness for a fraction of a second, stealing a few more moments of having her to myself before I have to let her go. Leaning in, I whisper in her ear so that the others can't overhear, since they're no doubt already attempting to eavesdrop. Don't be embarrassed. It's a good thing. You shouldn't settle when your life's on the line. It's far too precious to sacrifice for the wrong person. Releasing her, I give Sabrina my back so that I can rein in some of my rapidly fraying control. Yanking open the door that leads to the house, I hold it open for her to pass through first. She takes all of 2 steps into the kitchen before her steps come to an abrupt halt, staring at everything like it might bite her. There isn't the slightest hint that she's impressed in any way, shape, or form. She's absolutely intimidated and clearly feeling woefully out of place. She didn't have a clue who Emmeline was when she saved her, and didn't try looking her up afterward either, apparently. It's a novelty, for sure, to know without a doubt that someone isn't trying to worm their way into our good graces or into our ranks to sabotage us from within. My sister looks at this woman like she walks on water, and Sabrina flinches away from the adoration instead of exploiting it like anyone else in her position would. I respect the hell out of this timid little human, but ultimately, she scares the shit out of me. She's easy to love, yet so goddamn fragile. All it took was 30 minutes with her, half of which was spent in silence to know that I'd happily sink to my knees at her feet if she asked. If I'm already this fucked up in the head where she's concerned, Reed will have hacked into her records and have her life story printing out in the study before dessert is served. Come on, the others are waiting for us in the dining room. She hesitantly falls into step behind me. How can you be sure? I pause, the air freezing in my lungs as I realize my careless slip. You both failed to mention that your house is a fucking mansion. Hide and seek could last for weeks in this place. Releasing my breath in a rush, I scrape together a reply as we leave the kitchen behind. Polished hardwood and dark green walls marbled with veins of gold and onyx guide our path, and I slow my steps so that she can walk beside me. It's stupid, but I can't curb the impulse to study her reactions to our home, the girl surprising me at every turn already. Is her discomfort from it being too lavish or not to her taste? Or is it from being near me, her instincts picking up on the danger and warning her to run? You really think any of them were going to miss out on meeting our little sister's knight in shining armor? Of course they're already waiting, probably busy fighting over the seating arrangement if I had to wager. Exactly how many people were invited to this dinner? She demands, sounding like she's seriously debating making a break for it. Rounding the corner, the double doors are currently cracked, and I shove them open to reveal the dining room. Only the ones that matter. I don't have to look at Sabrina to know that she's frozen in place, heart rate spiking at the sight of the long, crowded table. Taking mercy on her, I turn, temporarily blocking her view of the room. Her reaction is immediate, heartbeat slowing a fraction, and taking a small step closer to me, damn near purring in satisfaction at her response. I shake my head, like doing so can clear the dangerous thoughts that she conjures. My voice is curt as I start the series of introductions. At the far end is Lizzie, the only other female in our pack, surrounded by her 3 mates. All 4 of them are blatantly staring at Sabrina, but there isn't a spark of romantic interest in James, Vince, or David's eyes, only curiosity. It's been ages since they've joined us in the main house for dinner. Yet there was no way in hell they were going to miss out on meeting the ballsy human that tried to blind one of those assholes from Stonewood. Emmy squeals, hopping to her feet and rushing over to practically tackle Sabrina to the ground. "You're here! Not gonna lie, I was worried the second you saw Beau's face you'd turn tail and call the whole night off." Latching onto Emmy is a familiar comfort. Sabrina hugs her back, her breathing evening out and heart rate fully settling back into a normal range. "You really think I'd put up with any of this bullshit simply so I wouldn't have to walk? It's like you don't know me at all. I'd happily cut off my nose to spite my face, or even just something to do," she teases. At Emmy's sly smirk over Sabrina's shoulder, I flip off her and her schemes. Sabrina chuckles. "He was a perfect gentleman. No issues." A disbelieving snort slips out of St. John's face on the opposite side of the table that I actively ignore. Pulling out my chair, I take my seat and let Emmy take over the rest of the introductions. Gesturing to the head of the table, she announces with a mocking bow, "Slade, our resident gatekeeper." He's been tracking Sabrina's movements since the moment she appeared, his face stony and unreadable beneath the black scruff that keeps permanent residence on his jaw, matching his neatly trimmed hair. The gold flecks in his otherwise green eyes brighten as his pupils dilate, and I have to cover my laugh with a cough, knowing he just caught her scent, and his wolf clearly likes it as much as mine does. He takes a drink to save himself from speaking, still contemplating the best way to handle this situation. As I drop into the seat at his right side, St. John and Reed across from me, they don't pay me a second glance, their attention wrapped on our guest. Barely a year younger than me, the twins couldn't look less related to anyone in the room besides each other. Reddish-brown hair and icy blue eyes, they're identical in everything except personality, and the glasses on Reed's face. Where Sin is the most reckless, carefree person I've ever met, Reed is his polar opposite, introverted to the max. Emmy rattles everyone off in rapid succession, and the anxiety radiates off of Sabrina in tangible waves, likely worried that she's not going to be able to remember everyone's name. Awkwardly, she passes Em the bottle of wine in her hand. "You should have given me a heads up so many people would be here. I'd have brought another." Waving her off, Emmy pushes her down into the empty chair beside me, taking the seat to Sabrina's right. "Nonsense. You didn't need to bring anything in the first place." Our plates have already been served, and in the ensuing silence, Lizzie's mates start eating, breaking the tension. Picking at my food, I'm hyper-aware of every movement that Sabrina makes beside me. Squirming awkwardly in her chair, her gaze bounces around to each of us, adamantly refusing to look at the room as a whole when she's barely managing within the confines of the table. Her unease is causing my skin to crawl and a building ache in my chest. So to save my sanity before I do something incredibly fucking stupid, I focus my attention on observing the way my brothers look at her. Slade, like he owes her a massive debt and is unsure of the best way to repay it after the way we filled him in about how she reacted to getting reimbursed for the cab. Reed, like he wants to figure out why she didn't run away like any sane human would have, and St. John, like he'd happily devour her right here on the dinner table. Only after she's finished off half of her plate does Slade speak. "So, Miss LaRoque." Her eyes find his instantly, and to anyone that didn't know him, they'd think my brother indifferent, cold. But the subtle way his fingers tighten on his fork and his posture becomes rigid gives him away to the eight of us that know better. It's been a hot minute since anything managed to make Slade flustered, and we're all happily eating up his discomfort to torment him over it later tonight. Sabrina turns with a frown, gaze flitting over him with wary assessment. "How'd you know my last name?" Clearing his throat, my brother sets his fork down. "It wasn't particularly difficult to find once we had a first name and your building address. How else would Beau and Emmeline have known which apartment to wait outside of?" She drops her defensive posture, rubbing the back of her neck sheepishly for not questioning it before in all of the excitement. Slade sits up impossibly straighter. "Regardless, we vet everyone before ever allowing them to set a foot inside of our home." Her embarrassment falls away in an instant, her cheeks heating for a very different reason, quick to temper. As Sin beams, resting his chin on his fist and enjoying the show of everything exploding around him, I shoot Slade a confused glare of disbelief. He schmoozes people for a fucking living. He had to realize how insulting that sounded. Oh my God, the idiot's trying to flirt. I suddenly realize with a mixture of horror and hysterical amusement. He deals with wolves and pack politics, not much on the human side of things. He's boasting how safe our home is under his watch like it'll impress her. "Then I suppose it's only fair if you share yours so that I can reciprocate," she retorts acerbically. Slade's eyebrows disappear into his hairline. "What?" Before he can dig his grave any deeper, I interject, popping a piece of grilled chicken into my mouth with a chuckle. "She doesn't have a clue, Slade. Should have seen the way she nearly tucked and rolled out of the car when I pulled into the neighborhood." He furrows his brow but shuts up, defaulting to silent contemplation rather than risk upsetting her again. Lizzie is cackling at the opposite end of the table, as bad as sin in the face of our fearless leader making a complete ass out of himself. Emmy clucks her tongue, disapproving. "Stop being a jackass and just say thank you before you chase off my friend." "I don't need," Sabrina hisses at Em, but St. John cuts her off. "So, did he cry? Please tell me he cried like a little bitch." Meal forgotten, my brother gives Sabrina his undivided attention, done with patiently sitting on the sidelines. Licking her lips, Sabrina reaches for the bottle of wine she brought, pouring herself a hearty glass and taking a long drink before responding. "Full disclosure, I got a better view of your sister's tits than I did of him. Didn't exactly stick around to find out how quick his recovery time was, but based on the way he was cussing me out, I got a good shot in. Sin's face splits in half with his broad grin, but Reed is frowning, tentatively asking, "Did he get a decent look at you first?" Sabrina's entire presence seems to shrink with his comment. "Yeah," she whispers, taking another drink. "Pretty sure he did." The entire table falls silent in the face of her declaration. We have more than enough to start a war with the Stonewood Pack over Carter's attack against Emmy. He's given her trouble before, but always within the realm of skirting acceptable boundaries. This was too fucking far, and there's no coming back from it. Slade and I have already reached out to the neighboring packs to bring them up to speed, because there's no doubt this is going to get ugly when it comes to a head. But we need to be smart about it, instead of submitting to the burning desire for immediate revenge. Sabrina, though, she's human, and we have no claim over her. If Carter tracks her down and does anything, nobody is going to lose any sleep over it. Enough people are pissed off that he tried to force a mating on one of the last eligible females in the area, especially since multiple suitors from each neighboring pack have been courting Emmeline since she came of age and are growing antsy. Yet Stonewood has yet to fork Carter over for punishment like our law demands. We aren't about to let the matter go, but if we're going to bring a fight onto their land, we might need a solid plan in place so that we don't lose anyone else. Or worse, have people decide that this never would have happened if Em had chosen her mates by now, that we're putting her in danger by giving her so much time to weigh her options. We've already pissed off most of them by standing our ground on the matter, and if they decide enough is enough, we could lose every alliance we've managed to rebuild over the years. Our pack is too small to take another hit if they turn against us again. The 60 graves out back are a stark reminder that these wolves will only tolerate so much before they cease masquerading as men. Sharing a heavy look with Slade, we're in complete agreement on the matter without either of us having to say a word. Until this issue is dealt with, someone needs to keep an eye on Sabrina as well. Ideally, I'd put her on house arrest with Emmy, 2 birds, 1 stone. But she'd demand an explanation that none of us can give, and with as uncomfortable as she looks right now, I don't see her jumping at the chance to stay here indefinitely with people that are little more than strangers. "Don't scare the poor girl," Sin chastises his twin, swatting the back of Reed's head. Turning back to Sabrina, he smiles reassuringly. "You've got good aim, and legs like those?" He whistles appreciatively while dodging the roll Emmy throws at his face. "Decently fast if I had to hazard a guess. You'll be fine. Don't sweat it." She doesn't seem offended at his comment, lost in her head and taking another drink of wine. "Yeah, you're right. I haven't gone running since, but when I do, I'll pick a different route just to be safe." "No." It slips out before I can think better of it and quickly backpedal. "I mean, better off laying low for a while, just in case. Or if you insist on going, bring someone with you." She softens a bit, tossing a quick glance at Emmy and away before declaring with false levity, "Yeah, I'll reach out to a couple of friends and see if I can find one that hates themselves enough to get up with me at the ass crack of dawn to go running." Rather than argue, I bite my tongue. She was perfectly frank when Emmy and I were at her apartment that she doesn't have any friends in the city, that she's had a rough go of it since moving here. So if she's lying now, it's because she wants to save face in front of the others, so I don't call her out on it. She's already uncomfortable. The last thing I want is to chase her away completely. "So, Sabrina," Reed asks, effectively changing the depressing subject, "what do you do for a living?" Thrilled with the new topic, she gives him an appreciative smile. "Jack of all trades at Maltech, but currently playing the role of underappreciated secretary." I don't think I've ever seen Reed so enthused to talk to a stranger. Dinner forgotten, he leans forward, gesturing animatedly as he starts talking about things that go way over my head. Sabrina never misses a beat, though, keeping up with him and the flurry of questions pouring out of his mouth like she was cut from the same cloth. She suddenly scoffs, turning away to refill her glass of wine. "Are you fucking kidding me? Revenant 9 can suck a dick. Arc 7 has a way more user-friendly interface, and I will die on this hill. You can pry that operating system out of my cold, dead hands before I accept that piss-poor excuse of an update." Well, it's been nice knowing him. Reed's lost to us now. Sin's in full agreement, beaming as he repeatedly pokes his stunned twin in the cheek. "Aw, he short-circuited." Turning to Sabrina, he shrugs a single shoulder. "Sorry, pretty girl. You break it, you buy it." "My God, you guys are worse than teenage boys," Emmy complains. "Stop hogging all her attention." Hopping to her feet, my sister drags her friend up with her. "Come on. We'll snatch another bottle of wine and can hang out in my room for a while without the interlopers." Sabrina turns back to the table as Emmy grabs her hand, threading their fingers together and leading the way out of the dining room. Whether it's the alcohol bolstering her confidence or the teasing air that's overtaken the previous nervous tension in the room, her gaze lands on Slade. "Dinner was lovely. Thank you for allowing me to attend. If you submit your paperwork in a timely fashion, I might have time to look over your application before sending out invitations to my place." She leaves without waiting for his response, Emmy cackling away and hauling her toward the newest staircase. Once we hear their footsteps reach the second floor, Lizzie and her mates absolutely lose it, howling with laughter and pounding their fists on the table, tears leaking from their eyes. Slade ignores them, still staring at the open doorway, stunned, as silent as Reed. "I like her," St. John proclaims, a dangerous glint appearing in his crystalline eyes that has a growl slipping out before I can catch myself. "You like anyone that gives you the time of day. If she's going to be hanging around M, at least wait until you actually get to know her before making a move. Things are already complicated enough." He folds his arms behind his head, tilting back in his chair. "Oh, so we're pretending that you weren't sniffing her hair and glaring daggers at everyone that looked at her all night? She's our sister's friend, not another nameless notch for your bedpost. Besides, you only met her an hour ago. And you only met her the other day for all of 10 minutes, he counters instantly. You've got a car ride compared to the rest of us. Whoever drives her home will be on equal footing. You know, if that's how we're defining when it's acceptable to declare a genuine interest in the girl. Shut up, will you? Slade snaps, pinching the bridge of his nose. We owe her a debt, and I doubt she considers your dick's payment. David can't help it, piping up with a whispered. Suggests the only guy that made a terrible first impression. At Slade's narrowed glare, David bites back his taunts, rising to his feet with the rest of his family. With several smiles and thanks, the four of them disappear from the room, beginning the long walk back to their cabin rather than risk shifting with Sabrina hanging around upstairs. Finally recovering, Reed mutters to himself, thumbs flying across the screen of his phone. Absent-mindedly, he wanders out of the room, immersed in whatever he's searching for, and we all end up following him down the hall into the study. The couch and recliners are all dark, soft leather that match the rich wood tones of the room, large enough for the four of us to lounge in comfortably. Windowless, the walls are made of floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, stocked with an assortment of old tomes passed down through the generations to modern novels. Reed bypasses the couch and makes a beeline for the table in the back, shoving the maps aside that are still laid out from when we were arguing this morning. He clears himself a space. The printer on the shelf behind him fires up as he rolls his chair closer, grabbing a stack of paper from the supply shelf to reload it before turning back to his phone. Since we all know he's cyberballs deep digging into Sabrina, we leave him to it. Though, admittedly, I take a seat at the table so that I can steal a few glances at whatever he comes up with. Equally curious when I shouldn't be. How can we justify taking a human for a mate when we couldn't even keep our sister safe? It's not uncommon with as rare as female wolves are becoming. Most men giving up the hope of being able to shift one day and making their peace with it. But it's a risky as fuck move when we're already barely hanging on to add another weak point that our enemies can exploit. I see those wheels turning in your head, Slade announces, grabbing the decanter of scotch off of the end table beside his favorite recliner as he drops into his seat. Pouring himself a glass, he states, "Stop the guilt spiral. We got too complacent, but Emmy knew that being that far away from home when the sun was due to come up soon was a bad idea." As Sin immediately snaps to her defense, Slade raises a hand to silence him. I am not in any way, shape, or form blaming her for what happened. I'm saying that she was careless in regard to not thinking beyond the moment. Say Carter wasn't even a factor, and no one tried to hurt her. She was only thinking about stretching her legs and pushing past her limits, not about the fact that when the sun came up, she had no plan on how to get home. No phone, completely naked, and about a 2-hour walk between her and the house. It'd be one thing if there was a reason, like she was running away from a threat and ended up in a rough spot with no great solutions, but that wasn't the case. She put herself at risk of someone seeing her shift back because she wasn't thinking beyond the heat of the moment, and with it, threw herself at the mercy of human decency that someone would solve the problem for her, whether by letting her borrow a phone or hitch a ride with a stranger. I sigh, knowing he's right. It isn't like someone came onto our land and hurt part of our family. We didn't fail to protect her. We overprotected her, and she felt so safe that she stopped thinking about potential dangers, acting like she was untouchable. I think this was a real wake-up call for her, though. She hasn't even shown an interest in wanting to leave the grounds unless it has something to do with Sabrina. Slade hums, taking a drink. And with the way she insisted you pick her up instead of tagging along for the ride, she obviously wanted the two of you alone together. I'm not even mad that she's clearly trying to fix us up. She has good taste, Reed states, never once looking up from his screen. Better, Sin teases. She couldn't be less impressed by how important Slade thinks he is. The jab earns him a warning growl from our eldest brother. The four of us already growing possessive simply over the idea of claiming Sabrina. We might want to tread lightly, then, I tentatively bring up. my weak reservations crumbling in the face of their easy acceptance to the idea, breathing a bit easier now that I know there's no resistance. If we're actually considering giving this a shot. At Slade and St. John's confusion, Reed takes over to elaborate what I'm struggling to put into words. She's human. No matter how well she takes the news of what we are, ultimately, seeing is believing, and she'll very likely come to terms with that quickly, even if it's rocky for a little while as she wraps her head around it. Sin nods, catching on. But if we start hitting on her, she might very well shut down and refuse to date any of us. If she wants to keep coming to the house so that she can spend time with Ems, she wouldn't want to turn it into a hostile situation if she chooses one of us over the others and made everything awkward. Slade sighs. So, how do we fix that? Draw straws and the others back off for now? If she doesn't know we're interested, how is anything going to move forward? Sin rounds the table, grabbing one of Reed's wrists and lifts his arm. We humbly volunteer. I swear, it's like we were born for this moment. He gestures between him and his unfazed twin that's using his free hand to continue his mission without bothering to spare us a glance. A stunt double, backup boyfriend. You fall in love with one, it's almost impossible not to secretly imagine if the other is identical in bed too, or if it'd be a brand new experience. Fantasies of twin sandwiches. And seriously, once you go threesome, you don't go back. All bets are off after reaching that point, so fuck it. May as well turn it into a party. Cocking my head, I stare at the deranged, grinning psycho. You know, thinking about it, he might actually be onto something, and that's how I know it's definitely a terrible idea. St. John is making sense. That has the potential to epically blow up in our faces, Slade decrees with finality. If she thinks we were manipulating her into liking us, she's not going to want to have anything to do with any of us after that. To be fair, we technically are scheming behind her back on how to make her fall in love with us. Reed sets his phone down, rolling over to grab the small novel waiting for him at the printer. This is research. It's different. How so? When he returns to the table, he passes a part of the stack into St. John's waiting hand. It'd be skeevy if it was someone that was only trying to figure out the fastest way to get into her pants and planned to ditch her afterward. That's manipulative and gross, when you only memorize enough to trick someone into thinking you care about them so that you can use them. We, on the other hand, want to know everything about her so we can make her happy. Sin flips a page upside down and moves on to the next, not looking up as he picks up the conversation with flawless precision in the eerie way they share a brain. Say something awful happened to her at some point. If we can reasonably assume she'd be sensitive to, say, small spaces, we make a point to take the stairs instead of an elevator when going out without ever turning it into a thing that might make her have a panic attack or feel like she has to explain because she's embarrassed. Reed's eyes fly across his page, multitasking with ease. Or if she was raised in a toxic home environment where people were yelling all of the time, we can make a point to have any packed discussions that have a potential to get heated only in the study, so we don't unintentionally upset her if tempers get away from us in the heat of the moment. Nodding to myself, I say to hell with it, reaching forward to grab the few pages Sin set aside, since it looks like he got the beginning half of her unofficial autobiography. Instead of correcting behavior after discovering an issue when we're all getting to know each other, skip ahead to make sure we don't make her upset in the first place. So we can bypass all of the growing pains of a new relationship, and she'll see that we're perfect for her without it taking over a year of dating. Bingo, they reply in tandem, focused on the papers in their hands. As the minutes tick by, Slade curses, finally caving into his curiosity and coming over to take a seat beside me. I pass him the ones I've already finished that cover the basics: birth date, list of schools she attended, job history. Immersed in our study session, I startle when a loud thump suddenly sounds nearby. Sharing a quick look with the others, we jump to our feet and hurry out of the room, straining our hearing. We let out a collective breath of relief as Emmy's muffled curse and Sabrina's breathy chuckle echo down the hallway, but don't slow our steps. By the time we round the bend into the next hallway, Emmy's hauling Sabrina to her feet, the latter currently glaring at the few steps that lead to the recessed living room. "I was about to give up trying to find you and just start walking," she announces, wavering a bit as Emmy snickers beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist to keep her upright. "Can you give me a ride home?" Glancing at my phone, I'm shocked to find it's nearly midnight already. Time flies when you're obsessing over your future mate. "Why don't you crash here and I can take you back in the morning?" She waves me off, nearly toppling over. "Oh yes, a lovely first impression that would make. First time I'm invited over and I spend the night? I don't even know you guys' last name." Sin snorts when Emmy stumbles a step and nearly sends them both sprawling onto the floor, jogging forward to catch and steady them. "You're right. It's much better to climb into a stranger's car drunk off your ass." "That doesn't count. I know, Bo. You're the wild card here," she argues with a frown, and my lip twitches along with the muscle beside St. John's eye. "Do you have to work tomorrow?" I ask. She shakes her head while eyeing Sin suspiciously, and I snort in amusement. "You'll be passed out before we make it to the end of the driveway. You want to talk about bad impressions? How's it going to sound when I have to explain to you when you sober up that I stole your keys, let myself into your apartment, and put you to bed? I'll look like a fucking creep and you'll march right back here to bitch slap me." Her obsidian hair is mussed from her fall, and the simple white dress gives off an illusion of innocent vulnerability that's intoxicating in a dangerous way. But the way that she's biting her bottom lip as she considers the idea is the kicker, my focus wrapped on her mouth. Slade suddenly smacks the back of his hand against my chest, and the low growl that was unconsciously slipping out abruptly cuts off. "Ms. LaRoque," my older brother smoothly interrupts, drawing her attention away long enough to give me time to get control of myself. "With as easily as you and Emmeline have hit it off and get along, it's as if you've been friends for years instead of days. So maybe we all agree that this particular situation gives us a pass on customary expectations?" St. John chimes in with his enthusiastic support, though he does release her and take a step back, hovering in case he needs to catch either of them again. "Exactly. Let's stop stressing. This isn't high school where we have to worry about peer pressure and reputations. We're adults. Do whatever you want and fuck the people that give you a hard time over it. If they're bitching, they're not someone's opinion you should care about anyway." "See, I told you," Em states triumphantly. "Nobody here cares. And Lord, It's not like we don't have the space for company. If anything, it's more of a burden having one of them drive across town in the middle of the night. So you should stay. Sleep with me. Let me convert you to the dark side. I promise it'll be fun." She waggles her eyebrows, but there's only teasing behind them. No heat. And half a second later, Sinjin is saving her from falling on her ass. Breath rushing out of her, Sabrina gives a weak nod and pulls the strap of her purse over her head, tossing it in the general direction of the coffee table and missing by several feet. Promptly sitting down, she declares, "I can make my peace with that. Easy sounds good. People unnecessarily overcomplicate everything as far as I'm concerned. It gets exhausting." Stretching out on the floor, her eyes are closed before her head touches the carpet. Not bothering to conceal my laughter, I haul her off of the floor since she made it clear she was more comfortable with me than the others. She's half asleep on my shoulder almost immediately, and I chuckle, heading for the stairs. I couldn't agree with you more. Few 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 more.
Chapter 5. Sabrina. Attempting to roll over, I don't budge, though the moment I manage to crack my eyelids open, I instantly regret it. Everything in the room is cream with gold accents, and the sunlight streaming in through the window to my right makes the space damn near blinding. As I take another few minutes to try to wake up and orient myself, the pressure on my stomach increases as someone shifts on the bed. It finally jars enough sense into me to have my eyes flying open despite the glaring sun. Emmeline is stretched out on her stomach, currently using mine as a pillow. My panic drains away in an instant at the sight of her, but as she squirms on top of my bladder, comfort wins out over politeness. Gently pushing on her shoulder, I extract myself from her grip to slide out from under her. "I've got to pee. Where's your bathroom?" Groaning, she wads up a part of the comforter we're lying on top of to replace me, balling it underneath her head in a replacement pillow. "Turn right, a few doors down," she mumbles groggily. By the time I've climbed off the massive mattress, she's snoring softly again. My feet sink into the plush carpet, and I trail my fingers along the sheer canopy tied to the post at the foot of her bed as I circle around it. The entire place looks like it was designed for a princess, but not in an obnoxious way. More elegant, I suppose. It suits Emmy perfectly. The cheery golden child without the slightest concern that something will sully the perfection surrounding her. Between the money and brothers, it's no wonder she's confident within her pristine bubble. Closing the bedroom door softly behind me as I head into the hall, I quickly pad across the cool, polished wood, pushing doors open until I find the bathroom. Locking it behind me and turning, I pause, eyes wide. This isn't a bathroom. It's a goddamn spa as big as my apartment. Quickly relieving myself and washing up, I leave the imposing room behind, retreating to the hall where it's 10 times worse. There's a chest-high wrought iron banister that wraps around the walkway in a giant square, giving an easy view of the first floor beneath me. Bypassing Emmy's room, I follow the hallway lined with numerous doors that I don't think I want to know what's hiding behind them. When I finally reach the staircase, I'm officially spiraling. It was easier to ignore the overwhelming opulence at night, when I was only faced with the path to the dining room and the quick beeline up to her room. I was aware of the obscene wealth surrounding me, but able to develop tunnel vision to temporarily ignore it with the help of a few bottles of wine. "She has no idea who we are." Beau's teasing words bounce around my skull as I start down the stairs. No wonder they thought I expected a reward. Emmeline's net worth is likely more than I'll see in 3 lifetimes. Getting turned around a few times, I eventually come across the living room, finding my purse neatly placed on top of the coffee table. Descending into the pit, I scoop it up, take a final look around with a twisty feeling in my gut, then promptly head for the front door. Slipping on my shoes and setting the handle lock so that it'll latch behind me, I gently close the door so that I don't wake the rest of the house. The stone steps lead to a winding path that guides me to the driveway, and after a brief hesitation, I cup my hands in the fountain and take a drink of water before drying my hands off on my dress. It feels an awful lot like a walk of shame without all of the fun of getting laid. The driveway seems to stretch on forever before I'm finally walking through the dramatic cut between the trees flanking the road on either side of me. They act like a living privacy fence, and it strikes me as odd that they left the gate wide open. It was like that when we drove here last night, too. Beau never hit a button to let us in. An open invitation for people to wander onto their land, when Slade's words last night made it clear they're not big on unexpected company. Pulling out my phone as I walk down the sidewalk, I bring up an app to call a rideshare, but cringe as soon as the quoted price flashes onto the screen. It was a decent drive last night, but I didn't think it was that far. Admittedly, though, Beau was keeping me distracted enough that I wasn't paying much attention until we got here. "Sabrina!" Speak of the devil. Turning to reply, I pause when I see Beau jogging to catch up with me, clad in only a pair of gray basketball shorts like he rolled out of bed and immediately came to hunt me down. Guess I didn't need that drink after all. I could have just waited 20 minutes for my mouth to water. "Morning." He simply scowls. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Raising an eyebrow at his gruff tone, I tuck my phone back into my purse. "Good morning to you too, sunshine." Scrubbing a hand down his face, he growls in annoyance like he's still half asleep. "Why didn't you wake me up? I told you I'd give you a ride home." "Yes, because I was going to go snooping around your mansion, popping my head in random rooms while everyone was sleeping. Do you have any idea how terrible that would have looked if I bumped into someone else before finding you, like I was going through your stuff?" Rolling my eyes, I add, "Besides, I'm not exactly an up and at 'em, Jeeves, bring the car around sort of person." His lip twitches, and I have to seriously focus to keep my eyes on his face. But fuck, those shorts are the summer version of gray sweatpants, and they're doing him all sorts of justice right now. "I'd have gone with, 'Hey, Beau, get your lazy ass up and find me some aspirin,' but what do I know?" He tilts his head to gesture at the house. "Come on, I'll grab my keys and take you home." Stomach somersaulting, I follow him back to the entrance of their property. "Why don't you keep your gate locked? It's like you're asking to get robbed." Refusing to meet my eye, he sheepishly rubs the back of his neck. "We usually do when we know someone isn't due in or out. I had it closed last night when you threatened to walk home drunk to make sure you didn't wander off when we were sleeping, but Reed insisted that made it look like we weren't letting you leave, so he changed the code on me." Grinning, I glance at him from the corner of my eye. He's got a good point. First, you and Emmy insisted I don't take a cab, then you wouldn't drive me home, so dinner turned into a sleepover. If I'd have come out here and it was closed, I would have been pretty screwed since I locked the door behind me on my way out. He scrunches up his face in honest confusion. "You could have knocked. You wouldn't have been screwed." The massive stone house that may as well be a castle grows more intimidating with every step we take, so I choose to look at Beau instead, though that's not much less imposing of a sight. My heart is busy hammering away, incredibly out of my element, but I push through my nerves. If I wasn't going to go checking rooms because I was worried about bothering someone, I sure as shit wasn't about to wake up the entire house by banging on the front door. Besides, it'd take a week for the echo to reach all the way to your room. I'd have been better off hopping the fence, even if I looked ridiculous attempting it. Snorting in amusement at the visual, he pushes open the front door, leading the way to the kitchen. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and assume I can't con you into staying for breakfast? Why, Bowden, insert last name here? That sounded an awful lot like flirting. His sharp bark of laughter bounces around the kitchen as he snatches a set of keys off a hook beside the door that leads to the attached garage. Hawthorne, and if you weren't sure if I was or not, I'm clearly not doing a good job of it, so I apologize. Following him into the garage, I climb into the passenger seat of his sleek black car. Not my area of expertise by any means, but after seeing their house, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume if someone scratched the paint on this baby, they're getting sued. Truth be told, after the way you were all treating the secret of your pedigree lineage, I assumed it'd be a big deal. Or at least your name would ring a bell. He cocks his head. Ow, my pride. I shrug a single shoulder, unrepentant. Not my fault you think so highly of yourselves that people will trip over themselves to get into your good graces. Though to be fair, unless you were a popular author, I probably wouldn't know you anyway. The only reason I know the name of the guy that owns Mal Tech is because I see it on paperwork all of the time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a clue. Clicking my seatbelt, I blink up at his surprised face, getting a sick thrill in watching his ego deflate right before my eyes. We don't really stand around the water cooler discussing trust fund babies and keeping track of their assets, I hate to tell you. Clucking his tongue, he fires up the ignition, throwing his arm over the back of my seat to look out the rear windshield as he backs out of the garage. Damn, you go right for the jugular, don't you, killer? Nah, I just don't think wealth is a personality trait. If no one can state a single fact about you that isn't associated with your value, you don't really have one in their eyes. He slams on the brakes and I jerk forward before whipping my head to the back to see what we almost hit, only to find the path clear. What? He whispers, and I wrap my fingers around the base of my seatbelt over the button, suddenly nervous, but more worried that I said something unintentionally offensive than that he'd actually hurt me. That came out weird, sorry. I genuinely just meant that I do understand. With the way Slade was talking about vetting people and your amusement that I had no idea who you were, I'd bet you've had your fair share of people trying to use you for your money. And this isn't me trying to scream, "Oh, but I'm different, pick me." Scoffing with derision, I continue. I deal with enough assholes that have no interest in looking at me as more than a potential lay that I can sympathize. It's hard to find people that actually see you as a person and not a means to an end. Slowly, he eases his foot off the brake and finishes exiting the garage, following the path around the fountain and down the driveway. You want to thank me, then see me, he softly murmurs, and I press my lips into a thin line as he parrots my earlier comment back at me. Pivoting to look out my window, I watch as we pull onto the abandoned street, passing a few other lavish houses before we turn out of the neighborhood that's only big enough to host a handful of ostentatious properties. We carry on in silence while I mentally berate myself for not knowing when to shut the fuck up. It's like my subconscious is determined to sabotage myself, coercing me to blow everything up before it has a chance to gain any traction. He pulls to a stop outside of my building, and I take a deep breath, turning to thank him, only to find him far closer than expected. Arm on the center console and leaning in, his golden eyes bore into mine as he asks, I know you don't accept rewards, but you're fine getting paid for work, right? Already gripping the door handle, I don't deign to respond, but his hand latches onto my wrist as I push my door open. Hastily, he rushes to correct, Whoa, wait. Fuck, I absolutely did not mean that at all like you're taking it. Releasing my arm, his cheeks are bright red and he looks genuinely remorseful, so I wait for him to clarify, giving him the benefit of the doubt. So what did you mean? He shakes his head. It's not going to be funny now. At my pointed look, he caves. I was going to ask, if I gave you $5 to say that same thing about value to Slade, would you let me watch as his head imploded? I can't help it. I start laughing, and after an awkward moment where he's testing if it's a trap, Bo joins in. I think that could be arranged. His shoulders slump in relief. I'm going to shut up and leave now. Stepping out, I hold on to the door instead of closing it, realizing that they were right. There wasn't a single person waiting for me that will drill me with questions about where I've been or scoff at my choices. And fuck, how many people my age are hooking up on the first date nowadays, or skipping the date altogether? Why is that okay, but jumping into relationships isn't? I should have taken him up on his offer. Well, seeing as you were the only one who gave me your last name, do you want to come over for a dinner tomorrow? His entire body tenses. I'd love to, but I'm heading out of town for work and won't be back until Thursday or Friday. Would next weekend be okay? Sure. Give me a call when you get back and we'll figure it out. He reaches into his pocket to withdraw his phone, only to groan as he realizes he ran out of the house in a hurry without it. Text me from yours so I'll have your number? Fishing mine out of my purse, it's already dead since I never had a chance to charge it last night. Well, it would appear the universe is working against us, Bowden Hawthorne. Maybe that's a sign. He smirks. That the best things in life are worth jumping through hoops for? I agree. Fishing around in his glove box, he adds, and in case I wasn't clear, that was definitely flirting. He triumphantly withdraws a pen, positioning it above his arm. And go. Smiling ear to ear, I rattle off my number, laughing when the pen dies after 3 digits and passing him the eyeliner from my purse. You could always get it from Emmy. He rolls his eyes. You clearly need to spend more time with my sister if you think she'd just hand it over without giving me at least 3 wrong numbers first and playing games to torment me. Then let's hope you can read your writing when you get home, I tease, gesturing to one of the already smudged digits. Worst case scenario, I know where you live. Well, now I know you're flirting because that sounded mildly murderous and threatening. He grins. Anything you'd like me to bring next weekend? My eyes flick over him. A shirt, maybe, so I can actually pay attention to our conversation at dinner. And yes, to be clear, that was me flirting. I shut the door on his laughter, walking away feeling lighter than I have in months. In months. In months. In months. In Chapter 6. Sabrina. My phone vibrates, dancing across the surface of my desk, and I glance down at the screen, frowning when I don't recognize the number. Hello? Sabrina LaRoque? Speaking. I tuck my phone against my shoulder as I continue translating Mr. Holcomb's chicken scratch of requests, typing away at my computer. This is Eric Chamberlain from Biteware in regards to your application. Fumbling to catch my phone, I nearly fall out of my seat with how quickly I get to my feet. Oh! Exiting out of my screen, I make a beeline for the bathroom beside the elevator to get out of earshot of the other people in the room. Yes, what can I do for you? Shoving open the door, I quickly lock it behind me, thankful it's a single-person setup. I know it's last minute, but the person I had scheduled for an interview today canceled, and your name was next on my list. Would you happen to be available? With as hard as it's been to even get a call back from anyone, definitely worth the risk of faking sick and bailing early for the chance. Sure, what time? Is 1 acceptable? He asks, like any sane person would say no. Absolutely, I'll be there. He quickly rattles off directions of where to go inside the building and hangs up, leaving me staring at my hopeful reflection in the mirror above the sink. As I pull my phone away from my ear to check the time, My eyes widen. Motherfucker, it's 1:15. There goes any chance to believably play sick. Guess poor old Grandma had a stroke. Rushing out of the bathroom, I grab my purse from my desk on the way to Mr. Holcomb's office. Rapping my knuckles on the door, I open without waiting for an invitation. "What now?" he barks, looking up from his phone with a scowl. Late 50s with thinning gray hair, a short temper, and dull eyes still bloodshot from his bender last night, he glares at me like I'm the last straw, when not a single person has bothered him in the 5 hours he's been here. Forgoing the plastic smile I typically reserve for dealing with him, I bring every depressing topic I can think of to the forefront of my mind, forcing tears to spring to my eyes. "I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to leave early today. My grandmother was in an awful car wreck and they're not sure if she's going to make it." The callous bastard huffs. "So you're what? Going to be sitting around waiting for her to come out of surgery? How's that going to be useful to anyone? May as well wait to see if there's any point driving over there." How dare he expect my hypothetical grandma to die alone? "I'll have Becky insure anything that can't wait until tomorrow is handled." "At least I can rely on someone around here," he snippily retorts, and my tears instantly dry up. "I haven't missed a single day in my 5 years," I challenge, growing incensed. "Yeah, I'm making up an excuse to take a half day today, but there's nothing pertinent that needs to be done. I haven't used a single one of my sick days or any vacation time, picked up on other people's slack when they've left us in a lurch, and covered Holcomb's lazy ass for months." He simply rolls his eyes and shoos me out the door, effectively dismissing me as no longer worth his energy to bother speaking with. "You know what?" At my cold tone, he glances up with an annoyed twist to his lips, and I'm just so fucking over it. "I'm not doing this anymore. I quit." Giving him my back, I swing by my desk, stuffing a few things I care about from my drawers into my purse and leaving the rest behind. I don't bother to say goodbye to anyone else on the floor. They would only be interested in why I'm leaving for the sake of gossip, not because they care. Striding straight into the elevator, I aggressively smack the button for the ground floor. On the way down, I hastily use the reflection from the metal doors to fix my eyeliner, finishing up as they begin to open. Marching out across the lobby, I withdraw my ID badge and toss it onto Hugo's desk, not that the security guard even looks up from his phone to register my presence. The summer heat blasts me in the face as I type Biteware's address into my phone, bringing up a map. With as backed up as traffic is, there's no point in hailing a cab. Power walking, I quickly memorize my route before tucking my phone back in my purse, upping my pace to a jog. "Ah, you came to join me for lunch today, beautiful?" The guy from the construction field calls, and I keep jogging without acknowledging his existence. "Knew you couldn't stay away." "Sabrina." Slowing to a walk, I turn to see St. John pulling up to the curb on a sleek silver and crimson motorcycle. Pulling off his helmet, he looks me over with a frown. "You all right?" "Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't really have time to chat right now or I'm going to be late." Starting to walk again, I cringe as the asshole off to my right calls out, "If you're gonna leave, at least start running again and give us a good show." "I can give you a ride," St. John offers, though it's more of a demand than a request as he glares at the men sitting on the stack of lumber while eating their lunch and harassing people for kicks, murder in his eyes. Traffic like this, I'm probably better off on foot. I need to get halfway across town in the next 20 minutes. A wicked gleam lights up his pale blue eyes, offering me his helmet. "Then we better quit wasting time arguing." Biting my lip, I cave. He'll at least be able to get me a few blocks closer if nothing else, and I can run the rest of the way. "All right, thanks." Slipping the helmet over my head, I climb on behind him, tucking the hem of my dress under my ass to try and save the people behind us from getting flashed. I'm acutely aware of my bare legs, flinching away from the hot spot that threatens to burn my ankle. "If we wipe out, you get to pick the rocks out of my mangled flesh, though. Heads up." "Don't threaten me with a good time," he teases.
Where are we headed?
I rattle off the address and band my arms tightly around his stomach as he pulls away from the curb to merge into traffic. The wind whips wildly around us as he weaves in between cars with zero hesitation. I clamp my eyes tightly shut, each sudden rush of air from a car flying dangerously close to my side or blaring horn enough to make me regret taking him up on the offer. A gloved hand pats mine over his stomach in reassurance before he leans into a sharp turn that has me tensing in panic. Several close calls later, he finally slows down, and I manage to pry my eyelids open as he pulls into a parking garage. The breath I seem to hold the entire ride rushes from my lungs, though I don't slacken my stranglehold in the slightest. When he pulls into an empty spot and shuts off the bike, my muscles are locked in place, not letting go. Chuckling, he pries a hand off his stomach, keeping hold of me until I'm standing on 2 feet again, legs still trembling from the vibrations.
You good?
Yep, I reply too quickly, and he laughs even harder. Taking off the helmet, I pass it back to him. I really appreciate it. Pretty perfect timing. Dismounting, he sets the helmet on the handlebar and joins me, much to my confusion. What are you doing? He throws an arm around my shoulders, and I tense. If he notices, he doesn't comment on it.
After the way that jackass was giving you a hard time, Bo would beat my ass if I didn't make sure you got to wherever you're going safely.
The tension ebbs from my shoulders as we cross the parking garage, searching for a stairwell or elevator. You really don't need to go through the trouble. I'm sure you have better things to do.
Better than playing white knight to a pretty girl? You and I have very different versions of a good way to spend the day,
he declares with a snort. I squirm under his arm, unsure if he's just a natural flirt or if he's trying to shoot his shot before I get involved any deeper with his brother.
So, what are we doing here?
Long story short, I scored an interview and quit my job so I can't afford to be late or fuck this up. Finally finding our way, we climb into the elevator and I hit the button for the highest floor it offers. He whistles low, the sound reverberating ominously in the metal box.
Pretty bold move. Most people wait until they have something lined up before putting in their notice.
Biting the inside of my cheek, I fish out my phone to check the time. Yeah, I know. It was a heat-of-the-moment thing. I've been miserable there for years and trying to get a call back from somewhere for months. Never missed a day, always go above and beyond while plastering on a smile for the boss that treats us like shit. So when I told him my grandma was in surgery and he responded with no point going to the hospital until you see if she comes out of it alive, it was the last straw. Even if I tank this interview, I wouldn't have been able to look at him again without throwing a punch. So I'll work wherever to get by until something better comes along.
Fuck, is she okay? What happened?
All teasing air disappears in the face of his genuine worry that I hastily wave off. Oh, she's been dead for a decade. It was the principle of the matter. He bursts into laughter as we exit the elevator, following the signs on the wall until reaching the security desk blocking access to the main building.
Then yeah, fuck that noise. Worst case scenario, if you can cook or clean, you can talk to Slade about hiring you at the house to get you by until you find a job you like better so you don't have to panic about bills.
No, you can just move in with us when your ass becomes homeless for making such a short-sighted, idiotic decision. I may not have any interest in playing housekeeper to the family of the guy I'm potentially dating, but at least it's a fallback plan so I don't have to starve and sob myself to sleep for fucking up. I was raised to be absolutely independent in all things so that I'd never be forced to rely on someone. And while I appreciate the skills I gained from my mom's paranoia, it's been hard and lonely. I don't have any intention of actually taking him up on the offer, but simply knowing that there's a safety net in place does wonders to ease the pressure of nailing this interview so that it's less life and death and more normal anxiety. I'll be okay. Having people to lean on when things are hard isn't a sign of weakness. It shows you've surrounded yourself with good people. That's what family is supposed to be, there for you when you need them.
not people that dump you in the middle of nowhere and call it tough love to help you become resourceful.
Thanks. Now let's hope that I don't have to take you up on that offer. He gives me a reassuring smile, his auburn hair wild and windswept from the ride.
You've got this. After the way you were talking to Reed at dinner last week, these people would be idiots not to hire you. Now you just need to show them what they're missing.
Nodding, I take a deep breath, checking in at the security desk and getting a temporary badge before he waves me past. I glance back at St. John one more time before I enter the next elevator, and he's shooting me a double thumbs up in encouragement that has me smiling. Emmeline's pretty damn lucky, growing up with such a supportive family. Licking my palm and smoothing out my hair, I straighten myself up as best as I can, and by the time the doors are opening, I'm feeling far more at ease about the situation. Crossing a bustling main area of people lounging on laptops near the wall of windows, lost in conversation as they cross from one set of elevators to the ones across the room, I work my way to the main desk. After giving my name and getting directed to the far elevator, I take it all the way to the top floor, this one filled with only a secretary, waiting area, and 6 offices. Waltzing up to the gorgeous woman seated at the desk, I flash her a confident smile. Sabrina LaRoque, here to see Mr. Chamberlain. Her umber eyes lock onto mine with a friendly smile before asking to see my badge, tapping it against a sensor beside her computer and passing it back within seconds. "Eric's waiting for you whenever you're ready," she declares, and I'm a bit surprised at the casual reference to her boss. She tucks one of her braids behind her ear before blinking up at me, her smile turning into a knowing one as I don't move. "There's a bathroom to the left if you need a minute to collect yourself, but I assure you there's no reason to be nervous. Eric's abrupt, but not in a rude way, more like he has 1,000 things constantly waiting for him and is itching to scratch them off his to-do list." Clearing my throat, I stand straighter, gripping the strap of my purse. Then I suppose I shouldn't keep him waiting. Smiling appreciatively, the woman passes me a tissue. "So you don't need to wipe your sweaty palms on your gorgeous dress." Laughing, I take her up on it, tossing the balled-up tissue in a trash can as I stride down the hall to Eric Chamberlain's office. With one more breath to clear my head, I knock on the wooden door with 5 minutes to spare.
"Come in,"
he calls, and I push the heavy door open, finding a decently sized office, though not intimidating like I'd expected. The shelves behind the desk are lined with a handful of binders, folders, and hardcover reference books, the rest filled with an assortment of wires or computer parts. There's a single plush chair opposite his desk, currently cluttered with a 3-screen monitor setup and enough notes to fill another binder. The man himself is off to the right in front of a massive dry erase board that's been wheeled in, scratching something out. He's mid-30s with tousled brown hair and glasses, wearing a t-shirt and jeans rather than a suit. Distracted, he vaguely gestures behind him toward his desk.
"Ms. LaRoque, a pleasure. I appreciate you rushing over here so quickly. I hope I didn't disrupt your plans for the day."
Carefully taking a seat in front of his desk, I shake my head before realizing he's not even looking at me. "Not at all, sir. Nowhere I'd rather be."
"No need for formalities. Eric is fine,"
he states distractedly, scratching something else out with a huff. He remains engrossed in his project for several minutes, almost as if he's completely forgotten the fact that I'm here for an interview in the face of a more pressing issue. Scanning the board, I start to wonder if the interview is actually a test and nervously interrupt. "Line 47. He pauses, tapping his marker on the board as he counts down. "Simple syntax error. You capitalized an E that shouldn't be, and on line 52 you used a parenthesis instead of a bracket." He turns to face me, surprised.
"I have been fighting with this for 3 days.
I shrug a single shoulder. "So you were too close to it. It's easy to gloss over typos when it's your own work. Sometimes you need a fresh set of eyes to look it over." Underlining the spots I mentioned, he shakes his head, walking away from the board to flop into his seat. Years seem to shed off him as he deflates, like a massive burden's been lifted from his shoulders.
Thank you. I'm sure that looked like some sort of test, but I assure you, Miss LaRoque, it wasn't. It's a project I've been wrestling with on the side, and I was trying to slip a few more minutes in on it before our interview, but it sucked me in again.
Rummaging around his chaotic desk, he eventually unearths a folder, plopping it in front of him and slipping my application out.
So, shall we begin?
At my nod, he scans over the information once more before setting aside, focusing on my face.
Maltech is a reputable company. May I ask why you wish to leave it?
Weighing my options, I decide to go with the blunt truth. I've spent enough time trapped in a position that made me miserable, and I'd rather discover now if this place is run in a similar fashion. After filling him in on my various issues, watching the severe frown cut across his face, I sigh, knowing how it sounds. Like I'm a bitchy, ungrateful employee that doesn't want to fall in line and will give trouble to management.
I'm going to be perfectly frank with you, Miss LaRoque. That is absolutely delightful news to hear.
At my startled expression, he grins.
I just lost 3 people to Maltech because they were offered an enticing sign-on bonus. As much as I was fond of them, they abandoned us in the middle of a massive project with no warning after weeks of not pulling their weight and several complaints against them. I have to appreciate the karma the situation provides.
Matching his smile, the tight knot in my stomach unfurls. I can assure you the sign-on bonus is a desperate effort because we've lost 20 in the last month. I can't even afford health insurance at the rate they offer it. He scoffs, disgusted.
Well, then let it be my pleasure to inform you that after the 30-day mark, a single individual is $50 a week with a $2,000 yearly deductible. But we actually have an on-site clinic that's free for basic services and a discounted prescription program if you participate in yearly physicals and vaccinations.
I flutter a hand to my chest, quoting Sin. Don't threaten me with a good time, Mr. Chamberlain. Affordable health care and a doctor I don't need to wait 3 months to get in with? Where do I sign? He chuckles, making a note in my file.
So the position I'm technically interviewing you for is in program development, though I can't swear it'll stay as such. Depending on the project that comes up, it's entirely possible you'll be transferred to another department if the need arises.
I've floated before, no worries. I was only stuck in the secretary position because they needed someone to make Mr. Holcomb look like he knew what he was doing because the board has been taking more of an active interest in the last 6 months. Before that, I'd rotate to wherever they were short-staffed. Humming his approval, he folds his hands on his desk, pinning me with a stare.
I'm going to level with you, Miss LaRoque. We're on a deadline that I'm not entirely sure we're going to be able to meet. If you think you're up for this, it will mean some long hours until the project is complete, but there's a hefty bonus in it for everyone if we get this contract. After that, things will be far more relaxed until the next exciting thing comes along. I don't typically run my people ragged. Things have just been working against us left and right on this one.
I tilt my head. So why did you lose 3 people at once, if I may ask? What you're offering sounds far too good to be true. They'd be fools to leave if there wasn't a good reason. His lips purse, and at first I think he's not going to answer, but he eventually sighs.
Group projects aren't for everyone. There are some that seemingly thrive in independent work, but the moment they're put on a multi-person project, their true colors show. I don't want people here that aren't open to new ideas. It's completely fine to kindly shoot them down if you have reasons to back it up, but it also becomes readily apparent when several people are involved to see who isn't pulling their own weight or cutting corners. I don't tolerate that, no matter how long someone's been with the company. We can't afford to become complacent or ride someone else's coattails in this industry.
Stretching my hand across the table, I give him a soft smile. I appreciate your honesty, and I can promise that I'm up for the hazing period of caffeine meal replacement and sleeping at the office until we get you back on track. Grinning, he takes my hand and shakes it.
Welcome aboard, Sabrina. I look forward to the anonymous complaints about you when you start showing people up.
He withdraws a hiring packet from his drawer and passes it over as I laugh, and I skim through it before leaving, ensuring there isn't anything pertinent that needs addressed. When nothing stands out, he calls down to security so I can get my badge on the way out. "So, 2 weeks?" he asks reluctantly, and I cringe. "I sort of quit when you called so that I could make the interview." Giving him a quick rundown on what happened, because I figure the full transparency will counteract how bad it looks that I quit without notice and lied to get out of work. I'm immensely relieved when his face lights up, pleased. "Well, I can't say I'm disappointed that you'll be able to start tomorrow, though I do hope that working here won't make you contemplate shoving your poor grandmother into traffic. We don't require our employees to resort to such extremes. Just fake a cold like everyone else," he teases. "But we respond well to honesty, and would rather you take a day now and again if you're reaching your breaking point rather than burn out. Oh, and Sabrina." He escorts me toward his office door, and I raise an eyebrow in silent question. "Use your vacation days. You only get one life, and while I adore commitment, especially when we're in the middle of a hard deadline, your identity isn't biteware employee. You don't get bonus points for sacrificing every waking moment for a company. Travel, see the world, be happy. We thrive here because we don't lock ourselves in cubicles for 12-hour days and work ourselves to death. We search for inspiration, live and see what we can do that would improve the quality of life for people. Can't do that if you're miserable." Nodding, I clutch my packet to my chest as he guides me to the elevator. "Thank you for that. My mother is a firm believer of if you have time to stand around with your head in the clouds, you aren't working hard enough. I have to make a conscious effort to remind myself to stop and smell the roses sometimes." He gives me a sad, understanding smile as I enter the elevator. "Then I do believe you'll get along with your team famously." Tapping the packet, he adds, "Let me know if you have any questions or issues. My door's always open." With a nod of thanks, I head back to the lobby. Approaching the security desk, I'm surprised to see Sinjin leaning against the wall on the opposite side, scrolling on his phone. Immersed in what he's doing, I manage to get my picture taken and badge printed without his notice, only drawing his eye when I approach. "What are you still doing here?" He gives me a confused look. "What were you going to do? Run home? In this heat? Gross." Tucking away his phone, he flicks my packet. "So I take it that it went well?" Unable to help myself, I grin. "Start tomorrow, so it looks like you're stuck cleaning up after yourself like the rest of us lowly heathens." Chuckling, he leads the way back out to the parking garage. "Well, since you have the rest of the day free, you should come dress shopping with me." "What are you looking for?" He rolls his eyes as we exit the elevator. "I told Emmy I'd take her today. I was on my way to the house to pick her up and switch to the SUV when you caught my eye." Guiltily, I point out, "You didn't have to stay." He passes me his helmet, throwing his leg over his bike and waiting for me to climb on behind him. "If Bo didn't shank me for abandoning you, Em would've. Not going to kill her to wait an extra hour to go to the store. Besides, she's just going to ask for my opinion every 5 seconds and then ignore it anyway. She'll listen to your suggestions, so maybe I won't be stuck there all afternoon now." I hadn't even realized I'd been in there so long, the time flying by. "I suppose it's the least I can do to pay you back for the ride." Without anywhere else to put it, I sit on top of my packet of paperwork before tightly latching onto him. "Nah, you don't owe me anything. I was headed this way anyway. Besides, it's not a burden to hang out with you. One might even argue it's mildly fun." He teases as he walks us backward out of the parking space. "Me giving you the Heimlich as you play in traffic is fun? You really need to get out more." "You raise the stakes," he explains. "And I like a challenge. It's like the difference between playing paintball and paintball capture the flag edition. One, the worst that happens is you get sent out of the game. It's easy not to care if you get shot. The other, your teammates are relying on you.
If you get shot, not only is the flag left unprotected, you let everyone down.
Cocking my head, I peer over his shoulder, though the clunky headgear makes it difficult to get a decent look at his face. Pretty sure you let your team down either way. Paintball's a team sport regardless of the stakes. No matter what variation of the game you're playing, if you lose enough people on your side, the other guys are almost guaranteed to win.
Ain't that the damn truth?
He murmurs, revving the engine. The sound bounces around the parking garage as he navigates us out, cutting off the conversation. 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 Chapter 7. Sabrina. So what sort of look are we going for? Emmy flips through dresses on the rack with a somber expression, nothing catching her eye. Something between fun and flirty and elegant. There's maybe a dozen other women in the store, and one poor guy sitting near the dressing room holding several purses. It's far more upscale than any store I've ever stepped foot in, with a wide array of everything from cocktail dresses to ball gowns. Heading to the next rack, I start leafing through at random, needing a better sense of direction. What's the event? Social mixer, she responds without enthusiasm. Ah, so one of those rubbing elbows and schmoozing deals? Fancy people networking for future investment opportunities and evil alliances? Her lip twitches, and just like that, her bitter mood begins to dissipate. More or less. She takes on a pensive air, getting a far-off look in her eye as she stares at the array of fabric. I want something that says I'm worth fighting for. Not too seductive, but enough of a tease that keeps someone's interest so they understand it's worth being patient. My fingers still, realizing that there's something more going on here than what she's saying. We haven't been friends long enough to be hurt that she hasn't filled me in. Hell, there's so much we haven't had time to learn about each other. It would take months to catch up on. But I can make sure she understands that I'm here when she's ready to talk about it, simply by being there for her however she needs right now. And after St. John's teasing comment of how long he expected this to take, it's clear this is important to her. Any certain color? Snapping out of her reverie, she smiles quickly. Nope, but we'll know the second I try it on if it's hot or not. Pointing to her area, I start walking away. Then you take this side and we'll meet back in the middle with anything we find for you to try on. Sound good? Sounds perfect, she agrees. Turning to where St. John is leaning against the wall with his hands tucked in his pockets, watching over us, I gesture to the racks. Feel free to jump in case we skim over a hidden treasure. Kicking off of the wall, he saunters over, rolling his eyes.
She's going to hate anything I suggest. Always does.
I shrug a single shoulder. Then you know the sort of thing she doesn't like. Worst case scenario, she puts them back. But it'll at least give you something better to do than hold up the wall. Sighing dramatically, he turns to the closest rack, flicking things aside. As the metal scrape of hangers surrounds us, I lose track of them both while working my way through my section, carefully draping the ones I pick out for consideration over my arm and ensuring they don't touch the floor. By the time I reconvene with the others, I've only managed to find 4 possibilities. Sin has 6, and Emmy only has 2. Ushering us into the changing room, St. John takes a seat on the bench beside the guy that's scrolling on his phone and looking bored to tears. Emmy and I step into a room big enough that 3 people could easily change in here without bumping into each other, and I shake my head at how easy the upper echelon has it, and likely doesn't even realize. I bet my left kidney that no one in the store has ever had to change in a bathroom stall and pray something doesn't fall into the toilet. I hang all of the dresses on the bar running across the right side, a full-length mirror opposite it, and a wooden bench mounted to the wall across from us as Emmy shimmies out of her clothes. We start working our way down the line, quickly and efficiently, already resigning ourselves to an afternoon of store hopping. A few we dismiss before we've even finished zipping them up, and another simply for the color, clashing horribly with her skin tone. I know you think I'm ridiculous for making such a big deal out of this, but I really appreciate it, she says, smoothing her hands over her stomach and twisting in front of the mirror before frowning. Slipping the next one off of its hanger, I snort. I don't recall complaining. Yes, poor me, I get to see a hot chick in her underwear and ditch work to shop. The tragedy, I tease. Smiling easier, she strips, trading with me so that I can hang the reject back up. What are you going to wear? To what? Looking at me like I'm a complete idiot, she slowly drawls, the party we're currently shopping for? I return her confusion. Why would I be going? Her eyes widen before she claps a hand over her mouth. Oh shit, Bo hasn't asked you yet, has he? Fuck.
He was going to on their date this weekend.
Sinjin calls from the other side of the door with a breathy laugh.
Way to go, Ems.
Chagrined, Emmy raises her hands in front of her and gives me spirit fingers. Surprise! I couldn't even keep my mouth shut around Slade, and you guys want to bring me around your friends? That's a horrible idea. Sin instantly counters.
It's a fantastic idea. I'm already picturing Victor's face when he tries to flirt with you, and you couldn't give a shit.
I turn to Emmy. Who's Victor? She attempts to smother her smile, failing epically. Exactly. Honestly, Sabrina, you're going to be the only thing that gets me through this. You have to go. Puffing out her bottom lip in a pout, she widens her eyes, begging like a puppy. What the fuck would I even talk to anyone about? Whatever you want, and you'll be at our family's table, so you won't be alone. She claps her hands on my shoulders, holding me hostage in her pleading gaze. It'll be like going to a wedding reception. You get to dress up, mingle, and even better, a free meal. You are a master of peer pressure. Do you know that? She squeals in excitement and pulls me in for a hug, knowing she won. And I didn't even have to offer you drugs to get you to do what I wanted. Really, Sabrina, at least make your horrible influences have to work for it a little. Chuckling, I hug her back. Then I suppose when we're done here, we'll be swinging by my apartment so you can help me pick something out so I don't stick out like a sore thumb. Sound good to you, Sin? Em calls through the door. We'll help Sabrina find something to wear?
Already did,
he declares, tapping on the door.
So she might as well try it on since the cat's out of the bag. I told Bo before he left that I'd pick something out while we were here, but we were going to lie and slip it in your closet so she could borrow it since she's weird about gifts.
Emmy covers up before opening the door crack to reach through and take it from him. That's genius.
Obviously, it was my plan after all,
he declares, and I shake my head at the both of them. You guys, I can buy my own dress. It's not like I'm broke. This place is just a bit out of my comfort zone. But now that you're giving me time to prepare, I can go shopping this week. Emmy scoffs, hiding the dress behind her back as she closes the door. Oh, please, you think Sin is paying? He's not that benevolent. Now, come on, strip. Bra too. Reluctantly, I shed my clothes, following her instructions to close my eyes and nearly falling on my ass as she helps me step into the short, flowy skirt. Bareback, the front is held in place by a choker that fastens in what feels like a metal infinity loop that's missing a notch at the top to hook the fabric in. Okay, open 'em, she declares, clapping her hands in excitement. That's a lot of skin. Pitch black, it hangs halfway down my thighs, the skirt swishing when I turn. Two thin straps hold the far edges of the dress to the collar, and there's a series of matching crisscrossing straps over my cleavage. It offers both a modicum of coverage and draws the eye since it's the most decorative part of the dress. Even the choker is a solid black strip across my throat. It's hot, she counters, and absolutely perfect. Tossing her shirt back on, she grabs my hand and drags me to the door. Sin, why the hell have you been holding out on me all these years?
What are you?
He cuts off mid-sentence as he turns our way, simply staring at us. At me.
See?
Emmy snickers.
It's perfect. Now you don't need to worry about making conversation at the party. Just leave them stunned speechless and slink away before they can recover.
Cheeks heating, I pivot, grabbing her hand. Okay, now let's get back to why we actually came here and find yours.
Whoa. Hold on a minute.
Sin shakes himself out of it, withdrawing his phone from his pocket.
Gotta show my brother what he's missing out on.
Before I can object, he takes a couple of pictures. You guys really don't need to buy this for me. Emmy scoffs.
We're not. I told you Sin's not that benevolent, and I'm a worse mooch than he is.
It's true,
he agrees without an ounce of remorse.
Consider it an apology gift for Slade's rude behavior at dinner.
He said that? With a wicked grin, he holds up a credit card between two fingers with Slade's name emblazoned on it.
No, but what's he going to do? Force you to take it off?
Gaze languidly roaming over me, he adds.
I'd like to see him try.
Dragging Emmy back into the stall, I unfasten the collar, switching back into my casual cotton dress while trying to get my embarrassment under control. You seem more excited about conning me into suffering with you than going. Why don't we just skip it and do something else? Her face falls as she turns away, trying on the next dress.
Can't. Downside of the rich and famous,
she sneers in a mocking tone. At my lack of response, she sighs before carefully choosing her words, pausing here and there as she edits certain things out.
Our parents arranged for me to marry someone when I turned 18. But when they died a year beforehand, I sort of bailed.
Silent, I help her out of this dress and reach for the next, not interrupting her with my multitude of questions, since she's clearly struggling to discuss it at all.
There are some people that have had their panties in a twist about it, but my brothers put their feet down and said it was done and I'd marry whoever the fuck I want. Problem is, in the circles we run in, there's a sort of...
She meets my eye in the mirror when I zip her up.
Balance that we need to maintain. A few pissed off people we can deal with, but with money comes reach and influence. People can be swayed to certain sides with the right incentives, and it's easy for that balance to quickly tip out of our favor.
So you need to go through the motions to appease the right people so they don't turn against you? With a wry smile, she keeps her chin held high, stepping away from me to spin in front of the mirror.
Hope does wonders to keep people in check for a while, but they'll only be strung along for so long. Men are many things, but patience has never been their strong suit.
My stomach sinks. Emmeline. Over her shoulder, she gives me a blinding smile.
This is it.
High-collared and sleeveless, the light blue dress is tight-fitting with an intricate lace overlay ending just above her knees. There's a high slit up each thigh to allow movement, and if desired, would be dangerously flirtatious depending on how she chose to sit. It gives her the potential to adapt to any situation, switching between reserved and modest to coy with a simple shift of her posture. I didn't realize this was a thing people still dealt with in this day and age. She takes one more look at herself before sweeping her long blonde hair out of the way so that I can help her unzip.
You'd be surprised what people deal with behind closed doors, Sabrina. No stranger on the street ever shows you their true face.
Sliding her dress off, she catches my eye in the mirror and winks.
Except you. You wear your heart on your sleeve, and it's incredibly refreshing.
Slipping back into her clothes, we grab our dresses and head for the door when she suddenly laughs, raising the level of her voice back to normal instead of hushed whispers.
So by all that is holy, don't let anyone con you into playing cards while we're there. You have the worst poker face of anyone I've ever met.
Sin chuckles, plucking the dresses from us and slinging them over his arm, escorting us to the register.
That's for damn sure. They'd eat her alive if we let 'em, wouldn't they, Em?
She smiles softly, flawlessly concealing all traces of sadness from her face in a way that can only stem from an abundance of practice.
I'd like to see them try. Them try. Them try. Them try.
Chapter 8. Read. That motherfucker never said a word. Jerking my head up from my screen the same time that Jonathan does, we find Sabrina frozen in the doorway, hands still on the doorknob. You're early. Getting to my feet, I head to the end of the conference table and grab her new company-issued laptop and check my watch. I wasn't expecting you for another hour and a half. The door swings shut behind her as she takes a few steps into the room. Heard there was a lot to get caught up on, she states, looking between me and Jonathan. Looks like I'm not the only one with the idea. Jonathan whips his head my way, hastily shoving his fiery hair out of his face. Umber eyes wide with surprise, he silently mouths, "You didn't say she was hot." I don't respond to him or react. The heavy weight of Sabrina's attention boring into the side of my head, studying me with suspicion. Sit wherever you like, and I'll get you set up. The table could easily sit 20 people, with matching black, padded chairs surrounding it, and takes up the majority of the room. Off to the right is a massive whiteboard mounted to the wall, an empty stretch of space between it and the table, and that's it. There's a power strip running beneath the table so that we can keep our chargers plugged in no matter where we're stationed at the table. But it's not a remarkable room. While Eric aims for comfort, he doesn't waste funds on decoration. It's funneled into tech, parts, amenities, and the employees. Like 90% of people here, I'd rather have a nicer computer than hallways lined with artwork that nobody is going to look up from their screens to admire anyway. Sinjin couldn't have given me a heads up? She reiterates, sliding into the chair across from where I'm set up and placing her purse on the empty seat beside her. Setting her new laptop and charger in front of her, I point out, "You would have thought that I pulled strings to get you a job." She opens her mouth to protest, so I hastily offer a partial confession. All I did was rearrange the stack of applications so that yours was the next Eric would pick up. But if he thought you weren't a good fit, he never would have called and scheduled an interview. And after he came to tell me who he hired to replace Jenna, Malcolm, and Daniel, I told him that I knew you in case he had any concerns, which he didn't. Really, I'm not lying. Slade was the one that made sure the other applicant canceled their interview, and it just so happened that Sin was on watch duty to make sure she got here on time. She sighs, shaking her head, but loses some of the rigid tension in her shoulders. "You didn't mention you worked here at dinner." "Whoa, wait," Jonathan interjects. "Dinner?" Turning to me, he glares an accusation. "You're dating the hot new hire and you never said a word? Traitor! What else are you holding out on me?" If you only knew. "I'm not dating Reed, don't worry," Sabrina clarifies, and it's hard not to toss out a yet after her statement. "I'm friends with his sister, and have a date with his brother, though it hasn't happened yet, so we'll see how that goes." Note to self, affirmation. Beau's radio silence is making her doubt his interest. Solitary lifestyle by need, not by choice. Jonathan gives her a toothy grin. "So, you're single then?" She hesitates, and I have to suppress a smile as she deflects. When's the rest of the team coming in? He spreads his arms wide. You're looking at them. Wide-eyed, she turns back to me for confirmation. You said there were other applications in the stack you meddled with, so are we holding down the fort until Eric hires the rest? Jonathan and I snort simultaneously as I pull out the free chair beside her. Those three were dead weight that accomplished maybe a single committed person's workload. We both agreed that we'd rather get one qualified replacement than bodies to fill chairs. Group projects are always easier when less people are involved, less chance for error. Releasing a long breath, she nods. No pressure or anything. I suppose we better get started bringing me up to speed then? What are we working on? Jonathan attempts to draw her attention back to him. There's a massive holdout on people switching to the latest upgrade, and after as much as the company sunk into pushing Rev 9, they're desperate to save face before stocks plummet. So, we're relaunching with a new OS and can't afford to muck it up, or Byte's reputation is going to, well, bite. Hand covering her mouth, she looks at me with guilt written plain as day across her face. Shit. Chuckling, I angle her laptop long enough to get her signed into our server before turning back. So you can see why you're perfect for the job. Jonathan frowns. What am I missing here? Sabrina shifts uncomfortably in her seat. I may have possibly had a few opinions in the Revenant versus Ark debate when the subject came up. He barks out a harsh laugh. Poor Reed. She closes her eyes tightly, wincing. You were the project lead on it, weren't you? Grinning, I bring her to our notes section. The one and only. Her voice gains a far-off quality as she becomes immersed, scanning the cursory notes of the problems we've currently identified that need resolving before we can even touch on improvements. Okay, this isn't as bad as Eric made it out to be. Rushing over her, I open up the next page, knowing the exact moment she sees it, as she whips her head to face me in disbelief. Yep. So every time we run a check on a system loop, it shuts down. Gesturing to the two giant stacks of papers in the center of the table, I watch her face morph with horror. We get a 2-second flash of source code claiming it pinpointed the error, but it's never the same section twice. Can you bring up the main file without running the activation sequence and comb over the lines one at a time? She asks, with a pitiful attempt at optimism, already seeing the answer written on my face. Crashes within 10 minutes. We don't have the time to start over from scratch, and it's too corrupted at this point. She catches on, nodding to herself. So we're taking the base of Revenant 9, improving and expanding? Grinning, I grab the binder I put together for her with the smaller stack of printed source code, with the errors we've identified so far circled. We isolated the pattern. It's Jenna's work. If I had to guess, she arranged herself an amazing contract by agreeing to sabotage the project before jumping ship to Maltech. Sighing in relief, she flips it open to the first page. So I need to learn their syntax preference, then comb over Rev 9 line by line and isolate her work, confirm or correct where necessary? Jonathan is eyeing her appreciatively, but I can't even scowl at the man. I get it. Boy, do I fucking get it. I think it'll be faster to put you on that rather than make you learn the entire system from square one to start adding in the improvements. So, while you're doing that, Jonathan and I are going to be creating the modifications on a separate server, so we don't touch anything you're doing in case she embedded the same self-destruct trigger in Rev 9, assuming that's how we'd salvage the situation. Or if we do, have a better idea of where exactly the problem lies. Then, when you're finished, we'll merge in our new code and make any adjustments necessary to support it. As good of a plan as any, she declares in support, pulling a pen out of her purse. How long do we have? Jonathan and I share a look before I reluctantly answer. 8 weeks. Her pen clatters to the table. You have got to be shitting me. We don't even have a finalized system yet, let alone have it in beta testing. Revenant went through beta, I point out with a shrug. Just think of this as an update. An update in a trench coat with a mustache, she mocks, scrubbing her palm down her face as the pressure we're under falls onto her shoulders, settling in for the long haul. Jonathan cracks his neck, reaches into his backpack and rolls an energy drink can across the table at her. Yeah, but now that $25,000 bonus for our department is only being split 3 ways. She sets the can upright. If we hit the deadline, $25K split 6 ways is better than 0 for 3. He smirks. Saying you're not up for the challenge, new chick? Narrowing her eyes, Sabrina cracks open the can, scooting her computer out of the way and replacing it with the open binder. Like I'm going to embarrass myself by having my name tied to a failed Revenant launch. Rounding the table, I take my seat across from her again. Brutal but fair, and exactly what inspired the new program. Furrowing her brow, she waits for me to continue. The corner of my mouth twists in half a smile as I bring up my screen to pick up where I left off when she came in. Redemption. That's it. I'm calling it. Jonathan decrees, snapping his laptop shut and groaning, hauling his backpack off of the floor. If I don't get some sleep, I'm going to be useless in the morning. 7. Distracted, I finish off my train of thought before I lose it, fingers flying across the keyboard. He slings his bag over his shoulder, heading for the door. Aiming for 6. So, 7. He chuckles. Probably. My fingers still as he passes by Sabrina. Need a ride home? You said you walk, right? Having my full attention now, I glance up from my computer. It's not like I have any concerns if she were to take him up on it. Jonathan's a decent guy. But aside from the fact that I've already claimed her as mine, even if she doesn't realize it yet, Carter is still out there. I trust Jonathan not to hurt her, but I don't trust him with her safety. Carter Stonewood may not be able to shift, but there are enough members of his pack that can. They still haven't turned him over, which means they have no intention of doing so. If they're willing to be that bold on a matter every neighboring pack is aware of and rightly pissed over, they're confident in their ability to hold their own when it comes to a head. I could understand if it were merely us, a dying pack they knew they could snuff out if we showed up demanding retribution. But with the other families on our side, they're vastly outnumbered. Which means that they have an ace up their sleeve, and whatever it is, we need to find it before it's too late. Thanks, but I think I'm going to stay a few more hours, she decides. Until I'm so exhausted that my eyes are bleeding, I'm not going to be able to sleep. Even if I were to head home, I'll just be thinking of everything that I still have to accomplish and lie in bed wasting time staring at the ceiling. If I'm going to be miserable, I may as well be productive, she teases, not looking miserable in the slightest. If anything, she seems enthusiastically determined now that the challenge has been laid out. She and Sin are going to be incorrigible together. Slade will be gray within a year putting out their fires. Smiling at the thought, I wait until the door closes behind Jonathan before speaking. Well, if you're pulling an all-nighter, I insist on you at least taking a break to eat something. Can't have HR smacking us for worker exploitation, you know. Jotting down her place in the spiral notebook beside her, she gives me a teasing smirk. Like I'd ever consider starving myself for the sake of a company's profits. I'm many things, but a martyr isn't one of them. Are you sticking around for a while or heading out too? Pulling out my phone, I start browsing to see what's open this late. I'm project lead. How would it look if I were working less than the other members of my team? She snorts. Like any other manager ever? I meet her stare, raising an eyebrow. Do I look like the sort of person that would mistreat you like that? Biting her lip, she shakes her head slightly, heart rate picking up. No. Breaking our stare off, my eyes flick back down to my phone. Then what sounds better, Chinese or pizza? Chinese, if that's cool with you. She goes back to her computer, and I try to ignore the sound of her pulse fluttering, her scent growing more prominent the later it gets. A shiver travels down my spine as my prisoner awakens more than usual, every one of my senses attuned to the woman across from me. I've never been able to think of him as a wolf as easily as the others have. He feels too dark. Natural wolves keep to their own unless threatened or desperate, not attacking without reason. They're a part of nature, and this feels like something broken, something stolen and shoved in a dark cage to fester with resentment for years without knowing if his jailer will ever find the key to set him free. And if I did, then what? Set the twisted being loose on an unsuspecting world that it no longer belongs in? I feel like Jekyll and Hyde, constantly at war with myself. And honestly, I'm thrilled that no female wants to attach herself to a dying pack, to draw him out. With as much as I've kept him subdued over the years, if he were to be freed, he wouldn't go back into his cage willingly when the sun came up. He'd tear me apart to ensure his freedom, even if it was only in death. An hour later, we have our work pushed to the side and a mess of takeout containers on the table between us. I can feel the shift in mood as if it were a flavor on the air. The fall of night always bringing out the worst of my moods as I focus on shutting everything down to hold on to my sanity. Yet, with Sabrina, it's 1,000 times worse. Her vulnerability taunting me in a way that's positively maddening. Other humans register as little more than rabbits on my internal radar. They're, if hungry enough to warrant the chase, inconsequential otherwise. This woman? It's not even her sweet scent that keeps me up at night now. It's the presence she gives off. She's not helpless, as we've clearly witnessed. She doesn't even know that she needs us, and that's exactly why I'm confident that she does. A lady should know how to change a tire, but she shouldn't have to. Sabrina LaRoque knows how to survive, but I want more than that for her. I want her to thrive, to give her the support she never had growing up. I want to show her that it doesn't make her any less of a person to lean on family and friends. There's a difference between being at someone's mercy and your dependence and the benefits that come with healthy relationships. I want to love her, and I want to protect her from a world that's been so cruel it's convinced her that she can't rely on anyone. Can I ask you something? She hesitantly asks, reaching for a bottle of water. Sure, shoot. My hand stills with my chopsticks halfway to my mouth when she bluntly asks, Is this party going to be Emmy's last as a free woman? Setting my food back down, I rest my elbows on the table, clasping my hands in front of me. Only if she makes her decision. If not, I think we can buy her a few more months, but I can't promise more than that." Pursing her lips, she nods. And if she still doesn't choose someone, she stares straight into my eyes, demanding the truth. Not that I'd ever deny her anything she asked of me. Slade will be forced to make the choice for her. She could run, but Emmy... I trail off. She sighs, pulling out her ponytail and fixing it for something to do with her hands. It would be a crime against nature to make someone that burns as brightly as she does dim herself to live in fear, always looking over her shoulder. She wouldn't do well being reduced to living a life in the shadows alone. She needs people to thrive. I cant my head to the side. I don't think I've ever heard a more accurate sentiment. Most people look at my sister and only see a doll that likes pretty things. A shadow skates across her bright blue eyes, dimming their intensity. I think that's why she's pushing me towards Bowden so hard. She knows she'll be leaving soon and is worried about leaving you guys alone. My mouth parts, air stilling in my chest until the pressure becomes suffocating. When I remember to breathe, the pain doesn't leave. It grows worse. Emmeline's being forced to marry men that she doesn't love, and she knows that if we were to continue refusing, the wolves would descend to put us down with the rest of our family and take her anyway. She's accepted it. Will do what she can to protect us the only way she's able to, and save Slade the impossible burden of making the decision of her fate. It's been tearing him apart, vetting everyone to the extreme in a desperate attempt to make sure that she ends up with people that will treat her well, that she very well might grow to love. And she's worried about making sure that we'll be okay. Really, what does someone say in this situation? I hate this? That I know Emmy is too inherently good to be tied up with monsters? That I wish she'd been born to a normal family? Here I am, preaching about taking care of Sabrina, and I can't even protect my family. I know, she says softly. It sucks, but that's life. We don't get to pick the cards we're dealt, just make the best of them. She takes another sip of water, not looking at me. And sometimes, no matter how you play it, there's no way to win. It's not your guys' fault that your parents made shitty choices that left you in a situation that's impossible to walk away from unscathed. Taking a drink, I clear my suddenly dry throat. What about you? What about me? You sound like you were speaking from experience. She pushes her food around in the container. Shouldn't we be getting back to work? Oh yes, because now I'm going to be able to focus. Releasing a heavy breath, she flicks her gaze up to mine nervously. Can it stay between us? My chest lurches violently at the timid sound of her voice, and I rub at it with the heel of my palm, mentally screaming at my evil alter ego to settle the fuck down. Of course. My mother is intense, to put it mildly. Dad was absolutely amazing and the sweetest person you'd ever met, and balanced her out well. Licking her lips and turning her attention back to the table, she busies herself closing up containers. There weren't even any warning signs. One day, he was a happy and healthy 30-year-old man, and the next, he was dead. Stroke. The others already know as much, but I'll make a note to ensure they don't hint at anything to try and relate to her unless she explicitly tells them first. And with no one to keep her in check anymore, combined with how angry she was. Wait, why was she angry? Sabrina looks up, blinking at me like it should be obvious. The person she loved more than anyone else in the world was ripped away from her. Of course she was angry. Anyone would be. The person she loved more than anyone? Fuck, Sabrina. Anyway, she continues, like she didn't just take a stab at my heart with her unintentional admission. She was suddenly left raising a kid by herself while everything was crashing down around us. Dad took care of most of the repairs around the house, the car, and brought in a decent paycheck. So Mom had to figure out how to handle everything herself, downsize to a smaller place to keep us from being homeless, and her gaze cuts to the side. I struggled to keep up in the beginning. Suddenly backpedaling, she hastens to defend. But I caught on pretty quickly, figured out what could be done more efficiently, and worked out the timing to capitalize on multitasking. My brow furrows in confusion. That wasn't in her file. What do you mean, keep up? She refuses to look at me, moving containers around unnecessarily instead. She had enough burdens on her plate to deal with without me being another. So when I wasn't in school, I was either handling the housework or she'd drag me to work with her. No friends, because they wouldn't be around in a year anyway. We moved around too much since she lost jobs as often as she found them. My time was better off spent studying different skills, so she'd drop me off at different places to see what I could learn from watching until I was old enough for anyone to actually hire me. Silently fuming, I bite my tongue, not wanting to interrupt her while she's struggling to talk about it, and equally wanting to reach across the table and haul her onto my lap. I can appreciate the fact that she never wanted me to be in the position she was, lost and helpless. If I were to be a stay-at-home mom and my husband suddenly died, I'd be royally fucked if there wasn't a safety net, and life rarely allows one. It's smart to know how to adapt to situations instead of sitting down and waiting for someone to save you, or you very well might die waiting, or find yourself in a worse position if the person doesn't have rescue on the brain. She takes a deep breath, straightening her spine and facing me head on, and by that look in her eyes, I doubt that anything could prepare me to hear what she's about to say. Long story short, she had a habit of dumping me in the middle of nowhere. I'd never get the same supplies twice, sometimes none, and when I finally managed to make it home, I got criticized for how long it took me to make it back. Are you fucking kidding me? I snarl. Startling at my volume, she jerks back, and it's like a slap in the face. Taking deep breaths, I lean back in my chair to attempt to lessen my threatening presence, to shove my stupid fucking beast back into the recesses of his cage where he belongs. Grabbing my bottle of water, I down half of it before I trust myself to speak again. Sorry, Raking a hand through my hair, I grit my teeth. You caught me off guard with that one. Why did you keep going back instead of leaving, telling someone? Her face turns into a blank mask, devoid of all traces of emotion, and it's actually more unnerving than her declaration. I did, several times. I was told that I was making it up, that there was nothing they could do since I had no proof, and once that I should be grateful for how much effort she put into teaching me, so I should quit being a whiny little brat since there were kids out there being assaulted that would kill to be in my position. After one policeman told my mom that I'd tried to make a report against her, I got all of the fun of her calling me an attention whore. So any time I looked at someone twice, she'd mock me for wanting someone to swoop in and save me and remind me that I'd be waiting a long damn time because nobody cared. And she was right. They didn't. So I learned how to save myself and quit hoping that people had any humanity left in them anymore. Left the day I turned 18, made it out this way 5 years ago, and have spent the last 8 years unlearning the toxic narrative she put in my head. Her voice crops up from time to time, but I'm at the point where I can identify that my initial response to something triggering is what I was taught to think, and the second thought is actually mine. Been a bumpy road to get here, but I'm in a pretty decent place now, if I do say so myself. Still hard to make more than superficial connections, sort of suck at reading social cues, and I overthink people's reactions at times. And clearly, I don't know when to stop talking, she tosses in to try and lighten the suddenly somber mood. But I'm trying, and her voice isn't nearly as loud or frequent as it used to be. Shoving my chair back, I circle the table before pulling her to her feet, crushing her against my chest. She yelps out a squeak of surprise, but she doesn't move me away, so I take it as encouragement to tighten my arms around her. I'm sorry that it took so long for us to cross paths, but for what it's worth, I'm glad we did. It's impressive as hell that you managed to not only survive that without it crushing your spirit, but that you did so alone. I know it doesn't really mean much since we barely know each other, but I'm incredibly proud of how hard you worked to get here. Her throat bobs, silent tears staining my shirt as she takes slow breaths, keeping herself from devolving into sobs. After a few minutes of holding her against me, offering both of us some much-needed comfort, she says, "So, I appreciate more than I can say that you guys were on board with skipping the awkward new friend stage and going 0 to 100. That entire concept seems so daunting to me. To spend months or years with someone before it becomes socially acceptable to consider yourself close. I always end up opting out because it seems like a lot of wasted time." Huffing out an amused breath, I tighten my hold for a moment, since I can feel it coming to an end. I couldn't agree more. Far too much to be done to waste time on superficial conversations for the sake of being polite to people that don't matter. She pulls away, wiping at her cheeks, but there's a small smile on her face again. And as I'm coming to learn, it's genuine. Any interaction she has with someone, she wants it to be real, to make up for so much lost time and experiences. She wears her heart on her sleeve because she's braver than any of us, fully aware it will likely be broken, but willing to try anyway. Speaking of, our dinner break went a bit off the rails there. Reaching into her purse, she pulls out a few dollar bills. "What do you say we go on a vending machine hunt for some caffeine and get back to it? My treat." Opening the door, I gesture with a sweep of my arm for her to lead the way. What sane person would turn down an offer like that? Overtime and a can of carbonated poison? Don't threaten me with a good time. Her laughter bounces off the walls as she strides past me. Looks aside, it's easy to tell you and St. John are twins. Forcing myself to tuck my hand in my pocket instead of putting it on her lower back, I grin. What can I say? Dark humor is the best kind. The bad shit is going to happen either way, so may as well cope with a laugh instead of letting it get to you. And really, bubbly death sounds like a delightful fallback plan if the tax evasion thing doesn't work out. Chuckling, she stretches her arms over her head as we round the corner into the next hallway, groaning with her stretch. Speaking of, what is it the rest of your brothers do? I imagine She hesitates, glancing around to ensure we're alone, but I highly doubt there's more than 15 people spread throughout the entire building since it's nearing midnight. Emmy's situation doesn't stem simply from being trust fund babies, but from the strings attached to the money. Her steps never falter, like we're discussing something as innocuous as the weather. Because I find it odd that Bowden hasn't texted me all week after how insistent he was to get my number. For a minute, I wondered if he was actually looking forward to our date, or if he was simply rolling along with Emmy's matchmaking because he had nothing better to do. But then, the dress thing he arranged with Sinjin made it clear that I wasn't crazy. So, is he somewhere that requires radio silence? Is this a situation I should be steering clear of? Fuck. Stopping in front of the vending machine, she turns to face me, moonlight streaming in from the wall of windows to our left, sending up a silent prayer, I admit. Probably. Foregoing caution, she asks, "If I were to walk away right this second, could you promise me that no one would follow me?" I run my tongue along the inside of my top teeth. "No." "You guys or someone else?" she demands, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. But I can't lie to her, not when she's been completely open with me, when she'd discover the truth in time anyway if this goes the way we're hoping. "Both. You've been out in public with 4 of us on separate occasions, so I'm sure someone will have taken note of it and are curious." She crosses her arms over her chest, shifting her stance. "And you?" "I could tell you that it would be us watching from the shadows to ensure our life didn't spill over to you. But I think you already have a hunch that that's only a partial truth." She dips her head slowly in a nod. "And the man that attacked Emmy, she didn't want me to call the cops, and you were worried that he saw my face." There isn't an outright question, though it's clear she wants confirmation on her theory now that she's rapidly putting the pieces together faster than I anticipated. "Like I said, if you were to walk away, we'd still keep an eye on you, especially until he's been dealt with." Her lips press into a flat line before she suddenly makes a disbelieving sound, shaking her head with a smile and turning to put money in the machine. "I thought it was pretty damn convenient that Sin just so happened to be driving by yesterday. But after your declaration this morning, I thought you two arranged it to make sure I made it to the interview. That was simply a convenient coincidence since he was my designated shadow for the day, though, wasn't it?" She presses a button, the machine whirring as it kicks out a can. "Are you mad?" She repeats the process before scooping them both up and offering me one. "As fucked up as it is, I think I'm actually flattered." She cracks open hers and takes a long drink. "I'm sure the 2 of us are smart enough to figure out that it's a direct result of my childhood trauma. The unloved child, alone in the dark and wishing someone would emerge from the shadows to save her." She takes another drink, turning to gaze out the window beside us, staring off into the night. "Isn't that what everyone secretly wants? Someone that will stick around, even if things are hard? That refuses to abandon you even if you push them away because you're scared?" Closing the distance between us, I cup the nape of her neck, her attention returning to me a split second before I crush my lips against hers. She stiffens in surprise, but quickly melts against me, fisting the front of my shirt with her free hand. Swiping my tongue against the seam of her lips, she opens for me, tongue rolling with mine as I claim her mouth. Wrapping my other arm around her, she shivers as the drink in my fist presses against her spine. It drives her closer, a small gasp slipping from her lips that I swallow greedily. The scent of her arousal begins to saturate the air, pulling a low growl from my throat, spurring me on. Invisible claws rake down the inside of my chest, the pressure increasing until I'm forced to tear myself away. If I don't stop now, I'm not sure I'll be able to, and that scares the living hell out of me. I'm not this sort of person, a slave to my baser instincts. I was a fool to think my senses were overwhelmed before, because Sabrina, she's the most exquisite form of torture. Resting my forehead against hers, I close my eyes, catching my breath. Gradually, she loosens her grip on my shirt. "Are you purring?" The rumbling in my chest cuts off instantly as my eyes snap open, not even aware I was doing it, or capable of it, for that matter. I have my other half buried in so many chains, it's a backhanded miracle that he's still able to move at all. But now that I've made up my mind that she's mine, it's bringing out the worst in me. My other half thinking it has some claim over her as well. No, that'd be weird. And I said I'd never lie to her. Shit. Her eyes sparkle with laughter as she pulls away. "Don't be embarrassed. It's cute." The teasing look rapidly morphs into concern as everything catches up to her. Fuck. I made this entire situation more complicated, didn't I? Shit. I should text. I cut her off with another kiss before she can spiral. Why does it need to be weird? Do you want to cancel your date with Beau? No, she whispers, looking away guiltily. Unable to help myself, I tilt her face back to me, kissing her again, her taste positively addicting. I promise you that it doesn't bother me, and I can 100% guarantee that Bowden will not be upset that you attempted to climb down my throat. She chokes out an incredulous sound and takes a swat at my arm while I simply laugh at how adorably red her cheeks are getting. Excuse me, but I distinctly remember minding my own business and admiring the scenery when you decided to set fire to the HR packet. I grin, not repentant in the slightest, but try to level out my amusement so that she doesn't think I'm teasing when I say, "Our life is rather unconventional, Sabrina, and dangerous. It's easy for one of us to keep an eye on you and still handle our own responsibilities because there are 4 of us. It's not a game to put ourselves in your path to see who you pick first. It's simply..." I waver a hand back and forth, searching for the right term. Logical. Everything in our life carries some risk, and the more vulnerabilities we have, the more complicated it is to manage. Hell, even with 4 of us to watch over her, look at what nearly happened to Emmeline because we grew complacent with how peaceful things had been. I gesture between the 2 of us. So I guess I'm trying to say that this, rather than being mad, I think you'll find the others will become borderline annoying trying to get you to look at them, too. The better part of our lives happen under the cover of night, a major piece that we're forced to keep hidden from most people. Having someone we could be ourselves with? A weary breath escapes in a rush. It's something we never thought we'd find. None of us would want to rob the others of that piece, but share it with them. Her eyes scan mine for any hint of a lie, finding none. After an agonizingly long spell, she comes to some sort of internal decision, processing countless scenarios in her head faster than anything she could riddle out aloud. Efficient. I like it. Finishing off her drink, she tosses the empty can in the trash and starts walking back towards our workplace, assuming I'll follow. And in this economy, Multi-income households are the only way you're going to find anywhere decent to live. More people to divide the workload and chores, less pressure. If you've used up all of your mental spoons for the day and don't have anything left to give, you don't need to worry about letting your partner down. You can have someone else tap in so you can have a break to recoup without the guilt that your significant other is being neglected and not having their needs met. I nearly crash into her back that I'm staring at in awe when she abruptly stops, spinning on her heel. You're never wholly dependent on one person. Seriously, more people need to get on board with this concept. It would solve so many problems. Where the hell have you been my entire life? She smiles, looking absolutely radiant. Playing hide-and-seek in the woods. I might not be the best conversationalist, but I'm a pro at rolling with the punches. 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 Punches.
Chapter 9. Sabrina. A small buzzing sounds on my nightstand. Groaning, face buried in my pillow, I smack around blindly to grab my phone before it vibrates off the edge. Pulling it off the charger, I turn to blink blearily at the obnoxiously bright screen, promptly dimming it to the lowest settings so that I can actually read the text without blinding myself.
Hey, I know you're sleeping right now, but figured you'd see this when you wake up. I just got back into town and thought I'd see if you were still up for that dinner this weekend. Bo.
Rolling onto my back, I start typing. Sure. Text me when you're conscious. I know jet lag can be a bitch and you might need a day or two to recoup. His response comes through a few seconds later.
Shit, did I wake you up? I thought your phone would be on silent. Sorry.
Nah, my sleep schedule is currently shot to hell after this week. Reed's making us all take today off, though, to prepare for the next few days of hell sprinting. Last thing that system needs is us adding more bugs to it because we're dead on our feet, so we're going to take a binge and purge approach for a little while. A minute passes before he replies.
I should let you go then so you can get some sleep. Call me when you get up.
Rolling my eyes, my thumbs race across the screen. I don't want to wake you up just to pick a time. That's dumb. How about you give me a little warning before you head this way and I'll order something. Low stress, no pressure hangout. There's a long pause before his next text comes through, so he's probably on the verge of passing out.
Maybe we up it to lunch then.
Biting my lip, I write and delete my response 4 times before saying fuck it and hitting send before I can chicken out. Well, I still feel bad for not taking you up on that breakfast offer. You could always crash here and we could order something whenever we're both semi-functional. 2 birds, 1 stone, breakfast for dinner. 3 dots appear and disappear several times as I wait for his response, and I thump my head on the pillow a few times, cursing myself out and wishing I could delete it and pretend I never hit send. After an agonizingly long stretch, he finally replies, and my stomach somersaults with nerves as I force myself to read it.
K.
K? Motherfucking K? Why men think that isn't the most passive-aggressive, infuriating thing ever. A knock at my door interrupts my mental tirade, stopping my growing frustration dead in its tracks. Huffing out an amused breath, I toss off my blanket and roll out of bed. As I make my way down the tiny hallway and through the living room, I throw my tangled hair into a quick ponytail. Pulling the door open, I frown when no one's there. Sticking my head out into the hall, there's not a person to be seen, the landing and stairwell clear. Closing and relocking the door, I nervously head back to my room and grab my phone, but there aren't any new messages from Bowden. Only the reminder that it's not even 3 a.m. The ominous digits stare back at me,
taunting, daring me to do something. And that's exactly why I don't. What good would going poking around the building on my own do? Not like I know who I'm looking for, and what would I even do if I found them? Ask them why they ding-dong ditched my apartment? After my conversation with Reed the other night, I might have considered calling him, but Bo already said K, so that means he's on his way over. No point waking everybody up since I'm not currently being chased around my apartment by an axe murderer. Most likely, if it was Maceface come for revenge like Reed's worried about, he's trying to get in my head and toy with me, showing me that he knows where I live so that I'll start jumping at shadows. Joke's on him. My brain's already full of parental trauma and intrusive thoughts, so there's no space left for him to occupy. Moving to the bathroom, I brush my teeth and relieve myself as I wait. By the time I'm done, there's another knock at the door, and I'm torn between if I want to find someone on the other side or not. Looking through the peephole first, I open it up, this time to Bo's broad frame filling the doorway. That must have been one hell of a business trip. Raking my gaze over him, his golden eyes are dull, dark shadows under his eyes. There's enough scruff covering his jaw that he probably hasn't shaved since I last saw him, and his entire presence, despite his massive size, seems smaller. He manages a weak half-smile. Morning to you, too.
Holding the door open, I wave him in, but he stiffens in the doorway before he makes it a single step past the threshold.
You have company lately?
Frowning, I glance behind me, but it's not that much of a mess to warrant the judgment. No, why? Pivoting, he scans the hall, taking a few steps away to glance down the stairs. While it's unsettling that he's suddenly nervous too, I feel strangely validated that he's picking up on the weird vibes even though he wasn't here for my ghost earlier, assuring me that I'm not crazy. Then again, everything seems 10 times more suspicious at 3 a.m. It doesn't help my previous bravado, though, seeing a man the size of Bowden on edge. He hesitantly steps into my apartment, closing and locking the door before doing a visual sweep of the room.
Just a feeling,
he eventually replies, enough time passing that I struggle to remember what I even asked.
But it's been a long week and I'm probably being paranoid.
I'm not about to be the stupid person that keeps secrets and hides things, simply to wake up with a knife at my throat. You're not paranoid. There was a knock at the door about 10 minutes ago, but when I answered it, there wasn't anyone there. His gaze whips back to me, scanning for signs of injury in case he missed them on his first perusal, clearly ignoring the part where I said there was nobody there.
You're sure?
Snagging the remote off the coffee table, I flop down on one end of the old couch, sinking into the worn upholstery. Yep, not much going on this time of night that I'd mistake it for the kids running around in the apartment above me. Didn't say a word or leave anything at the door. I suppose it's possible that someone was looking for the apartment next to mine and realized their mistake quickly, but that seems awfully convenient with everything going on. He stares down at me, expression guarded.
What do you mean?
My brow furrows as I look at him, but quickly smooths out when I realize he hasn't talked to Reed yet. Whether it's because he just got back into town and hasn't checked his messages, that Reed was waiting to talk to him in person, or that he took my request to not tell the others what happened with my mom to encompass our entire conversation that night, Bo has no idea that I'm aware of their stalkerish inclinations. And, well, my acceptance of the target on my back that comes with keeping Emmy as a friend. Potentially getting involved with her brothers is simply a convenient bonus, but I'd still be on board taking the risk, even if they weren't such intriguing motivators to make poor life choices. Have you talked to Reed this week? With a wary shake of his head, he withdraws his phone, scrolling for a while. While he's busy, I flip through channels, searching for a halfway decent movie to put on for background noise, and smile to myself as I realize that means the first thing he did when he had his phone on again was text me, instead of catching up on all of his messages.
The fuck?
He murmurs in shock, finally glancing up. I know they ruined the surprise, but if it's any consolation, I think you're going to like the dress St. John picked out. Spinning his phone so that I can see the screen, he gives me an incredulous snort.
Obviously, and I'm not the only one. But you know damn well that isn't what I'm talking about.
I get a quick glimpse of the picture St. John snapped in the dress store, plopped in a group chat between the four of them, followed by a slew of appreciative responses and gifs. Suddenly embarrassed, I tug the throw blanket off of the back of the couch. You can take the bed. You look like you could do with a good night's sleep. But do you want to hang out here with me for a while and watch part of a movie first? We can talk more in depth about things in the morning, but quite frankly, I'm exhausted. And while I don't see the point of knocking without leaving a threatening note or a bomb unless it was someone that simply wanted to creep me out or prove that they know where I live, I think I'd fall asleep quicker with you out here with me. Body stiff, tossing another wary look at the door, he eventually eases down into the seat beside me. Within moments, I pick up on the coppery tang of blood undercutting his normal woodsy scent of pine and sandalwood, mentally backpedaling to see if I can remember him giving any sign of being hurt. I didn't see him limping or wincing when he moved, so if he's wounded, it's relatively minor. Or, it's not his blood. Reed didn't outright say what it was they're involved in that's garnered enemies, but I'm not an idiot. Well, maybe I am for sticking around and getting caught deeper in their web, knowing full well it'll likely come back to bite me in the ass. But a twisted, self-destructive part of me has latched onto the fact that this is the most interesting thing to happen in my life since ever. I can't go back to the mind-numbing, empty monotony of before, even if it'd be the smart move, the safe decision. I'm so goddamn sick of simply existing. As the minutes tick by, he loses a fraction of the tension in his shoulders, but he's still far too tightly wound for someone that looks like he hasn't slept in days. I end up resting my head on the arm of the couch, legs stretched out over his lap and staring at the movie without really seeing or hearing it, beginning to doze off. The twitch of his fingers against my calf draws my attention before I fall asleep, and I force myself to stay awake a little longer. Eventually, he whispers,
"Aren't you going to ask where I was?"
Not wanting to shatter the fragile moment, I remain still, even though I want to curl into his side and absorb some of whatever pain he's struggling to work through. If you want to tell me, you will. I'm not your keeper, nor do you owe me any explanations. You already told me you had to go out of town for work, not like you're sneaking around and lying or blowing me off. He's quiet for so long that I wonder if I was too flippant and came off as disinterested or indifferent, so I backpedal a tad, voice soft. I'm here if you need to vent, but I'm not about to demand answers like I have any right to them. It's clear that whatever you do isn't particularly fun and takes a toll on you, so it seems cruel to ask you to relive it simply to slake my curiosity. Releasing a heavy breath, I tug the throw blanket tighter around my shoulders. I didn't invite you over to interrogate you. I might be reading things wrong, but not many people reach out in the middle of the night without reason. Besides, one might even argue that I missed you a bit this week, so no pressure, Beau. Seriously, I'm happy to simply not be alone together so that we can both get some much-needed rest. He doesn't respond, and I begin to drift off again, the TV droning on to keep it from being awkwardly silent. But gradually the tension in the room lessens. A heavy sigh slips out of him, and the man that was already starting to shrink finishes deflating.
I don't regret what we do, don't get me wrong, but that doesn't mean it's easy.
He rubs a thumb over my leg in soothing sweeps.
When our parents died, we were able to take things in a different direction. They'd take any job presented to them, consequences be damned, and pissed off a hell of a lot of people because of it. They didn't ever ask why, only how much.
His thumb stills, fingers tightening on my leg.
But now we're incredibly selective about what jobs we decide to take. We dig into them first, make sure we have a full scope of the situation before agreeing to move forward.
He trails off in pensive silence, and I use my free leg to stroke over his thigh, suddenly drawing his attention back to the present and out of his head. He releases the tight grip on my calf to gently massage my leg, clearing his throat.
It's easy enough to put a cruel bastard down so that they can never hurt anyone again, but things aren't always black and white. This guy, his family.
He shakes his head and scoffs.
Most of the time I can walk away without an ounce of remorse, knowing that the world is a better place with one less monster in it. This man tortured people for days before he murdered them, dumped their bodies like they were yesterday's trash. Yet he treated his family like they were the best things to ever happen to him. And while his death saved who knows how many more people having to suffer at his hands, I may as well have killed those 4 right alongside him. A wife that was madly in love with a man she thought she knew. The kids that squealed in delight when their father came home. They were so excited. I ripped him away from them, ruined 4 happy lives, killed their blissful innocence and left them hollow, lifeless shells.
He clears his throat, voice still rough.
I did the right thing, but it sure as shit doesn't feel like it.
The burden of being a good person. You don't do the right thing to feel good. You do it because somebody has to. And sometimes it feels like a punishment, especially when everyone else is happier doing whatever they want. Sitting up, I give him a sad smile. I don't know about you, but I'd hate to be like everybody else. His golden eyes bore into mine as he swallows, throat bobbing, and I save him from having to speak by getting to my feet and offering a hand. Even if he doesn't want to admit it, Bowden came here in search of a reprieve, wanting time to pull himself together before facing his brothers so that he could continue to be the rock that they could count on to do whatever needs done. On second thought, I don't want to be the first line of defense if someone breaks in. I promise to keep my hands to myself, but I'm going to use you as a human shield so I can get some decent sleep. Bo lets me drag him down the hall with a breathy chuckle.
Not only the honor of being a human sacrifice, but no wandering hands? How did I ever get so lucky?
Squeezing his hand once before letting go, I pull down the covers on the bed and crawl in, rolling over so that he's closer to the door. I don't actually anticipate any issues, but there's no way that I can erase the images haunting him right now. And though I could attempt to convince him that those people are better off in the long run, that they'll adjust, to discredit their suffering simply to ease his mind seems a disservice to everyone involved. I barely know him, but I can already tell that he's appointed himself to the role of protector in his life. He needs to be needed, a purpose to keep him grounded. So while I can't sit here and tell him not to be upset, I can make him feel necessary, wanted. I can show him that I don't think he's a monster, but a big enough threat to keep the real ones at bay. Full disclosure, I snore. He scoffs, sitting on the edge of the mattress and kicking off his boots.
You do not.
Pausing as I reach for the comforter, I frown at his back. How would you know? If I wasn't looking for it, I'd have missed the way he tenses up. But it's there and gone in less than a second before he's stretching out in his spot. Voice far too casual, he answers. I tossed your drunken ass in bed, remember? Like I wasn't going to check on the two of you at least once to make sure you didn't get sick or fall down the stairs. Making a small hum of acknowledgement, I slide down, resting my head on my pillow. After a few minutes, I roll over onto my other side, tucking the pillow under my neck a little more. I make it all of 5 minutes before I'm sitting up, flipping my pillow to the cool side in a bid to recapture the elusive, perfect position I lost by getting out of bed earlier. With a huff, Bo slips a hand under my rib cage, tugging me into his side. You didn't warn me, you fidget. Maybe I should toss you back out on the couch. Using the crook of his arm and chest as a pillow, I sigh. I'd have thought the obnoxious muscles wouldn't be comfortable, but I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong. Chuckling, he settles his palm on my hip, thumb rhythmically stroking my side. Obnoxious? Eyelids suddenly too heavy to fight. I blindly grope for the blanket and haul it over us, leaving my palms settled on his chest. Gradually, my heartbeat begins to slow, falling in sync with his, and lulling me to sleep better than any white noise I've tried before. Mumbling, I sleepily reply, I get it. You go to the gym and eat babies for breakfast. I mean, can't fault the end result, but it's a bit overkill, don't you think? Nobody really needs to be able to crack a walnut between their bicep and forearm. The laugh that shakes his body has me grinning. Go to sleep, pretty girl. As his thumb continues its steady path, I nestle deeper into his side, gently trailing my fingers over his chest. His rhythmic motion falters, and I'm pulled from the dozed state that I was slipping into. A soft rumbling vibrates my fingers that have fallen still, and I mentally snort in amusement. Just like Reed. Maybe guys have a sensitive spot on their chests I wasn't aware of. None of the other guys I've hooked up with have said a thing, but then again, most men refuse to believe where their G-spot is, so I wouldn't be surprised. Experimenting, I resume my soft strokes, gradually exploring to see if anything garners a reaction. Lightly raking my nails across his chest, his hand suddenly flies up to grab my wrist, a strangled sound escaping him. Angel, you're too tired for all the things I want to do to you, he declares. You keep that up, neither of us are getting any sleep, and I'd hate to embarrass myself by not being at the top of my game the first time I touch you. A shiver runs down my spine, and I tilt my face up to find him staring at me with an intensity that is as thrilling as it is unnerving. First time? So confident there will be a second? A genuine smile slowly chases away the last of the shadows in his eyes. Not a doubt in my mind. Pleased with the declaration, I lay my head on his chest again, closing my eyes. Then I suppose you better make sure nothing pops out of the closet to maul me to death, because you're right. I'm too exhausted to back up any claims right now. If I wasn't fused to him, I'd have missed the way he goes rigid at my words. He pulls me tighter against him, returning to his soothing strokes. Not while I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Chapter 10. Sabrina. I changed my mind. I want to go home. We had to take 2 cars. Slade and St. John are with Emmy in the other, leaving me sitting beside Reed as Bowden pulls into a spot amidst a long line of cars with names I can't even pronounce. Reed's slate gray suit highlights his pale eyes perfectly, fitted in all the right places, yet even that can't distract me now that we're here. If I thought their house was a mansion, it's got nothing on this place. Cream stucco walls and several pillars flank a massive staircase simply to reach the front door. The second story has a walkout balcony that circles the entire structure, overhanging the entrance and casting eerie shadows in the waning afternoon light. If the outside is any indication, I can completely see why the guys are carefully navigating their way through this political song and dance, why Emmy's accepted that her brothers can't fend off these people forever. If the guys make a living killing people and are still afraid of pissing these men off, it's a serious testament to the power of money.
Deal. Let's bail.
Reed easily agrees, reaching a hand across the middle console to the front seat and looking at his brother.
Keys?
Bo snorts, tucking them in the pants pocket of his charcoal suit.
Oh, hell no. If I have to suffer through this, you two do as well. Besides, if anyone is going to run off with my date, it'll be me.
Reed turns to give me an apologetic shrug.
Sorry, gorgeous. I tried.
The other car pulls up beside us, the rest of the Hawthorns piling out. St. John already ditched the suit jacket Slade forced him into before we left, his sleeves rolled up his forearms. Now that I have a better understanding of their dynamic, it's hard not to see Slade as the picture-perfect leader of all things dark and dangerous. Clad in pitch black, he offers a hand to help Emmy out of the car, his sister looking so stunning it hurts to behold. She turns to give me a beaming smile, and I groan, knowing I can't very well abandon ship now. This entire thing is for her, so it's not like anyone will even have an interest in talking to me anyway. I'm here as moral support, an ear in case she needs to take a few minutes to scream in the bathroom. If she can sacrifice her life for her family with a smile on her face, then the least I can do is walk up those stairs into the den of vipers to straighten her crown. Huffing out a breath, I reach for the door handle. Okay, let's get this over with. Reed reaches over me to cover my hand, keeping the door shut, eyes glinting with quiet amusement.
One thing you should keep in mind for the night, Sabrina, is that someone is always watching or listening, especially when you think you're alone.
Gaze flicking to my lips and back up, he keeps his voice low while Bo gets out of the car.
This came to a head because they no longer think that we're able to keep Emmy safe. You're about to be surrounded by men that put their women on a pedestal, so we can't have you opening your own doors, now can we?
So bringing me here is a power play? Bo opens my door, offering his hand with a smirk.
But a fun one. I promised you a date, and I fully intend to make it a lovely evening. If it just so happens to work in our favor to buy some more time for M or annoy the right people, that's simply a bonus.
Slipping my hand into his, I step out of the car. The late afternoon sun is positively brutal, so even though this dress leaves me feeling far more exposed than I'm used to, I'm definitely grateful. I can't imagine suffering being stuffed into a suit like the guys. Meeting St. John's eye, he winks, gesturing to his lack of jacket as if to say, "You're welcome for my amazing planning and impeccable taste." Giving him a small smile, I take Bo's arm. Slade's gaze languidly rakes over me once from head to toe before he gives me his back without saying a single word, taking the lead with Emmy on his arm. Turning to ask Bo why I'm suddenly getting the cold shoulder, he subtly shakes his head, guiding me into motion. Biting back my onslaught of questions, I try to riddle it out myself, since it's not like I have anything better to do on the walk up if we're playing the quiet game. The twins fall into step on our right, which puts a buffer on mine and Emmy's exposed side. None of the five are talking now, even amongst each other, so there must be some sort of formality in play for entrances. Two men that are working as security are stationed at the foot of the stairs, nodding to Slade and Emmy, the rest of us only worth acknowledging for the sake of threat assessment. I get a second glance, one man's nostrils flaring with his suddenly pissed-off expression. The moment passes without incident as he gradually composes himself and waves us through, dismissing us once more without a word ever being uttered and confirming my fears that I stick out like a sore thumb and don't belong here. There's another pair standing guard outside of the front doors that follows a similar pattern, but this time I'm dismissed as easily as Bo and the twins. I get a brief glance around the marble foyer that we stride straight through before continuing our silent march to the gallows between the set of grand staircases flanking either side of us, crossing the threshold of a set of open double doors. Quickly schooling my features after my initial shock to appear as indifferent as everyone else around me, I stare at the massive ballroom that's been set up to resemble something similar to a wedding reception like Emmy claimed. White linen cloths cover 12 round tables spread out across the room, all filled to the brim with people, and 2 long tables laden with food spanning the walls to the side. Horrifyingly enough, there's another table at the far end of the room separated from the rest, similar to that reserved for a bridal party that we're heading directly for. Making our way past a small sea of bodies, Emmy gives off an air of reserved confidence, the likes of which I've never seen on my bubbly friend. But with every face surrounding us looking like they're ready to take a bite out of her, there's no room for nerves. Any weakness she showed would be quickly pounced upon, that I have no doubt. She doesn't let them intimidate her into submission. She spins it around, making them put in the effort to gain her notice. I, on the other hand, have absolutely no qualms about clinging to Bo's arms so that I don't trip and embarrass myself in front of the massive crowd. I'm wildly out of my element and have no problem letting him be my buffer until I find my footing. Backs against the wall and forced to face the room staring this way, Bo pulls out my chair for me to take my seat. Emmy is at the far end of the table with Slade at her right hand, Reed beside him, and I wind up sandwiched between St. John and Bo. A brief twinge of hurt rises in my chest at Emmy's distance before I swiftly realize that it was for my benefit. Within seconds of her sitting down, a man appears out of the woodwork to start chatting her up. Others soon follow his lead until she has 6 gathered around her free side, Slade eyeing them all with an unreadable face made of stone. These men are vultures. No wonder she spent an hour getting ready. She had to ensure her war paint would survive not only the night, but the first 5 freaking minutes. Bo leans in, quietly whispering in my ear, voice barely audible.
I need you to do me a favor, pretty girl. You need to dial your fear back a notch. These men can sniff out an opportunity like bloodhounds. I promise, nobody's going to hurt you while I'm around. You know that, right?
At my shallow nod, I can feel his lips curve up against the shell of my ear.
So breathe for me. You belong here, if only because you belong with us. The people outside of this table don't matter, so they aren't worth your stress.
Taking a second to pull myself together, I take a deep breath, and with my exhale, I feel all the better for it.
That's my girl.
He kisses my temple before pulling away. I scan the room again, seeing multiple sets of eyes turned my way, but I don't flinch away from them in an effort to stay invisible this time. Hell, it's not like they haven't already seen me. Some are possibly even stalking me, hence the guys rotating to subtly keep an eye on me. So rather than let them get off on knowing they bother me, I stare directly back, because Bo's right. Worst case scenario, they kick me out. That's not exactly much of a threat. It's a reward.
Is there anything in particular that you hate?
Bo continues.
I'm not sure what's up there, so it might be easier to navigate what to avoid.
I can't even get my own plate? I'm not a fan of seafood or things I'd have to ask someone what it even is.
Got it.
Taking my hand, he kisses the back of it before disappearing into the crowd. As if they were working in tandem, St. John swings around in his seat the moment Bo leaves, ensuring that I'm never alone in awkward silence. The tablecloth rustles as he turns, resting his elbow on the table and his cheek on his fist.
So, how was work this week?
He waggles his eyebrows.
Reed keeping you up all night?
Buying into his teasing in an attempt to forget the rest of the room watching my every move, I don a similar pose, facing him, running me absolutely ragged. He grins, crystalline eyes locking onto mine.
Should I tell him to go easier on you?
I'm not blind. St. John likes to poke things until they inevitably explode, which means if he's not watching the level of his voice while there are so many other people within earshot, there's a reason, even if I don't have a full scope of the game we're playing quite yet. But since Slade and Reed aren't hissing at him to shut up, they're on board with whatever it is Sin is up to with his insinuations, so I figure I may as well roll with it until someone kicks me under the table. Do I look like I can't take it? I challenge, raising an eyebrow. His eyes darken for a slight flash before he tuts.
Such a dangerous little thing you are. It's absolutely intoxicating.
Leaning in close, his voice so low that I have to strain to hear it.
Now that they think we're whispering dirty nothings in each other's ears, don't look now, but in the far right corner of the room there's a man with pitch black buzzed hair and a scar cutting across half of his face. Watch him especially, because he hasn't taken his eyes off you since we walked in.
With a feather-light touch, he brushes the back of his fingers down my arm.
Now pretend I told you that I was going to spread you out on this table to feast upon until you came so hard every man in this room wished he was me.
My cheeks heat as he chuckles.
Perfect.
He traces a fingertip across the top of the soft collar fastened around my throat.
Absolutely perfect.
He starts to sit up, but I grab his arm to stop him so that I can whisper, "Why does it matter? You guys aren't planning on leaving me alone, are you?" Smirking, he settles a hand on my knee, leaning back in.
Wouldn't dream of it, Angel, but it'd be foolish not to make you aware in case of unforeseen circumstances. Maybe you run to the bathroom and get cornered, or we all wind up beheaded before dessert. I want you to be safe more than I want to fuel my pride by being the one to protect you.
Swallowing, I nod. And if he were to try something, would it cause problems for you guys if I broke his nose? His fingers tightening on my knee is the only indicator that my words affected him, his tone otherwise upbeat.
Never allow yourself to be hurt for the sake of someone else's convenience, Sabrina. If he tries to hurt you, cut off his dick and shove it down his throat. Let the rest of us handle the fallout. But promise me that you won't tolerate something terrible simply because you're afraid of causing problems for us. The guilt and shame alone would have us steering towards the nearest cliff.
Over his shoulder near Emmy, I see someone studying us silently while she's otherwise engaged in conversation. Following St. John's example, I hold the man's gaze while flicking my tongue over the shell of Sin's ear. His hand slides up my thigh another inch, voice dropping to a rough whisper in my ear.
Such a good girl you are. Let me guess. Black hair, brown eyes. Looks like he'd spend an entire date talking about himself.
At my hum of agreement, he says,
Malachi Ronan. Owns a chain of casinos. Loves his spot in the limelight and is ironically terrible at poker. He'll be curious, but nothing to concern yourself over.
A minute later, Bo returns, setting a heaping plate on the table in front of me. St. John pats my thigh before rising, kissing my cheek and heading away to get his own food. Giving Malachi my back, I face Bo, who's currently assessing me like he's biting his tongue to keep himself in check, or there's something heavy weighing on his mind, if the narrowing of his eyes is any indication.
Everything all right?
He asks, gesturing for me to start eating. Only after I've taken a bite does he start in on his own food. Of course, why wouldn't it be? His eyes swiftly flick down to my knee and back. Following his gaze, I see the red marks from St. John's tight grip, impressed that Bo managed to pick up on such a small thing so quickly when I hadn't even noticed. Shifting so that my leg is under the tablecloth until the marks fade in case that's something that will be misinterpreted to count against them, I shoot him a sly grin from the corner of my eye. Easy to get sidetracked with good company is all. Thank you for dinner. It looks delicious, and I appreciate you saving me the walk in these god-awful heels. He snorts.
Don't thank me. Not sure what sort of men you dated before us, but consideration is the bare minimum, Sabrina. Nothing to be praised. Fuck, I can't wait to take you on my idea of a real date.
Stabbing a piece of roasted carrot, I pop it in my mouth, salivating at how delicious everything is. Of course I can show appreciation for kindness, no matter how basic. Just because it's expected doesn't mean the effort isn't valued, so take the compliment that I think you're delightful to be around. We carry on eating, and I use the time to subtly inspect the crowd in front of us, as well as keep half an eye on the men fawning over Emmy. There's a growing pile of gifts at the end of the table beside her, and she humors the 6 men vying for her attention like she's playing an instrument, ensuring no one feels excluded for long. Bo invades my space to whisper,
Up until now, these sorts of events have been reserved for the heads of families and their right hands. But seeing as it's the last one, they've pulled out the big guns in a desperate attempt to find someone to catch her eye. 12 members total per family.
Quickly doing the math, I glance at the setup. 2 tables per family then, for a total of 6 families. It seems obvious now that I have that little piece of information, our welcome into the house suddenly making sense. So the heads of the family approach first, followed by their right-hand men, and then the others as a Hail Mary? His hand settles on my thigh, thumb stroking over bare skin as he continues eating casually, like that's not super fucking distracting and threatening to make me choke. His response is loud enough that it's clear he doesn't care if anyone overhears.
That's the gist of it. Then at the end of the evening, they pray that they were in some way fondly memorable, since there's over 70 contenders. Not like she has time to speak to anyone twice, so let's hope they actually brought a personality to go along with her presence.
St. John comes back to the table, and I feel better without the open gap at my left side. Dropping my voice, I ask Bo, and which family belongs to the asshole that tried to hurt her? His entire body goes rigid as he growls,
They wouldn't dare show their faces here again.
Silence overtakes the table that has my face heating, knowing it's my fault that we weren't quiet enough. Rather than apologize, though, I carry on eating as if we were discussing something casual and unimportant. While these men are pissed that something nearly happened to Emmy under the guy's care, they've yet to prove that they could do a better job. And ultimately, unless they keep Ems under lock and key, escorting her at all times, there's no way to 100% guarantee she'd be safer with any of them. The real question is, are they upset that she was almost assaulted, or do they feel cheated that someone tried to steal their prize out from under them? A prize they think they deserve simply for participating in the game. None of them are looking at Emmeline as Emmy, but as a potential wife that they can lord over the others like a trophy they won to inflate their egos. She's not a person to them, and it makes my stomach flip, the severity of the situation beginning to really settle in.
Whoever Emmy picks, it's entirely possible they'll keep such a tight leash on her that I won't be able to see her again. Glancing over at Slade, I find him already staring my way. And by the hard gleam in his eyes, I know. I know that he sees it too, and he hates himself for not being able to save her from this.
"And who do we have here?"
The voice directly behind me has an uncomfortable shiver shaking up my spine, and I swiftly spin around in my seat. He's attractive enough, I suppose, if you could ignore the entitlement wafting off of him. Dark hair buzzed short and connected to the scruff on his jaw, the man gives me a practiced smile that's as fake as his polite tone.
"I've yet to be introduced."
I flick my gaze over him once before reaching back for my glass of water, taking my time before facing him again. Isn't it customary when you approach a stranger to lead with your name? The expected grin is there, but paired with the deep auburn of his slightly narrowed eyes, it's more malicious than inviting.
"Victor Alodia."
"Sabrina." Arching a perfectly sculpted eyebrow, he asks,
"And a last name?"
Mirroring the action, I don't miss a beat. "Yes, let me give a stranger my full name. Would you like my address and social security number as well while we're at it?" I get a brief glimpse of the tip of his tongue pressing into his canine as if he were searching for patience.
"I would think, seeing as you're in my home, I'm entitled to such information if requested."
Bo starts to speak, but he doesn't get a chance as I pivot completely in my chair, astounded at the sheer audacity. And I would think, for a man trying to get in the good graces of my best friend, he'd have the common sense not to act so obnoxiously in front of her, throwing around claims of entitlement like there's something to be proud of instead of pathetically cringeworthy. The silence is deafening, and though my neck is surely mottled red, I'm more pissed off than embarrassed. Confrontation isn't my strong suit, but there's something about this guy that has every one of my internal alarm bells going off. I'm not about to blow this for Emmy, but there's also nothing stopping me from simply walking out of here. Even if the guys need to stay to keep an eye on her, I can walk home if it comes down to it. And though I'm still feeling wildly out of place, that doesn't equate to being desperate to be accepted. Not by this crowd. I'd rather Emmy see someone's true colors now so that she can check them off her list of potential husbands. If the only way I can help her tonight is to goad people into showing that they're actually an asshole, knowing full well they might stick a bomb on my front door, it seems a worthy sacrifice to ensure she isn't marrying someone that will make her absolutely miserable.
"A bold proclamation,"
he finally settles on, glaring at Bo like he's at fault for not controlling my behavior. "Yet she isn't wrong," Emmy declares, her voice carrying a sense of finality to it. "I can't picture myself mated to someone that's going to act like the god's gift to Earth or make my friends feel inferior. If you can't handle some pushback from a human girl, then that's a testament to your lack of patience, which typically doesn't bode well for women behind closed doors." Human girl? If I thought the silence was deafening before, it's nothing compared to the oppressive weight of it now. It shatters a minute later, the men nearest Emmy effusively attempting to convince her that they're nothing like the man she just told off. Victor glowers at Slade, who simply holds his stare with endless patience. Raising his glass, he takes a long drink before bothering to speak, dragging out the moment.
"I hope the rest of your family has better manners, Victor. Coming after a woman in such an aggressive way, a guest in your home, no less."
He clucks his tongue in disappointment, then promptly looks away, dismissing him as unworthy of notice. The rest of the dinner proceeds without anyone else approaching or speaking to me, leaving Bo, Sin, and I to eat in peace with casual, if slightly awkward, conversation. The batch of 6 men are replaced by the next, Emmy's pile of gifts growing with each new visitor.
She says all of the right things to keep the precarious balance of peace, stealing bites off of her plate when someone else is speaking, and one actually manages to make her genuinely laugh. But it's not until they rotate to the next batch of people that one makes her pause. He doesn't approach Emmy to offer a gift, but strides directly past her, up to Slade instead, and the three of us break off mid-sentence to unabashedly eavesdrop.
I tore out the garden.
It means nothing to me, but Slade shifts in his seat to fully face the man, so it must mean something significant. Bo slings an arm over the back of my chair as well, staring intently at the suitor. His dreadlocks are pulled back from his face, framed in a neatly trimmed beard, with silver eyes standing out startlingly against his dark skin. Unbuttoning his suit jacket to reveal the inner pocket with a slim zippered case peeking out of it, he holds Slade's gaze with nothing short of fierce determination, yet doesn't say another word, standing on the merit of his actions rather than empty claims. Curiosity getting the better of her, Emmy cranes her head back, invading Slade's space so that she can see what the guy is sporting under his jacket. Her lips part in surprise, looking up at the man's face with clear interest now, the other men scowling at the loss of her attention. Returning fully to her seat, she whirls around, giving the others her back. Stretching out a hand and offering as he adjusts his stance to regard her as well without brushing off Slade, her smile lights up her entire face. "Emmeline Hawthorne, it's a pleasure to meet you." She trails off expectantly. Taking her hand in his, he presses a kiss to the back, lips lingering as he introduces himself.
Gabriel Aldervale.
"Well, Gabriel," she declares, "I must say this was an unexpected surprise."
With a sad smile, he releases her hand.
The shame that. It should be a common enough courtesy that it isn't worth noting as a kindness, but an expectation of anyone pursuing a future with you.
Her tongue darts out to wet her lips. "In a perfect world." His eyes darken, tracking the motion.
In a perfect world, none of this would be necessary.
With a small bow to her and a respectful tilt of his head at Slade, he leaves, walking back to his table across the room without lingering to make conversation. St. John releases an exaggerated groan as the other men swiftly begin vying to regain Emmy's attention after the impact Gabriel had.
Ugh, this is painful to watch. Come on, let's go for a walk. I'll give you a tour of the place or something, but I need a break from seeing people fight over who gets to climb into my sister's pants.
Rising to his feet, he captures my hand to drag me with him, gently tugging. Slade and Bo have a silent exchange before he excuses himself from the table to follow us. I risk a nervous glance back, debating if it's a good idea to split up, but Reed catches my eye and winks before returning to his role of mild-mannered, unassuming sentry. More mind games. Shows that their confident Reed and Slade are enough to guard her. No one stops us as St. John tucks my hand in the crook of his elbow, weaving a path between the tables and out of the room with Bowden at our back. Retracing our steps back to the foyer, he sweeps a hand out to dramatically encompass the space.
Here you'll see 18th century Athenian marble. The gold inlay is symbolic of Victor's idolization of King Midas, and we can only pray for an equally dramatic demise.
Laughing as he guides me towards one of the staircases, I squeeze his arm. "You're throwing out buzzwords, aren't you?" He gasps, covering my hand with his as we begin our ascent.
In all of my years as a tour guide, I've never once had someone question my authority on the subject.
"My apologies, good sir." I flutter my free hand to my chest. "Please do go on." Bo snorts behind us, but doesn't interject. When we reach the second floor, the soft wine-colored carpet keeps our footsteps silent. Sin leads us to the hall branching off to the right, a series of paintings lining both walls.
Here we have Alfredo Cumbersnatch III, he declares haughtily, most famously known for his ironic aversion to cucumbers.
Amidst mine and Beau's laughter, he continues to poorly describe paintings at random, weaving us further and further into the depths of the mansion. While I know Reed warned to assume someone was always watching or listening, I figure we're far enough away from the suitors at least to ask, since security would be the only ones eavesdropping now, and they don't have a foot in the game. So what was up with Gabriel that was so significant? Beau places a hand on my lower back as we round the next hallway in the never-ending labyrinth.
Emmy's allergic to bees.
The corner of my mouth curves up. So he removed all of the flowers surrounding the house and was carrying an EpiPen. Only guy to worry about her instead of focusing on impressing her. We stop in a sparsely decorated hallway, lined primarily with doors instead of artwork. It's painted a deep navy, working with the dim lighting to keep it darker than the rest of the halls we've passed through. Sin releases me, playfully flicking up the hem of my skirt as he strides past to lean against the wall.
And the only one to acknowledge Slade,
he points out. I replay the evening in my head. If Emmy doesn't choose, Slade has to, right? So wouldn't everyone want to suck up to him as well, like a plan B? That seems like such an obvious oversight now that you mention it, especially for people that are all about social formalities. Beau steps up behind me, wrapping his arms around to clasp his hands over my stomach.
Exactly. Not an oversight, but an intentional slight.
I frown, leaning back against his chest to take some of the pressure off of my feet, not used to the small, strappy heels Emmy forced me into. But why, when getting on his good side would be a wise fallback plan? Sin's typical jovial face falls a bit.
Because some people can't see past their own egos. They're expecting Slade to make the most advantageous match if it falls to him to decide, and each head of the family thinks that's clearly them. They're not considering that he couldn't care less what would benefit the family the most. He only wants Ems to be happy.
Beau sighs, resting his chin on the top of my head.
And they're blind. They think a secure life and being showered with gifts is the same thing as taking care of her. They see her as a princess to pamper and grace their halls, not somebody to love.
Sin turns his attention back the way we came with a somber expression.
Nobody wants to learn what makes her tick. Our fathers were like that with Mom, and everything that made her her slowly faded away until there was nothing left but a shell going through the motions day after day. She was dead for a long time before we ever had to dig her grave.
Beau's fallen equally silent, and I give his arm a reassuring squeeze.
Well, we won't let that happen to Emmy. Worst case scenario, she accidentally becomes a widow. Then she's fulfilled her half of the agreement and doesn't technically need to remarry unless she wants to. Plus, she'll get a hell of a payday because if these guys want a bride so badly, they get one without a prenup to prove that they actually have her best interest at heart.
I stick my bottom lip out in a fake pout that has a sliver of darkness retreating from Sin's eyes. A good husband would want to make sure that his wife was taken care of, even after he was gone. Smirking, he kicks off the wall, trailing the pad of his finger over the bare skin on my collarbone as he passes by to continue our wandering exploration.
You fit in here better than you give yourself credit for. A dangerous little thing hiding in such a pretty package. Poisoned coffee with enough sugar to mask it, and bold enough to hand the cup to your enemy with a smile.
Beau teases an agreement. He releases me only to steal my hand, the three of us meandering the halls leisurely to avoid going back to the party. Sin's fingers twitch with every door we pass, like he's itching to snoop around but trying to behave. What's the point of having so many rooms that a person could never even utilize?
It's like a damn hotel. You could move everyone hanging out downstairs into this place permanently and still have rooms left over. Rounding the next bend, we come across a large bay window with a U-shaped padded bench seat. I make a beeline for it, releasing Beau's hand to get off my feet for a little while, sighing in relief the second I sit down despite the instantaneous throbbing in my soles. In one smooth motion, Beau takes the seat beside me while pulling me sideways onto his lap, my legs stretched out over the bench. Sin lifts my legs and slides beneath them a few seconds later, dropping them so that my heels dig into the cushion, pinning him in place like a living seatbelt of limbs. Gently, he massages one of my ankles.
Like ours, Victor's house was passed down through the generations. Our families all used to be much larger,
he selectively states, clearly leaving an abundance of information out. A side effect of years of being at each other's throats? I probe, not expecting a history report or anything, but if I'm going to be dating them, I'd at least like a general understanding of what dangers I need to be watching out for. The arm Beau has draped over my thighs shifts, his hand slowly trailing up my side. Eventually, he makes it up to my rib cage, the heat of his palm searing into my skin through the thin barrier of my dress, making me squirm.
Unfortunately,
he confirms.
Grudges fester rather than fade, and new reasons to hate each other inevitably crop up with each subsequent generation. Like now, after the incident with Carter, Stonewood burned bridges with everyone. One person's actions reflect upon the entire family name, and none of the families downstairs have any reason to forgive Stonewood anytime soon. So if, say, any of the Aldervales make a strike against them tomorrow,
no one would come to their aid, I finish. So they could prune the family tree without consequence if they wanted, so to speak. Subtly shifting my thighs together as a thought occurs, I attempt to focus on the conversation, glancing between both of them curiously. So they wouldn't intervene if a Hawthorne went seeking revenge, then. Beau begins stroking his thumb over my side, every swipe brushing against the edge of the fabric and slipping teasingly beneath before pulling back.
Correct, but we'd need to be prepared for them to retaliate as well, and they haven't taken nearly as hard of a hit to their numbers as we have. It actually put not only Emmy in even more danger, but Lizzie as well. We'd need to think long-term instead of the instant gratification we'd get from killing the bastard.
It grows increasingly difficult to focus on the conversation as he gradually slides a little more of his hand beneath my dress with every sentence. Now each stroke of his thumb teases the underside of my breast, sending a shiver down my spine and driving me closer to the increasingly hard outline pressing against my ass. But when she's out of harm's way and living with someone else? The massaging hand at my ankle works up my calf, Sin watching my reaction and smirking as he feels the way my muscles jump beneath his touch.
That is the question now, isn't it? What seemed before like a good way to go out in a blaze of glory doesn't sound nearly as tempting as it once did.
Waiting to see if I'm going to stop him, he holds my gaze as he works his way even higher, pausing when the tips of his fingers disappear beneath the hem of my skirt. Beau keeps up his steady teasing, and I squirm on his lap, pinned between them. The setting sun streams through the window, sending shadows dancing across Sin's face as he grins, stroking my inner thigh and testing how far I'm willing to go before stopping them. Affection around each other is one thing, but I thought it was more a case of 4 separate relationships that everyone was okay with, not sharing a girlfriend quite so literally. Not like I haven't thought about this a few times. I mean, who wouldn't in my position? But I always imagined it as a scenario with the twins, though I suppose it makes sense with as reserved as Reed is in public. Behind closed doors might still be on the table, though. I don't know.
Going out in a blaze of glorious revenge sounds like a pretty enticing retirement plan, if nothing else. My breath hitches as Bowden finally reaches my nipple, flicking and rolling it beneath his thumb. Taking my lack of protest as encouragement, Sin continues his languid exploration, hooking his fingers in the elastic of my underwear. Starting at my outer thigh, he traces the arching path with agonizing slowness. By the time his knuckle brushes between my legs, I'm desperate for whatever small relief they're willing to give. We're far enough away from the party that I highly doubt anyone will stumble across us unless they're actively searching for where we disappeared to, but sneaking around only makes it that much more thrilling. It's been years since I felt so much, so unrepentantly alive. They're horrible influences, devils on my shoulders that don't even need to whisper in my ears. Their touches alone are seductive enough to have me going along with their bad ideas. And that's what this is. I know it. A terrible idea. We shouldn't be doing this. Not here. Not now. But I can't think of a single reason to stop when the worst thing that can happen is we get thrown out of somewhere we don't want to be anyway. The sun dips steadily below the horizon, turning St. John into little more than a dark silhouette. He rotates his hand to stroke along my slit, ending with a teasing flick over my clit. Adjusting his hand between my legs, he uses 2 fingers to spread me open, slowly sinking a single digit into my slick heat. A few pumps later, he pulls his hand away despite my soft sound of protest. Sucking his finger into his mouth, he releases a quiet, tortured groan.
Fucking hell, you taste delicious.
Before I can blink, he's thrusting 2 fingers back inside of me, his careful control slipping as I lift my hips to ride his hand, encouraging him to pick up the pace. Bowden slides his palm off my breast to wrap around my throat, squeezing gently. My gasp is quickly muffled as he clasps his other hand over my mouth, tilting my head to the side. His voice is a low growl in my ear, sending another shiver through me.
If you want to stop, just say the word. But if you don't want someone to catch us here, you're going to have to stay quiet.
Breath hitching in my chest, I involuntarily tighten around Sin's fingers, arching further into Bo's touch. St. John's voice is gravelly as he hooks his fingers, his brother's hand the only thing keeping my moan trapped in my throat.
Yeah, that's not actually the threat you think it is, Bo.
He adds a 3rd finger, and I shift my hips, eyes fluttering shut as pressure already begins building. Releasing my mouth and throat, Bo slides a hand beneath my thigh, capturing my leg to spread them wider.
That true gorgeous? You want someone to find you here like this, with our fingers buried inside of you?
I'm spared the embarrassment of answering as he tightens his hold on my thigh, driving 2 fingers inside of me alongside Sin's. The 2 work in tandem to drive my need to blistering levels, leaving me a panting mess. Abruptly, he rises to his feet, pulling me with him. I bite back a small whimper as St. John slips away, the new position sending Bo's hooked fingers even deeper. Sin steps in to trap me between the 2 of them, feathering a line of kisses across my jaw.
No, she wants more, don't you, sweet girl?
When I still don't answer, they both stop toying with me and I squeeze my eyes shut tight. But I'm too far gone to accept stopping right now simply because I'm embarrassed to admit it out loud and force the word out, knowing full well it'll make me complicit, put any fallout on my shoulders too. Yes. The rumbling in Bo's chest vibrates against my back as he presses his lips against the side of my neck.
Do you want them to hear the way you cry out our names when you come?
He slips his fingers out of my pussy to capture my other thigh, spreading my legs wide open, completely exposing me to anyone that might come our way.
If you want to give them a show, pretty girl, we can make it one they won't forget.
Look at me, Sabrina, Sin commands, tenderly cupping my jaw. Forcing myself to open my eyes, I attempt and fail to ignore my sprinting heartbeat. There's no judgment in St. John's gaze, though, only heated longing.
Are you okay?
Wetting my lips, I nod, rushing out the words. I'm more of a heat-of-the-moment type of person, my own worst enemy, but as soon as I stop thinking, I'm good. A wicked smirk lights up his face as he withdraws a condom from his pocket.
Then if you're not worried about being quiet, there's no reason we shouldn't make you scream.
Making quick work of freeing himself and rolling it over his length, he shoves my underwear aside. As he runs the tip of his cock over my slick entrance, I try to wrap my legs around his waist, but Beau's immovable, leaving me at their mercy. His fingers dig into my flesh and I clench around nothing, the vulnerable position sending more heat through my system. With agonizing slowness, Sin keeps his thrusts shallow and teasing. Oh, fuck, I gasp as he slides in another couple of inches, the slight twinge of being stretched giving me the barest taste of what to expect. Chuckling, he licks his thumb and circles my clit until I'm squirming with needy desperation for relief.
Fuck, you're so responsive to every touch. You can take it, Angel. I believe in you. Besides, you secretly love a little pain, don't you?
He suddenly snaps his hips, burying himself to the hilt. I cry out, fisting his shirt to keep him from retreating, the flash of pain a relief that eases the ache in the best of ways. Palming the nape of my neck, he slams his lips into mine with his next thrust. Nails digging into his flesh at the base of his spine, I urge him faster, deeper. He matches my desperation with a grunt, stealing one of my legs and wrapping it around his waist. Slinging the other over his arm, it frees up Beau to slide a hand down my stomach, diving beneath my bunched-up skirt to pay attention to my neglected clit. My breathing grows ragged as heat coils in my belly, and I roll my tongue against his. Using the small leverage I have, I grind against him, bouncing faster, chasing my release. Tearing his lips from mine with a snarl, he moves his grip from the back of my neck to my throat, barely squeezing, and I tighten around him with a slew of unintelligible curses. Quickly leaning forward, I muffle my scream in his shoulder.
Oh, fuck,
he stutters, threading his fingers through my hair to hold me in place as I bite down, hips bucking erratically as he comes with a string of curses and praises. With a savage sound, Beau uses the arm banded around my stomach to rip me off his brother, setting me on my feet, facing the bench, my legs shaking. Without preamble, he presses a hand between my shoulders to bend me over, kicking my legs apart. Tearing my panties at the hip until they fall to my ankle, he sinks into me in a solid, punishing stroke that has me choking on a shout. My nails dig into the cushion as he grips my hips, fucking me relentlessly.
Say you're ours,
he demands, bending over my back and forcing one of my knees onto the bench, my cheek pressing down into the cushion and ass high in the air.
Mine.
He rapidly strums my clit, never ceasing his brutal thrusts. Yours, I breathe breathlessly, able to do little more than hold on for the ride. I try to turn, and as soon as he picks up on what I'm after, he pulls out long enough to flip me onto my back, throwing both of my legs over his shoulders. Lining himself up, he pushes back in, pinning my knees against my chest and hitting so deep that a strangled cry slips out before I can bite it back, echoing down the hallway.
His next driving thrust has me whimpering for relief simply from the overwhelming, all-consuming intensity that threatens my sanity while simultaneously begging for more. Palming his cheeks, I kiss him to muffle the unintelligible sounds tumbling out of my mouth, nipping at his lips. His thrusts falter, and remembering our moment last week, I rake my nails down his chest while biting his lip even harder. The brief worry that I went too far when the tang of blood crosses my tongue is quickly forgotten as he grabs my hip, the force of his grip bruising as he slams into me again with a roar. His cock, jerking as he comes, sets me off again a moment later, and he stays buried deep inside of me as we ride out the high, along with the shudders that come with crashing down from it. Panting, he finally pulls out, eyes molten gold as his gaze rakes over me.
Fucking hell, woman. You're going to be the death of me. I think I'm in love.
Untangling ourselves, he helps me up, steadying me as my legs tremble.
If it makes you feel better,
Sin declares, smirking.
I'm pretty sure Slade is going to kill all of us in one fell swoop for this one.
That sobers me up quickly. Blushing, I look around for my underwear before remembering Bowden literally ripped them off and I'll be going commando for the rest of the night. Sin catches me searching with a mischievous gleam in his eye, and I narrow mine at him, holding out a hand expectantly. Fork 'em over.
And give up my reward for magnanimously leading today's tour free of charge? When it's without a doubt the best one either of you have ever been on in your lives?
He scoffs.
I think not.
I drop the issue for now because it's not like they're even wearable and I don't have a purse to hide them in. So unless I want to walk around with them in my fist, Sin's pocket is as good of a hiding place as any. Running my fingers through my hair, I attempt to pull myself together. Is there a back way out of here? Bowden ties off his used condom and shoves it into his pocket until we can find a trash can, zipping up his pants and straightening his clothes.
And miss the jealous looks on all of those bastards' faces? Fuck that. If we're going to give them a new reason to hate us, this is one I can actually enjoy and fully intend to.
No way in hell am I facing anyone after that. Knowing my luck, there are cameras throughout the house, and security decided to broadcast the whole thing on the wall for dinner and a show. Turning to Sin for help, he raises a finger to his lips, eyes flicking to where Bo is straightening his jacket. Patting his pants pocket, he winks and mouths, "I've got the keys. Come on." Carefully toeing off my heels, I wait until Bo glances out the window, then bolt. Grabbing St. John's waiting hand, we sprint down the hall, making a break for it. 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 Break.
Chapter 11. St. John. Ringing jerks me out of a dead sleep, and I automatically do a swift scan of the dark room on autopilot, searching for threats. It takes all of 2 seconds to realize that it's only Sabrina's phone, and I promptly flop back onto the bed face first with a groan. Gently shoving her shoulder, I push her closer to her nightstand. Tell them to fuck off and I'll deal with them in the morning. Wrapping my arms around the pillow, I try to suffocate myself back to sleep. It's too ungodly early to deal with Slade's lecturing. Smacking blindly beside her, she groggily answers the call. Hello?
Girl, I'm so damn happy for you.
Emmy's shrill voice squeals through the line.
When are you moving in?
The downside of it being the middle of the night is that my senses are extra sensitive, making my sister's girlish shriek drive a metaphorical ice pick directly into my eardrums. Sabrina's even less awake than I am, struggling to make any sense of my sister's excitement. "You're thrilled that I slept with your brother? Brothers? You clearly need a hobby, Ems, or maybe a therapist." Em snorts. "Very funny, Miss Public Indecency. Besides, are you kidding me? I've always wanted a sister, especially one that's as entertaining as you." Realizing that she isn't going to hang up on her, I sigh, tossing back the blanket and getting to my feet. "Be right back. Bathroom." She shoots me a thumbs up, rolling over and dozing while carrying on a half-hearted conversation. "Babes, it was great and all, but you're getting ahead of yourself here." Emmy's voice is smug as shit, and quite frankly, pretty annoying right about now when I'd rather be sleeping. "Uh-huh. Keep telling yourself that, sis. They're hopeless romantics, the lot of them. Don't let them fool you. You're the first person they've ever invited to a family dinner, let alone a multi-family dinner." Attempting to tune them out, I head down the hall to take a piss, leaving the door cracked for some muted light so that I don't need to blind myself by turning the lights on. Washing my hands, I reach for the hand towel and pause, a faint glint catching my eye. Frowning, I flip on the light switch, blinking repeatedly until my vision adjusts to the harsh fluorescent lighting. The room's still empty, and I write it off as a trick of the light, reaching to promptly flick it back off. Before I can make contact, another glint has my hands stilling, breath turning to lead in my chest. Down to my boxers, I stare at my wide-eyed reaction in the mirror, mouth suddenly going bone dry. Afraid to break the spell, my hand trembles as I tentatively reach up to my shoulder, brushing my fingertips over the silverish blue ring. Stretching the skin to inspect the bite mark, it doesn't change, barely upraised like scar tissue. Heart sprinting into overdrive, I fumble to turn on the faucet in my haste, yanking the hand towel off of the bar and soaking it. Scrubbing the hell out of the area in a panic, the only thing that changes is the appearance of raw, red skin, irritated from my assault surrounding the mark, making it dramatically more noticeable. Shit! Dropping the sopping wet towel in the sink, I rake a shaky hand through my hair. Shit! Fuck! Gripping the counter, I bow my head, sucking down ragged breaths and battling the urge to throw up. This is fine. Everything's fine. No need to freak out. I'm freaking out. Shoving away from the counter, I rush down the hall back to her bedroom. Crawling across the mattress, I pluck the phone right out of Sabrina's hand and interrupt their conversation mid-sentence. "Night, Em." Hanging up, I toss it onto the bed. Hovering over her, I stare down at Sabrina's face and try to make sense of everything, or at least something, at this point. She doesn't have a damn clue. If she knew, she'd never have walked into Victor's house unclaimed. We've been watching her for weeks, and she's never once shifted, never given any indication that she could tear someone apart if sweet and non-confrontational, but defending herself when necessary. The way she mouthed off to an alpha that she should have been terrified of because she instinctively knew that it was safe to do so with us surrounding her. How easily she accepted the idea of dating all of us like it made perfect sense, a relief, actually. And how she's so withdrawn and wary around humans, but latched onto us without reservation like we were home. Familiar and safe. She may not know, but that doesn't cancel out her instincts driving her actions. At a loss for words, I palm both of her cheeks, pressing a fierce kiss to her lips to buy myself a few more seconds to think. She has no idea what she's done. She's going to hate me, hate us. Fuck. Bo is going to be a wreck when he realizes. Chuckling, she slides a hand up my chest. Stop for coffee on the way back? I never wake up that quickly. Color me jealous. Tongue-tied, I search for words, but I'm at a complete loss, coming up absolutely blank. As her nails prick my skin, my cock jerks in response. But it's the writhing feeling in my chest that has me suddenly breathless. It knocks the wind from my lungs as my heart skips a beat, an invisible lurch twisting my chest like something or someone is trying to force his way out. You know what sounds fun? She raises an eyebrow expectantly, stroking her leg along mine, the scent of her arousal rising. Round 3? Biting the inside of my cheek, I take shallow breaths, keeping the right head in the game. A road trip. Scrunching up her face in confusion, she asks, "Did you hit your head on the sink? It's barely after 2 a.m. We've slept, 3 hours, if that? And I'm supposed to be in the office by 9. That place is all glass windows. It's too open, too many people. Reed can hold his own, but he doesn't get as much field time as the rest of us. She can't go back. Not now. Gotta think. Reed reached out, and he seemed off. Her eyes flicked to my phone that I left on the other nightstand the entire time that I was gone, silently calling me out on the lie. So I tapped my temple. Call it twin telepathy. I don't know if it's because he was on the back burner all night or if something happened after we left. But would you be upset if I drove us back to the house to check in on him? I've got a bad feeling. I've got motherfucking anxiety and very well might vomit, but she doesn't need to know that. I just need to get her home, somewhere I know that she's safe, so I have some time to figure this out without ruining everything. Of course not, she says, offended and reaching for her phone, face scrunched up in concern. Eyes widening in panic, I lunge for mine, hitting the speed dial to call my twin, who answers on the second ring. You son of a... My darling brother, don't fret. I'm bringing our emotional support girlfriend home toot sweet so that you shan't suffer alone. He pauses his tirade instantly, knowing me well enough to be aware that when I switch to formality, something's up. As he listens intently, attempting to read between the lines, I keep my tone teasing and light-hearted as Sabrina pulls on some jean shorts. Give it to me straight. On a scale of stubbed toe to that year Mom gave our fathers that awful jewelry that they all had to pretend to like for the rest of forever to spare her feelings, how upset are you? The silence is absolutely deafening as I tuck my phone against my shoulders so that I can yank on my pants. Sabrina finishes getting dressed, and I'm hyper-aware of her not only listening in, but her every movement. My chest aches, desperately urging me to throw her onto the bed and fuck her senseless, to make her claw at my skin, dig her teeth into my flesh, to break my other half out of his cage by any means necessary, so that he can pin hers beneath him and claim her just as thoroughly. It's been a day, to say the least. I can come crash with you guys, though, he cautiously offers, but Sabrina steals my phone right out of my hand. Fully dressed beside her shoes, she flips on the bedroom light, grabbing her laptop off of her dresser and putting it in her work bag so that she can leave from our place. Not that she'll be going. When she turns around to set the messenger bag on the bed to zip it up, I get yet another punch to the gut. Now that darkness isn't cloaking her features, I get a better look at her eyes. They're still the same bright blue, with the exception of the coral-tinted ring now on the outside. Terrified for the confirmation I know I'm going to find, as I pull on my dress shirt and start buttoning it up, I discreetly take a deep inhale through my nose. Her signature coffee shop scent is the first thing that hits me. But now that I'm searching for it, I pick up on the faint undercurrent that reveals her as more. A pheromone more than an actual scent. It sets off every one of my more primal instincts, recognizing her as one of us, as mine.
Are you in the mood for comfort or solutions? She asks, tucking her own phone into her pocket and slinging her bag over her shoulder. We could hit a liquor store on the way over.
Fuck. Nobody should be able to pick up on it unless they're looking, and they'll have all written her off as human after tonight, so maybe they'll assume it's our sense coding her. No, they'd be able to tell she was a pack-claimed human. Not like she's the first human a pack around here's taken in, giving up on the small hope an elusive female would choose them. They don't set our wolves off beyond the acknowledgement that it would mean trouble if we touched her, like stumbling across a lost bear cub. You know there's a bigger, pissed-off bear waiting to maul your face off. They'll know. Especially with the way Adrian was laser-focused on her all night, like he thought she was worth the risk of making a move against us. With only 7 men left in our entire pack, he'd stand a solid chance if he could convince Malachi our truce isn't valuable anymore, which he would agree with in a heartbeat if they discovered we were keeping yet another unclaimed female wolf right under their noses. Like Slade could stop all 3 of us from raiding his stash of the good stuff, I dismiss with a scoff, forcing levity that I don't even remotely feel into my tone. Besides, I love myself enough to keep the bar in the rec room stocked. She frowns.
Of course you have a bar at home to go with your golden pool sticks. Why you ever leave your house is beyond me.
Yes, home is fantastic and has everything you could ever need. Let's go now and stay forever. Both? Reed tosses out ambiguously, missing a hell of a lot of information beyond my twin needs me. But I don't want to tear you out of bed if you're comfortable, so I don't mind heading your way. The reality of our situation is hitting me hard. That's all, so some company sounds nice. Her expression softens as we head to the living room and she slips on her sandals.
Consider it our penance. I feel pretty guilty, if we're being honest. Not only for the sex when I should have had better control of myself, especially at such a high-class event, but for running off and leaving you guys to deal with the fallout like a coward. The least I can do is go through the effort of coming to you.
Fastening the last button on my shirt, I grab the keys to the Aston Martin. Oh, fuck that. You don't have anything to apologize for, gorgeous. Your sweet screams were some much-needed spice to an otherwise painfully dull evening, so they should all be grateful. She bites her lip, looking at me sheepishly.
I'm not saying I regret it, just that it was easy to get carried away between the 2 of you terrible influences. And I'm sad that might have left Reed feeling like the odd man out.
Reed, not the others. Slade needs to get his ass in gear and quit hiding from her like a little bitch before she thinks he doesn't actually have an interest, especially with the current revelation. Crossing the distance between us, I steal my phone back. See you in 30. Ending the call and sliding it into my pocket, I tuck a lock of her ebony hair behind her ear. Would you take it back if you could? Rising up on her toes, she kisses me softly. Of course not. And even better, we probably embarrassed Slade enough that we'll both be banned from ever going to any more parties. So it was a win-win all around. I pull her against me, appeasing the angry writhing going on in my chest a fraction. You know that it wasn't a matter of trying to piss anyone off in that place that had us sleeping with you, right? No games, only you. Would you hate me if I told you that the thrill of getting caught was the thing to push me into accepting that this could actually be a real thing? She asks. And if I thought my chest hurt before, it's nothing compared to now. Knowing that you two were willing to shamelessly flaunt our relationship in public, I mean. Flicking my tongue over the seam of her lips, I coax her into a deeper kiss, wrapping an arm around her back to support her as I bend her backwards in an enthusiastic kiss that has her clinging to my shirt, afraid that she'll fall. When we finally come up for air, I rest my forehead against hers. Sweet girl, I was raised fighting for even a scrap of my parents' attention, only to be told at every turn what a worthless disappointment I was. There's nothing you could do to make me hate you, because anything you throw at me, I've already endured tenfold by hating myself. I kiss the tip of her nose. You know, back when I was a sad little kid, constantly seeking validation until I had a change of heart, started looking at things from a new angle, the second that I gave up the silly notion that I needed to justify my existence to anyone, it was like a switch flipped, and I've never gone back to that miserable state of existence. I don't need to earn the right to be happy, and I sure as shit don't need anyone's permission but my own. Licking her lips, she nods. I get that. It's weirdly nice that you embrace that things sucked and don't pretend they didn't affect you, but choose to flip them off and tune them out instead of letting them continue to make you miserable. I wish I'd gotten to that point sooner, too. Unable to stop myself as instinct rides me hard in the face of the sad lilt to her voice, I capture her bottom lip between my teeth, nipping gently. She jolts against me with a sharp hiss, fisting my shirt and arching into my touch. As the scent of her arousal taunts me, I nearly break and drag her onto the floor. But I've got my mind on the bigger picture. I'm going to take her home so the others can help explain, so that she doesn't write me off as completely delusional. She'll freak out, need some time to wrap her head around things, and then she'll be happy that she chose me, that she staked her claim on me. We're mated in every way that counts. Sabrina is officially a Hawthorne now, even if she thinks it was only a kinky fuck with her boyfriends. She's going to hate me for a while, but better me than Reed. It would absolutely destroy him if she looked at him in disgust for trapping her in a marriage that she didn't choose, even if it was by accident and technically her fault. I can handle it, though. God's only knows that I can take a hell of a beating without breaking, and this woman is going to run my heart through the meat grinder. I can just feel it. I may not be the most patient person normally, but for her, I'll happily endure this rough patch without complaint, because I know what's waiting for me on the other side of it. Someone that understands what it's like to scream into the void until your voice cracks and your spirit right alongside it. Reed's sitting on the cement bench surrounding the fountain when we pull up to the house, immediately jumping to his feet when he sees us. Shutting off the engine and leaving the car in the driveway, we climb out. Sabrina walking over to kiss my twin without the slightest hesitation. While she's been affectionate in front of most of us before, there was always a bit of reservation, like she was testing the waters to see how we'd react. After tonight, those concerns have completely evaporated, accepting our shitty lives and the unusual relationship that stems from them as if it's as easy as breathing. Cupping her neck, my brother tilts his head and deepens the kiss, eyes popping open to give me a what the fuck look over her shoulder. Tugging my collar aside, I reveal the mark, gleaming in all of its ominous glory in the bright moonlight. His eyes widen in horror as I straighten my shirt, and they break off their kiss, my twin's face instantly morphing into a soft smile before she notices anything is amiss. Anyone else would miss the tightening at the corner of his eyes, the slight flare of his nostrils overlooking the minute twitches. But I know him well enough to see that he's put together in a matter of seconds what took me 15 minutes to wrap my head around. Life has been far too cruel to my twin, and turning the woman he loves into one of us is an additional kick in the teeth when he thought he'd be spared the agony of the change. He conceals his internal screaming at the injustice of it all flawlessly, running his knuckles down her cheek in a reverent caress. I'm sorry to drag you out of bed simply to keep me company. His features briefly darken as he catches sight of her irises. As if he can't help himself, he hooks a finger in her belt loop, dragging her closer. The breathy sound of her chuckle goes straight to my cock, and I have to bite hard on the inside of my cheek. You say that like it's some great burden to crawl into your bed in the middle of the night. Hate to be the one to break it to you, Reed, but I've seen several people at work that would happily carve out my spleen for a chance to be in my position. A barely discernible growl fills the air around us, and both of them turn to look at me, Sabrina confused, and Reed like I'm an idiot. It takes a second before I clap a hand over my mouth, realizing that low rumbling sound was coming from me and not him. Well, not me, but my chest. I've never suffered the same issues with my travel companion that the others seem to struggle with, the two of us content to let me run the show. Yet now, my other half that's been hibernating in relative silence for over a decade is battering around like a hungry shark that scented blood in the water. Why don't you two go spend some time together while I grab something to eat? Sabrina's dual-colored eyes sparkle with amusement. My God, I'd kill for a guy's metabolism. Walking past them, I pause, returning to capture her face in a bruising kiss that I savor, knowing it very well may be my last for a long while. When I finally pull away, she's outright laughing, shaking her head. You function way better on a few hours of sleep than I could ever hope to. Go get a snack and Slade's lecture over with since you're so energized. She faces Reed, cocking her head slightly. Are we coming back here after work? He presses his lips together before smoothly spinning things. You've got your computer, right? As she taps the bag at her hip, he waggles his eyebrows playfully. Then honestly, there's no reason that we can't work from home tomorrow. It's a Sunday anyway, and Jonathan and I are at a point where we're working on separate functions. We can get some sleep and set up in the study so that we aren't distracted. He splays his fingers possessively over her lower back, guiding her toward the front door.
Work from home and a stocked bar? You guys are really making it hard to want to go back to my apartment, she teases. Now that I'm around my twin, it's becoming increasingly difficult to pretend that everything's normal, happily passing the responsibility of watching her his way while I focus on simply putting one foot in front of the other. He accepts the role without question, despite the way he's got to be freaking out too, problem after problem running through his mind in rapid succession.
You know, he hesitantly begins, voice solemn, that thing we talked about on your first day at work? My ears perk up, gleaning any insight into my mate that I can. Absolutely obsessed and a complete goner already. You don't have to suffer in order to be a good person, and having money doesn't make you a worse one. She pauses, looking up at him, clearly conflicted.
You guys are definitely an exception, but... She sighs. No, you're right. I naturally default to assuming people with money don't know what it's like to struggle or suffer like the rest of us. I'm admittedly biased and maybe a little resentful, if we're being honest, after how I grew up. But that's pretty narrow-minded, and I should know better than to lump people together like that. If it's any consolation, you guys are a pleasant surprise. So I'm happy to be proven wrong. But cut me some slack, because I'm still trying to convince myself that I shouldn't return that dress now that the party's over.
This time, I'm able to mentally punch my other half in the face before he can voice any input on my failure to properly take care of our mate, conveniently overlooking the fact that the reluctance isn't because of my shortcomings. I'll go take my lashings and catch up with you two soon. Continuing past me down the hallway, Sabrina calls.
Take mine while you're at it?
Regarding her back with a sad smile, I sigh. You've got it, hot stuff. Save me a corner of the pillow?
She winks over her shoulder. Might have to slide in close, but I think the three of us can manage.
Reed, on the other hand, gives me a pitying look, knowing as well as I do that it isn't going to happen, that this is the eye of the storm. Tilting my head his way in solemn acceptance, I break off from the two of them, navigating the halls until I find Slade in his room. He's sitting at the foot of his bed, drinking a glass of scotch with a somber expression, the embodiment of how I'm feeling right about now. So this is going to go over swimmingly to improve his mood, I'm sure. Haven't you caused me enough problems for one night? He sighs, not getting up. If anything, he looks more defeated than ever, shoulders slumping before he takes another drink. Nope. Isn't it nice being the firstborn? He glowers at me over the rim of his glass as I close the door behind me. What now, Sin? Canting my head, I give him a second look, noting how broken he appears. Things go okay with M? His eyes cut to the side. We'll reconvene in 3 weeks for the formal announcement. She said that she'll have her decision then. I nod, figuring as much. So you're in a pissy mood because you're jealous? Scowling, he pushes to his feet and strides toward his dresser, snatching up the bottle of scotch sitting on top of it. Of course I'm fucking jealous. The scent of sex saturated Victor's place, even if you had her mostly out of earshot. Emphasis on mostly. And I had to sit there impassively enduring it all, along with the comments. He slams back the rest of his glass before he refills it. She hardly even notices that I exist. My stomach flips. You're avoiding her after you pissed her off at dinner that first night because you don't want to scare her away by fucking up again, which I get, but you're going to do just as much damage by hiding. She doesn't think you have an interest, more that you're supporting your brothers. He huffs, so I push a little further. She's okay with the idea of multiple boyfriends, and that's the part we were worried about more than how she'd take it when we told her the truth. Down to a white t-shirt and navy pajama pants, he looks more human than usual, like an actual person for once instead of the prodigal son. He scrubs his free hand over his jaw, glaring at the ceiling, as if it personally offends him. I don't know what it is about her, but I genuinely have an interest, even though I've barely spent any time with her, and it's messing with my head, especially after seeing how well she navigated things at Victor's last night. I can picture her here with us permanently, want her to stay, yet she couldn't care less about anything I have to offer, so I don't know how to talk to her. I blow out a long breath. Then you're either about to be really happy or really pissed at what I have to tell you. Narrowing his eyes, he takes another drink to brace himself for whatever mess I'm about to throw his way to clean up, used to such things by now. Undoing the top 2 buttons to make it easier, I push my shirt out of the way with a shaky hand, holding his gaze all the while. Slade chokes on his drink, scotch spraying as he sputters, dropping his glass on the carpet. Storming forward, he yanks my shirt aside even further, heart thundering audibly in his chest. What the hell? He breathes, incredulous, while tracing the mark in awe with a single digit. Have you shifted? I don't think I can. Maybe I just don't know how, but it doesn't feel right, I quietly admit, stomach roiling. It doesn't feel like she freed anything, more that she... I search for the best way to describe it. Put a crack in the cage instead of unlocking it. Slade rakes a hand through his dark hair, attention wrapped on my claiming mark. Okay, let's think about this. We know we can't spawn children with humans. So how could she possibly not know what she is? How could she have never shifted? Thinking it over, I riddle aloud. We know men can't breed with human women, but what if women can? Not like any pack is going to let their mate bring in a human lover. So how would we know? My eldest brother looks at me like I'm nuts, so I toss out what we know about her to back up my theory. She moved around a lot as a kid, yeah? What if her mom ran off rather than get married and shacked up with a human? Maybe the wolf thing is actually passed down through the mother's genes and not the father's. As another pang lances through my chest, I rub the heel of my hand over my heart. Maybe being a half-breed means her wolf is weaker, so it's stuck like ours. We have to tell her about everything. He groans, all of the implications suddenly hitting him. Fuck. We can't let her stay in that apartment. If the others were to find out, especially after every hoop we made them jump through for Emmy. He begins pacing, smacking a hand on top of his dresser abruptly with a curse. We're fucked either way since she claimed you. Shit. What about Bo? Him too? Does he know yet? Cringing, I shrug. Haven't touched base, but she drew blood when she bit his lip, so I'd imagine. Though, if he realized, I think he'd have busted down Reed's door by now and superglued her to his side. He nods absent-mindedly, wearing a path into the carpet. When the others find out, they very well might make a play to have us killed so that they can take her. My chest vibrates, and I scowl, shoving the impulse back down. I know, if we're dead, they can force her to choose new mates. She's never going to be safe. Not even if we move her in here, but at least we have a better shot. Releasing a heavy breath, he stares at the door to his bedroom mournfully. She's going to run. My chest aches, and this time, I can't stop the low whine that slips out of my throat, but Slade politely pretends that he didn't notice. I know, but there's really no avoiding it. With as hard as Em was pushing us together, she's going to assume it was a setup, that we somehow knew and were tricking her into a relationship. I can't see this conversation ending well, no matter what angle we approach it from. But we can't put it off either, or it'll make things even worse. I'll grab the others. Make sure Bo doesn't run in blind. He replies softly. You and Reed break the ice. That way, we aren't making her feel cornered. But she's going to have to see Emmy shift for it to sink in. Nodding, I swallow, leaving without another word. Striding through the halls, my steps grow slower as the door comes into view. I'm finally left standing outside of Reed's bedroom with sweaty palms, drying them on my pants and pulling on the faint vestiges of confidence that it's all going to work out in the end. It has to, or I'll die trying. Wrapping my knuckles in a half-assed knock, I push the door open a moment later without waiting for an invitation. Sabrina and Reed are stretched out in bed, and while she's got her head on his chest, dozing, Reed's wide awake, running his fingers absent-mindedly through her hair. He meets my gaze, resigned, before gently coaxing her awake. Hey, beautiful, are you still up? She makes a soft noise of confirmation, and he pushes himself upright, forcing her to follow. There's something we want to talk to you about. She sleepily groans her complaint. Can it wait until morning? Crossing the room, I sit on the edge of the bed, putting a hand on her blanket-covered leg, but it's more for me than her. Not really. My tone has her suddenly on alert, tensing. Everyone's okay, right? Not even close. Yeah, Angel. No one was in an accident or anything. It's nothing like that. She frowns, glancing at Reed. And things with Emmy went all right, so no issues from the others? My twin smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Correct. And before your mind goes there, it's not a breakup speech either. She actually scoffs, like the thought is as ridiculous as it sounds. Of course it isn't. Even if Sin was dumb enough to try and hit it and quit it, you'd have the good sense to gag and lock him in the closet until after the OS is up and running, rather than risk me walking out if I was upset. A genuine grin takes over my face. That would be pretty stupid of me, I agree. You're far too amazing to give up, and I'd hate to have to murder your rebound boyfriend. She raises an eyebrow, calling me out. No, you wouldn't. Damn straight I wouldn't. I'd take my good, sweet time killing him, too. Reed clears his throat, subtly getting us back on topic. Releasing a heavy breath, I stare at my mate's gorgeous face, memorizing her features. Holding her gaze, I start unbuttoning my shirt. You wanted to talk about a threesome? She asks, chuckling. I mean, I'm not going to turn down checking a twin sandwich off of my bucket list, but I think it'd be a lot more fun if I got some sleep first. Shedding my shirt, I wait until she notices the mark, watching confusion take over her teasing air.
Shit, I didn't think I bit you that hard.
Leaning forward, she gently inspects the mark, frowning as she realizes that it's far too healed for only happening last night, and that the coloring is all wrong.
What the hell?
We're damned, Sabrina, but you're our salvation. You wouldn't have been able to mark me otherwise. I proceed to rush out all of it. The caged wolves, the bites that break them free, how fewer and fewer girls are being born in the last century, and people are at each other's throats more than ever, fighting over them. So the arranged marriages are the only way to keep an all-out war from happening and wiping each other out completely. By the time I'm done, I expect her to get up and walk out of the room without a backward glance. Instead, she merely has her head tilted to the side, processing it all like Reed would, analytically, the emotional part of her brain going into sleep mode until reality has a chance to catch up to her thought process.
Okay, let me get this straight. You're saying you're werewolves?
Reed cautiously nods. In a sense, it's the closest comparison, at least. Her brow furrows, and though she's looking in my direction, she's not really seeing me, lost in her head.
And one of your ancestors was a real son of a bitch?
That has me pausing, joining her in her confusion. What do you mean?
By the way you're describing it, it's not a species issue. If we're using paranormal stories as a baseline, for example, it's not like all vampires thirsting for blood, or demons having to trick you into making a deal before they're able to use their abilities on you. In this case, only the men suffer, not the woman, like a forbidden fruit scenario. So if we're running with fairy tales, it seems reasonable to assume that some asshole hundreds of years ago pissed off the wrong person and ended up cursed. I'd hazard a guess it was a lover, since this has a real girls' rule and are the solution to all of your problems and boys suck feel to it.
My mouth parts in shock, gaze whipping to Reed, who's as stunned silent as I am. That makes sense, honestly. A lot of it. If someone had the power to actually do that, Reed murmurs, then someone could theoretically undo it, get rid of our wolves entirely. His words hit me like a massive punch to the gut, but I manage to mask my reaction before he picks up on it. And that would mean we're not the only ones out there. Sabrina is still rambling her theories aloud, distracted as she responds.
You guys turn into wolves and are really surprised there might be other supernatural species? Something had to happen to make that even possible in the first place. Because evolution would just have humans growing adaptations to be better predators, not change forms. And if there's some type of magic, or whatever you want to call it, at work, why would it only be wolves of all animals? That's weirdly specific. There's probably a secret society of bears and tigers or witches and...
Cutting off mid-tangent, her head snaps up, the shock wearing off as her common sense finally catches up to her brain.
Okay, then, let me see.
Reed is careful not to touch her, scared of being the thing to set her off when so far things are going way better than we ever could have hoped. By the same token, I don't move my hand, not wanting to draw her attention to it still on her leg by suddenly releasing her. We can't, remember? My brother carefully states. Not unless we're claimed. Only women can shift, and even then, it's only at night.
Yes, the magical vagina-shaped key. However could I forget that lovely part of the story?
She retorts. That's just a perk. It's actually the bite that does it. That's what Carter was trying to force out of Emmy that day. She was only naked because she was too far from home when the sun came up and forced her to shift back where she was. The son of a bitch probably would have tried to rape her after his wolf was free and had a say in it. But it was more a case of him trying to cut through all of the red tape everyone else was going through because he knows she'd never accept someone from Stonewood's pack.
So she doesn't even need to get married, she points out in disgust. Could just run down the line biting people and send them on their merry way.
Gently, Reed explains. Our other halves are a bit more possessive than traditional wolves. Once she claimed them, they'd all feel like she was theirs and wouldn't simply walk away from her. And if her mates couldn't get along, they'd turn on each other until weeding down the pack to the strongest and ones they felt were most worthy of sharing her with. With a shake of her head, she gestures to my shoulder.
Well, you're officially bitten, right? So shift away.
Reluctantly, I explain my theory about why I can't, what I think is going on, and ending with how biting us finally coaxed her wolf to start waking up. It's clearly the worst possible thing to say, because she hadn't connected all of this information to what it meant for her until my statement, and now it's hitting her like a brick to the face. Jerking her leg out from under my touch, she scrambles out of the bed and begins pacing.
You say you can't shift unless you're bitten, and now that you have been, you still can't prove it? This is all guesswork and maybes, magical maybes at that.
She rubs the heel of her hand over her chest as she pivots on her heel, and I share a quick look with Reed, neither of us calling her out on it, but knowing we aren't wrong.
But I can,
Emmy nervously offers, cracking the door open to peek her head in. When Sabrina doesn't comment, but ceases her pacing, Em slips into the room, leaving the door partially open. Bo and Slade stay in the hallway out of sight of Sabrina for now, scenting the bitter tang in the air from her rising panic. Keeping my focus on Sabrina's face, Emmy strips down, giving her another minute to pull herself together a bit more. After the scent of panic lessens, decreasing the likelihood she'll have a total meltdown at the sight, Emmy shifts in a fluid motion that makes it look painless, as easy as breathing. A lithe golden wolf with a white underbelly stands amidst my sister's discarded pajamas, watching Sabrina intently as she lies down, attempting to show her that she isn't a threat. My mate stops breathing, silent tears beginning to stream down her face, but she doesn't run screaming from the room. She remains rooted to the spot, and I swear my rib cracks as my other half furiously slams against the confines of his cage, her pain and fear calling to him and demanding we fix it. We never had any worry about her accepting this part of us. Sabrina lives on logic and facts, and seeing really is believing, so she won't be able to deny our claims now, even to herself. Innately, most humans want to believe that there's more to life than working until you die, endlessly searching for anything that will bring them a shred of joy in their miserable existence. We all want someone to steal us away to a magical world where everything is better and convince us that our lives are worth more than just pointless suffering.
That's why you insisted I come here?
She finally croaks. Shifting back in a blink, Emmy tugs her shirt and shorts on before rushing over.
No, I swear I didn't know.
She takes a cautious step back. You've been pushing me towards them since day one. Emmy doesn't deny it, her golden eyes begging for her to understand.
I really needed a friend, and I didn't want them to be alone when I left. You were just perfect for all of us, our missing piece. I don't want to be. Her words finally make my inside settle down, dousing us both with ice water. I don't want that kind of responsibility. Anger starts to battle her tears for dominance, and she juts a hand in my direction. Hell, you're clearly wrong anyway, because I can't help anyone. I don't have some mythical key. I've got a rock to bust the lock so that no one else can open it either. She swipes an arm over her face. Maybe if I was like you, it'd be better. But I'd rather be normal than some defective supernatural. Normal is freeing, no expectations, so no disappointing anyone. This would be a slap in the face and a constant reminder of everything I'm supposed to be and not. Your eyes are already changing, Emmy shouts in a desperate bid to salvage things, and I shut mine with a sense of finality, because we hadn't brought that part up yet. So maybe it just needs another jump start and they'll come out for all of you when you finish claiming the others. A glutton for punishment, I force myself to pry open my eyelids, only to see Sabrina staring straight at me, tears flowing in earnest as she puts the final pieces together. No. The single word is barely more than a choked whisper, but it may as well have been a gunshot by the ensuing silence causing my ears to ring and the pain it inflicts on my soul. I'll do everything I can to make sure you're happy. I'll take good care of you, I promise. Her lip wobbles as she fights back a sob, making my heart shatter, giving my counterpart plenty of room to pace. Bo can't take it anymore, stepping into the room and looking as wrecked as I feel. We all will, I swear. None of us think of you as lesser. You're everything we never risked wishing for. You, not a female wolf, but everything that makes you Sabrina LaRoque. He emphasizes desperately. You've made us happier in these last couple of weeks than we've ever been. And you like us too, or you wouldn't be here right now. Nothing has to change. We can keep going on like we've been. When she remains silent, Reed whispers, not looking at her. I know that we're worse monsters than we led you to believe, but is being loved by us such an awful fate that it feels like a punishment? Well, Bo and I couldn't get through to her. Something about the pain in my quiet brother's voice manages to pull it off. Of course not. She angrily swipes the tears off of her cheeks. But being tricked into marrying not one, but two men that I've only been dating for a little more than a week is pretty fucking upsetting. We didn't trick you. You know that. As soon as I realized what happened, I brought you here to confess everything so we could all figure this out together. She crosses the room, continuing as if she didn't hear me, and realizing that if you're right, the hell my mom put me through was to keep me from winding up in this exact position, forced to marry a pack. A haunted look crosses her features as she slips on her sandals. Which means it was all for nothing. Of course she hated me. She didn't think she could get knocked up by a human and then was stuck taking care of me on top of hiding from other wolves so they wouldn't find her. Yet here I am. So it was all pointless suffering. What sort of hell is she talking about? By Bowden's matching growl, he's thinking the same thing. She looks between the two of us, deflating more with every passing second as she closes herself off from us brick by brick, mentally retreating. Grabbing her bag from the floor, she tells Reed, "You can fill them in. Not like you guys don't already know more about me than I do, so May as well, at this point. Walking past Emmy and Bo, she heads for the door. Bo cautiously asks, "Any particular room you want me to get set up for you? Give you some privacy to think?" Her voice is completely devoid of emotion now. "No, thank you. I'm going home. If it's cool with Reed, I'll work from my apartment for a while. Then, you guys don't need to worry about posting someone on watch, because I won't have a reason to leave. I'll keep the door locked." "Of course," Reed answers without hesitation, face pinched. She steps out into the hallway, Slade leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and face as blank as the mask my mate is currently wearing. He rises to his full height, keeping his voice calm, as if speaking to a spooked doe. "I'll give you a ride." Without breaking stride, she carries on. "That's all right. I'll walk. The other members of the Wolf Mafia, or whatever it is they do, all think I'm human. I'm more likely to get mugged for my computer than abducted for my magical mouth." Getting to my feet, I follow after her, putting a hand on her shoulder to stop her. When she turns back expectantly, her eyes are dull, a lifelessness to them that'll haunt my dreams for years to come. My sweet girl that doesn't pull any punches, who mouths off to people that could easily tear her throat out. All that fire snuffed out, and it's my fault. Withdrawing my wallet, I pull out a 50. "Take a cab at least. You don't have tennis shoes, it's pitch black out, and that's a hell of a walk, especially when you've barely slept. You don't have to take a ride from one of us if you don't want to, but you need to get one from somebody, okay? Please?" She simply nods, accepting the money without protest and carrying on down the hall, out of the house and out of our lives. The quiet is deafening in her absence, everyone acutely aware of the loss like a severed limb. When I turn around, the others are there, a silent vigil. Reed is the first to recover, while the rest of us can hide our emotions flawlessly when necessary. My twin is the only one with the ability to completely shut them off. After he relays the story she gave him permission to share, he gives us the abridged version of the rest of their conversation from that day, the one that changed everything and made our relationships even possible in the first place. "She's pushing us away because she's hurting, and it's the only way she knows how to cope," he announces. "So even though she's asking for space, I don't think we should give it. Not completely. She's never had anyone fight for her before, or in her corner when things were hard to bear." Emmy looks racked with guilt, not meeting anyone's eye as she timidly adds, "But don't break into her apartment. She needs that last bit of security when everything else is falling apart." We start walking toward the front door, enough time passing that the cab should be arriving at any minute. "I agree, though. You're going to need to follow her, even if it pisses her off. Adrian was watching her too closely at dinner. Human or not, if he sees an opening, he'll take it." Biting my tongue until I draw blood, it helps appease my beast, if only a fraction, and from the wrong source. "Of course we're following her," I snap. Snatching the keys to the SUV, I toss them at Bo, because I don't trust myself to drive in my current state. Whether she likes it or not, she's our damned mate. Nobody's touching her but us. 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 But us.
Chapter 12. Sabrina. 1 week later. It's just heartburn. Repeating my daily mantra, I pop an antacid, finishing off my bottle of water. Right on cue, there's a knock at the door, and I close my eyes, counting to 30. Crossing the room, I open the door, not a soul in sight. Picking up the tied-off grocery bag with a styrofoam takeout container at my feet, I retreat back into my apartment, settling in on the couch with my breakfast. Cranking up the volume on the TV until I can't hear myself think, I stare at the show without actually following along. The silence shouldn't bother me. Lord knows the two of us are well acquainted after all of these years, yet it does. It offers too much time to be alone with my thoughts, for my mind to wander. And right now, anytime I start to mentally wander down the Hawthorne path, I want to burst into tears. Which means I'm in no place to think rationally if I'm still this upset. No one responds to my statement, the words swallowed by the void. Finishing up my breakfast, I drag the coffee table closer, flipping open my laptop. Diving back into my work at full throttle, I comb over line after line of code, occasionally referring to the notebook beside me for reference. It's easy to block everything out like this, meticulously searching for errors. If this is the only thing I'm capable of fixing in my life, I'm damn well going to pull it off. A sharp knock at the door jolts me out of my head. Heart thundering, I set my laptop aside, stretching out my stiff muscles. It's easy to develop tunnel vision when you're immersed in this sort of work, and honestly, if the guys weren't sending regular meals, I'd likely go hungry because I was so distracted. And with as little as I've been sleeping, my internal clock is thoroughly shot to hell. If I work up until I eventually crash for a few hours, I'll be too exhausted to dream. Reaching for the door handle, a violent twisting in my chest makes me pause, fingertips barely brushing the metal. Rising on my tiptoes to peer out of the peephole, I catch a brief glimpse of a brunette woman with her hair pulled back in a braid, clad in a black polo and matching pants, descending the stairs after dropping off dinner. Delivery driver, not one of the guys. And while I know it's entirely possible they were busy and called in an order, as far as I've noticed, it's always been one of them doing the drop-off. They wait 15 seconds like clockwork before accepting that I'm not going to face them and leave to give me space. But one of them is always on guard duty. Withdrawing my phone, I bite the inside of my cheek. It's only 5. The guys are constant, reliable. Dinner shows up at 5:30 on the dot every day without fail. Ultimately, I'm not dumb. As much as I'm avoiding them until I get my head on straight, I'm well aware that they've been watching me since long before the revelations last week because they're worried someone might use me to hurt them. If they were that obsessive when they thought I was nothing special, I can't imagine they'd trust a basic deadbolt now. Choosing the least offensive option, I fire off a quick text to read. Did one of you have dinner dropped off early? His reply is almost immediate. Not that I'm aware of. Why? Only caught a glimpse, but some girl just left something at the door. My phone rings once before he hangs up, typing instead. Keep the door locked. I'm going to call Bo and have him do a sweep, but don't touch anything until I check in, okay? Deal. I'm going to go back to work, so give me a call if it's a bomb or something, okay? Setting my phone face up on the coffee table, I pull my computer onto my lap, stretching my legs across the couch. As I work, I keep my phone in my peripheral for when the screen inevitably lights up. It's much slower going, refusing to let myself fall into a groove, but it'd be stupid to play oblivious when something is out of the ordinary. That twisting in my chest starts up again, and I hold my breath, fingers stilling on the keyboard. I'm not foolhardy enough to pretend that there aren't any threats against me, but I'm not ready to accept that I have an internal alarm system to ward against them. Tears spring to my eyes as I reach for another antacid. My phone lights up with Reed's text a few minutes later. We're running on the assumption that it was drugged. Slade will sit with Sin and Bo tonight to err on the side of caution.
Anything else weird happens, crack a window and shout, or call so I don't sleep through your text. Deal?
Reality begins to batter against the steadfast mental wall that I've erected, and I'm tempted to throw my water bottle across the room simply to see something explode, since I'm trying so goddamn hard not to let that thing be me. But frustrated tantrums won't solve anything, just give me another mess to clean up. Embracing my inner adult, I take a deep breath. Deal. 3 dots appear and disappear several times before his message pops up, clearly changing direction from whatever he wanted to say.
Need anything? I can do a store run later.
The tears that I'm barely holding in check threaten to spill, so I refuse to do a mental inventory of everything I'm currently missing. It's too much, and nothing money can fix anyway. Not until I get this finished. I'm so close. I'm sure he wants to scream in frustration, but he simply rolls with it.
You're doing amazing. A few more days at this rate, and we might be ready to integrate over the new functions.
With a weak smile, I set my phone aside, getting back to it. While I'm aware of the next knock on my door, I don't get up this time. The new visitor has my hackles raised for a very different reason, and as soon as I make the mental comparison, realizing it's a visceral reaction to one of my husbands, I lose my appetite. Working through dinner, I keep pushing, line after line, my anxiety fading away a little more with every passing minute that no one breaks into my apartment. I'm useful beyond what I was born as. I can do this. It doesn't matter that I'm broken. I refuse to be dead weight. I'm more than a mate or broodmare. I exist for a reason, and it isn't as a reward for someone else's suffering. I'm not some mythical gift. I'm as cursed as the men watching my every move. I can make a difference in this shitty world, even if it's only with something as stupid as an operating system, and I don't need some wolf to do it. What the hell would anyone even do with that besides run fast and bite people? They have fucking guns, much more effective to murder someone and with half the effort. You'd think since they probably know 47 ways to kill a man and make it look like an accident, the prospect of shifting wouldn't even be something worth fighting over. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, goosebumps pebbling across my arms with the ominous sensation of being watched. All traces of grogginess vanish in an instant, and reluctantly, heart lodged in my throat, I crack open my eyelids. With the curtains drawn, everything is cast in shadow, yet I can't miss the figure looming over me, reaching out a hand. Scrambling upright on the couch, I come up swinging. My fist is caught far too easily, and I quickly run through my options, searching for the most likely to succeed. Out the front door and onto the street to reach whoever's on watch, snatch my phone, lock myself in the bathroom. If a deadbolt didn't stop this guy, that pathetic lock won't work. This close to sundown, if I can break the window, they should be able to hear me scream.
Easy now, Mon Soleil. It's only me. You're all right.
Slade's calming timbre is an instantaneous balm to my nerves, but my heart still threatens to leap right out of my chest. Rising to my feet, I tear my hand from his grip, swatting his arm. What in the actual hell? You gave me a fucking heart attack! Bending over to clutch my knees, I suck down air, nauseous and skin prickling from the adrenaline overload without an outlet.
You?
He scoffs.
You haven't answered any of our messages or brought in the food we've left. We were beginning to worry if we missed an entry point and you slipped out under our noses, or worse, someone found a way in without us knowing.
Frowning at the hostility in his voice, I straighten up, my vision beginning to adjust to the dark. Reed literally said it was probably poisoned. I was waiting until breakfast to be safe, but I got so caught up in work I must have missed the knock. His annoyance fades away instantly, morphing into genuine concern.
That was 3 days ago, Sabrina.
The statement is more jarring than waking up to someone in my apartment. Tunnel vision is one thing, so I get missing a knock or two, but that many? Taking a better look at him, he's several days overdue for a shave, the worry lines around the corners of his eyes drawing attention to the dark shadows beneath. Gesturing lamely at the computer on the coffee table, guilt bleeds into my tone. I finally finished. After running so manic this past week or so, I must have crashed. Hard, apparently. I honestly wasn't trying to make you worry. I'm sorry. His expression softens.
I'm glad you finally burned out enough to catch up on some much-needed rest.
He offers a plastic grocery bag hanging from his free hand.
Eat something to celebrate. Please.
Taking it, I scoop my computer aside and set the bag on the table. So which one of you stalkers stole my keys to make a copy? Snorting, he backs up a step to give me space.
I picked the lock. It's incredibly basic, Sabrina, hence why we're on such high alert.
He stares at me expectantly, so I sit down and pull out the container. So you drew the short straw to do a welfare check? I pop a French fry in my mouth. In case I freaked out and murdered whoever broke in? For all you know, I sleep with a gun under my pillow. Gesturing to my burger, he waits until I take a bite to speak.
Not at all. I had to pull rank. The others were ready to storm in here 2 days ago, and I convinced them it was likely a test to see how much we respected your freedom before attempting to take it away from you.
His lip twitches as he ticks off on his fingers.
1, we know that you don't. Bo checked your security measures when he stayed over. And 2, it wouldn't be the first time I was shot, so I was prepared to take that risk.
Yet you still broke in? He shrugs a single shoulder, glancing around my chaotic living room with a frown.
Call me a hypocrite if you like. It's more important to me to make sure that you're all right, even if you hate me for it. Par for the course as the head of the family. I'm used to bearing that burden. St. John and Bowden aren't, though. It's hard enough on them right now without adding a fresh blow, so if you were going to be pissed off at any of us, I'd rather it be me. But I had to make sure that you didn't slip in the shower and drown in the bathtub or something.
The food turns to lead in my gut, but I take another few bites anyway. It's just sad that he's so used to people hating him, shouldering all of the blame and responsibility, that he accepts it as his due. Yet he takes it all in stride like it's his birthright, ensuring everyone else is taken care of at the expense of himself. Reaching for my water bottle, I clear my throat. Nope, just shitty time management. Thanks for making sure I didn't starve to death this last week, by the way. I admit I'd likely have lived off of crackers or whatever was convenient in the cupboards otherwise. We're down to the integration of new functions and bug testing, though, so I can breathe a little easier for a while. When he doesn't respond, I murmur, I'm sorry for making you worry. With one last weighted look my way that I can't interpret, he turns away. Striding across the room and into the kitchen, he opens the fridge and cupboards, promptly closing them again without a word, like he's taking inventory. Gathering up the overflowing trash, he switches it out for a new bag before heading for the door, taking it with him on his way out.
Let me know if you need anything.
Then he's simply gone, setting the door handle to lock behind him and shutting it with a resounding click that echoes in his wake. Despite the drone of the television, his absence makes the background noise practically cease to exist, as if he took something in the room with him when he left. My bubble of denial is officially popped, even the persistent ache in my chest absent, leaving me completely and utterly alone.
Finishing off my food, I go latch the deadbolt, though if it was that easy for Slade to pick, I doubt it would stop someone else. Hell, I didn't even hear him. And my internal radar was in sleep mode too, not tipping me off until he was a foot away from me. A sudden surge of panic has my feet moving down the hall without conscious thought, driven by paranoia. Yanking open my medicine cabinet, I pull out everything from allergy pills to painkillers, anything in a tiny bottle. Filling my shirt like a kangaroo pouch, I head to my bedroom, dumping them across the mattress. Rooting around in my disorganized closet, I finally locate my sewing box, withdrawing a spool of thread. Leaving a good stretch at the end, I start looping it around the neck of each of the bottles, tying it off before moving on to the next. By the time I'm done, I have a twisted version of string lights, a makeshift alarm system. Returning to the front door, I tie one end on the handle and the other on the coat hooks fastened to the wall beside the hinges. If anyone were to open it, there'd be no resistance, but they also wouldn't be able to grab it before it made any noise. Then what would you do? Slade caught your fist like it was nothing. You don't stand a chance against anyone that tries to hurt you. I'm not fucking helpless. While it's useless to argue with myself, it helps combat the loneliness and keep the deprecating thoughts in check. I may not be the best in a fight, but if there's one thing I know how to do, it's suck it up and deal with it. How many 12-year-olds can spend a week dumped on the side of a mountain and not only stay alive with a fractured wrist and twisted ankle, but find their way home? Returning to the bathroom, I flip the shower on to start heating up, shedding my clothes. I don't have to be able to fight a bear. I know how to endure, and that's 10 times more impressive. Even the strongest person can get shanked in the kidney and drop, all of their muscles suddenly useless. There's more than one path up the mountain, and I know how to find the best route with the least amount of issues. Climbing into the showers, I scrub days' worth of grime from my hair and body, breathing easier as the heat batters my muscles into submission. Without work to distract me, though, I'm forced to face everything that I've been hiding from for the past week and a half. If they wanted to, they could have dragged me back to their house and I couldn't have stopped them. But they didn't. Vigorously assaulting my scalp, I work the shampoo into a lather. And that's basic human decency, nothing worth praising. Not getting kidnapped isn't the fucking baseline. Rinsing my hair, I grab the conditioner, giving it time to soak in while staring at the blank wall, trying to feel anything other than hopelessly lost. Even though it's got to be miserable, one of them is sitting there day after day out in the summer heat, just to make sure that I can have some space where I'm comfortable, rather than insist I hole up in their place where it's more convenient and probably safer. They make sure that I'm eating, well aware that I'd get so caught up in trying to block everything out, I wouldn't take the time to cook, simply grabbing whatever was on hand and effortless. Rinsing off completely, I stand under the blistering hot spray, the heat comforting me in a way nothing else has been able to, sinking deep into my bones. Or maybe it makes them feel good, connecting the only way they're able to when I'm refusing to talk to them. I swear I'm not being petulant. I needed time to process without breaking down, sobbing, and making a reckless decision like trying to run, assuming none of this would catch up to me. I'm not stupid or in denial, I'm just sad. Really sad, and I don't see a way out of this one. Tears leak from the corner of my eyes. And I'm not sure if the only people that actually have ever wanted me around honestly have an interest in me, or if their inner wolves recognized mine and pushed them towards me. I might be nothing more than a potential answer to their problem. Tears steadily flow down my cheeks, mingling with the spray of water. No, because I clearly haven't done the one thing I'm supposedly meant to do and helped St. John or Bowden. I made things worse and more complicated, not solved a damn thing. The water batters against my body until it becomes beet red, yet I don't flinch. The molten heat is the only thing combating the chill that wants to take over, and I don't want to crawl into bed only to cry myself to sleep or lose myself wallowing over the injustice of it all. I want solutions. That's the very thing that I'm supposed to be, a solution. But I'm just not. Yet they've still stuck around, even though I'm not the answer that they didn't know they were searching for. Back when they thought I was human, they still wanted to date me. When they discovered I was more, they told me rather than try to hide it, laid all their cards out on the table for judgment. And when I ran, they came with me, not to try and stop me, but to watch over me while I fell apart. Am I more upset that Bo and Sinjin haven't texted me, or that I wish they would have? I dismissed the thought immediately. That's not fair. You're putting them in an impossible position that they can't hope to win. Damned if they do and damned if they don't. And aren't we all damned enough as it is? I'm mad because I didn't get a choice, I finally decide, announcing the declaration to the bleached tile. To be fair, though, they didn't either. I doubt this is how either of them hoped to get married. And just because I'm suffering, that doesn't mean that they aren't too. They're simply choosing to look at this mess as a blessing instead of a lifelong sentence, and I'm not making anything easier on any of us, including myself. Are you sure? Maybe they aren't happy, but have accepted that they don't have a choice in the matter, so may as well make the best of it. Flipping off the shower, I hit the drain plug and let the bath fill, sinking into the ground to wrap my arms around my knees, suddenly too emotionally drained to stand. As the water rises around me, I tilt my head up to the ceiling, tears streaming in earnest, though they're more cathartic than upsetting, like finally taking a deep breath after being underwater for too long. It's not that bad. There are plenty of worse fates than a few hot guys thinking that you're amazing. I liked them before this happened, so this simply speeds things along. I wanted to skip past the awkward get-to-know-you stage. I just didn't expect it to go into hyperdrive like this. I didn't want it. I didn't want it. I didn't want it. When has life ever given a shit about what I wanted? What any of us want? It does what it wants without regard for our feelings or preferences, and all we can do is make the best of the hand we're dealt. Is it really so bad to have people want you? It is if they want me because of my lineage and not because of me. How is that different from spending a few grand to breed a purebred dog? Because they liked you before they knew you, and they haven't said a word about this being about replenishing the numbers of their dying pack. This is simply about releasing the wolf in their chest so that they don't feel so at odds with themselves. But I can't. A sob rattles my chest. I can't help anyone. I break things, not fix them. So I have to slam my shoulder into the crack in the cage for a while in order to break it open. So what? They're just piñatas, but instead of candy, I get puppies. That's not so bad. Kick the cage a few times, throw some shit. When have I ever given up before simply because something was hard? I'm tired of fighting for everything, I whisper. Why can't things just be easy for once? They're fighting for you, even though you're being difficult. I'm not being difficult. I'm justifiably upset like any sane person in my position would be. But am I? Am I honestly mad that there are people fighting for me when everything else is falling apart? Slade broke into my apartment, but it was only to make sure I hadn't been abducted or decided to give my toaster a bath. Even when he knew I might be mad that he crossed the invisible boundary line, He was determined to make sure that I was okay. And while I was at odds with myself, St. John and Bowden were outside watching over me despite their own struggles with the situation. It hits me like a sledgehammer, and all of my tears dry up in horror. I'm the one that took the choice from them. I'm the one that bit them, that claimed them. They aren't the monsters here. I am. I am. I am. I am. I am. I am.
Chapter 13. Slade. You're no good to her if you get arrested, I point out, though in all honesty, I'm not faring much better. Bowden sighs, rising from the bottom of the stairwell in Sabrina's apartment building where he's been seated for the last 4 hours, thumbing the mark on his lip and looking like a beaten puppy. She talks to herself, you know. Offering him a hand up, I listen like it's my penance, acting as if his words don't lance through my chest. Reed's right. I don't think she actually likes being alone. It's just all that she knows. Whenever she's not talking to herself, she's got the TV or music on. Clapping my brother on the back, I lead him out of the building, tossing the bag of trash in one of the bins by the stairs on our way across the street to where the SUV is parked. She isn't alone. She has us, whether or not we're physically in the room with her. And as soon as she's had time to wrap her head around this mess, we'll be waiting to bring her home with us where she belongs. She trusts us to protect her while she falls apart. Not shutting us out, simply figuring out how all of the pieces fit together now that her life's exploded. It's understandable, and she's not protesting us taking care of her. This is a good thing, Bo, even if it doesn't feel like it right now. He simply nods, though it's clear that he isn't buying it. Bowden's, well, devastated is too kind of a word. He doesn't love easily, but he loves hard. And Sabrina walking out minutes after I had to wake him up and tell him that he was even marked in the first place? He's not holding up well, desperately needing someone to tell him how to fix a situation that simply doesn't have any clear-cut answers. Betas aren't the best at being proactive or making the hard calls, but they're damn near unstoppable once given direction. They need a purpose to thrive, throwing themselves all in to do whatever needs to be done, no matter how difficult or impossible. But they need someone to give them a mission, something to hyperfixate on, or they're lost, locking up with indecision rather than risk picking the wrong path and fucking things up even worse. He attempts to slide into the driver's seat, but after a stern look, moves to the passenger side with a sigh. He's in no shape to drive. Neither of them are, and now that they've ignored my multiple requests to trade off with someone for days, they've forced my hand. Reed is parked behind us to take over for the night, and his twin doesn't spare him so much as a glance in greeting. Instead, Sin is seated behind me with the side of his head pressed against the glass, staring out of the SUV blankly with a lifelessness in his eyes that genuinely scares me. While Bo's wrecked, wanting to storm into Sabrina's apartment and convince her that she belongs with us, to be given the exact steps he needs to take to end this entire ordeal, St. John's simply broken. The fire that I typically curse for causing me endless problems is completely gone, leaving a shell of a man behind that I barely recognize, a version of himself that I haven't seen since he was a kid. Rather than leave right away, I give them a few more minutes, wishing there was anything I could do or say that might help. It's my job, taking care of my family, especially when they're in no shape to take care of themselves. But the only thing that could make any of this better is across the street, suffering in equal silence, but without anyone to lean on. Reed will call if anything changes. Sin sits up, reaching for the handle. I'm going to sit with... No, you're not. I despise the sharp command that comes out of my mouth, knowing full well that they'll hate me for a while, but better me than themselves. Neither of you have slept in 4 days. What are you going to do if someone actually shows up here to try and take her? You'll be dead before your feet hit the sidewalk, and she'll be screwed because of your carelessness. Don't put any more guilt on her shoulders by letting her see what a mess you are. She's relying on you to keep your shit together so that she doesn't have to. A low growl slips from Bo that I overrule by starting the car. Sleep. Eat. And when you can actually think straight, start figuring out what we're going to do long-term to keep her happy. If lavish gifts make her uncomfortable, what might she like instead? Which room are we going to set up as hers? What do we need to do to get it ready? Giving them something to keep their minds busy, I pull away from the curb. Bowden shoves open his door, forcing me to slam on the brakes with a curse. And when she finally comes out, only to discover that we abandoned her, he demands. It's the only goddamned thing we can do right now. Show her that we aren't going to make her face this alone, that she's worth fighting for. We can't do that if we aren't here when she realizes that she needs us. As he begins to climb out of the car, I brake, curling my fingers around his wrist in an unrelenting grip. He jerks his arm in an attempt to free himself with a snarl, but it quickly ends on a pained hiss. My palm burns as I mentally reach into his chest, seeking the feral wolf that's snapping his jaws at nothing, as manic as his exhausted host. "Stop!" Bowden snarls, attempting to yank his arm away again, but I only tighten my hold. A violent twisting in my chest has me gritting my teeth, the beast within me sucking in a deep breath, pulling the violent energy straight out of Bowden's chest and into mine, bringing his wolf to heel. It spreads like a poison, but with every heartbeat spreading it throughout my body, my grip tightens, pulling him back and forcing him into his seat. No. If you're going to act like a petulant child, I'll treat you like one. We're going home, and you're going to pull yourself together. You can come back after you get some sleep. Sinjin pipes up from the back. Easy for you to say. You've barely talked to the girl since that first night's debacle. Of course you'd think it'd be so easy for us to go home and pretend that there's nothing wrong. It's the only thing you're good at. The warning sound that escapes my throat has him involuntarily flinching. Give me your hand, Sin. When he doesn't move, I throw the car in park and whirl around in my seat, nails digging into the flesh of his knee through his jeans as I glare at my brother, thoroughly pissed off. I don't scream at him like I want to. Don't go on a tangent to uselessly try to convince him otherwise. He's hurting, lashing out in an attempt to feel anything other than numb, but I'm used to it. The curse of being the head of the family. People claim to wish they had the power of an alpha, but they don't understand that all we are fucking leeches and everyone's scapegoats. It's the darkness we pull from our family in a bid to save them that gives us the strength they covet, but it's barely enough to endure the burdens threatening to crush us. It's a burst of energy that makes us a force to be reckoned with, weakens whoever we touch, but the power is as much of a curse as the wolf in my chest. I feel it, all of it, their misery and suffering. I physically absorb their pain as my own and weaponize it, shouldering their pain for them. No one fights harder than a desperate man that has people to protect, and it's helped alphas gain a bloodthirsty reputation that keeps most of our kind in check. But what I take on never completely fades. And when my wolf finally passes out, I'm the one left struggling under the weight of what's left. The images that haunt everyone else constantly playing in the back of my mind to drive me slowly insane. I spend every waking moment hating myself, the universe, and everything in between. And right now, I take as much of Bo and Sinjin's suffering as I can physically manage in a bid to take the edge off for them. Sabrina's rejection, a jagged knife to my heart. She hardly even knows that I exist, yet I want to sink to my knees and beg her to see that I'm worth not giving up on. That I'm barely a step above a monster, but someone worth saving. To make her understand that I need her to breathe some life back into me because I'm drowning and not sure how much longer I can fight my way back to the surface. Sin refuses to look at me, well aware of the onslaught that I siphoned from him. For all his claims of not giving a shit about what other people think, when it comes to Sabrina, he's absolutely terrified that she's going to be like everyone else and decide that he's not worth the effort it takes to love him when he's such a mess. "Fuck off, Slade," he monotonously decrees, staring back out the window now that he's managed to tear his leg free from my grasp. "I already know that she's going to come around eventually, so save me the lecture. I'm allowed to acknowledge that this sucks without you taking that away from me, too. One night, that's all I'm asking. Sleep before you do something reckless. Like take a mate that can't stand to look at me?" His voice is cold, staring at the dilapidated apartment building like she might walk out of the door at any second to stop him from leaving. Like to lose sense of what's important. I face forward with a sigh, beginning the agonizingly long drive home. It's not about you, either of you, as much as I wish it were. Bo ends up resting his head against his window, too, defeated and exhausted, now that I drained the last bit of fight from him that was keeping him going. We're no better than our fathers, are we? Acting like we know best, that what she wants doesn't matter. No wonder she hates us. Taking the quickest route home, I force down the lamenting whine that threatens to tear from my throat at that thought. She doesn't hate us, and that line of thinking is exactly what I'm talking about. You're exhausted and going to make shit worse if you keep spiraling. She's a human that found out that she's something else, and not only that, but a seemingly broken version. Add in being involuntarily married to not one, but two men, realizing that people are going to be coming after her for the rest of her life now. Scoffing, I take another turn, getting us home as swiftly as possible. She's not even thinking about you as people yet. You're a concept that she needs to wrap her mind around. So calm the fuck down already. She's allowed to hate everything the same way you two are, but that doesn't mean it's personal. It means that the world is a son of a bitch with a sick sense of humor. Sin's wary gaze meets mine in the rearview mirror. What do you mean? Rubbing the heel of my hand over my chest with a grimace, I growl. Sabrina LaRoque is the answer to all of our problems, and the epitome of everything we could ever want in a mate. Of course, the gods would make her the weakest fucking wolf in existence and dangle her in front of a dying pack that can barely keep themselves alive. I choke down a frustrated scream, their emotions raging through me and tainting my already paranoid thoughts. She was either sent to save us or be our ruin. All we can do is hope that whatever fate she decides, it finally puts an end to this agonizing existence. Because I'm not sure how much more of it I can take. I can take.
Chapter 14. Sabrina. Pulling my hair back into a ponytail, I pop in my earbuds before firing off a text, jaw clenched with determination. While I know the longer I ignore them, the more awkward things will get, I'm still not up to facing my husbands quite yet. Even if I had Slade's number, I would have felt too guilty to bother him when it sounds like he has enough on his plate already, so I default to using Reed as a middleman for a little longer. Hope my shadow brought his running shoes because I'm going on a jog. I'm going stir crazy and need to get out of the house for a while. His reply comes through as quickly as it always does.
Ah, a cruel and unusual punishment. I like it. You know, since it's not me, LOL.
I smiled down at my phone. I'll make sure to be back before sunset to be safe, and I switched out the contacts in my panic alarm app so that it'll send out an alert to the three of you instead of calling the police.
3 of us?
Biting my lip, I point out, I don't have Slade's number, and I really don't know where he stands on this whole issue anyway beyond going along for the ride. This time a solid minute passes before he responds.
Might be a good idea to have us sit down soon to hash everything out then.
Sighing, my thumbs race across the screen. I know. Breakfast at your place in the morning?
I'll pick up stuff for mimosas tonight, and you at 7 tomorrow? Then we can blame anything stupid we say on the alcohol or get you blackout drunk so we can have a do-over.
Chuckling to myself, I start to feel a little better about the meeting I've built up so much in my head. It's a date. Bringing up my playlist, I strap my phone to my arm and take a steadying breath, stepping out into the hall. I descend the stairs slowly, not sure if someone will be waiting for me outside of the building after my text to Reed, or if they'll be staying in the background during my run, and not sure which I'm actually hoping for. When the late afternoon sun hits my face, I shrink back like a mole person after spending the last 2 weeks locked inside of my apartment in the darkness. There are a few dozen people out and about on the sidewalk, but I don't spot any of the faces that I'm looking for. Releasing a long breath, I crank up the volume to block out everything besides my thoughts. Trust exercise. Literally. Setting off at a slow jog to warm up, I can still make out the faint slap of my shoes against the cement, so I max out the volume until it's absolutely deafening. I can't hear the slap of my shoes against the concrete, my breaths, or the cars driving by. I don't even know who's watching over me, only that I'm completely at their mercy. Because if I want this to work out, I have to trust them. Completely. I don't have a damn clue about the inner workings of these people, the schemes, or the pack politics. Even if I were to run, start a new life a country away, if what they're saying is true, someone would find me eventually because of my scent. There's nowhere that would be safe enough that I could let my guard down, and that sort of lifestyle sounds even more depressing than my current one. While I could isolate myself, if someone found me, there'd be no one around to turn to for help. I could be forced into a shotgun marriage with a group of potentially cruel strangers, and no one would care because I have no one that cares about what happens to me. At least, I didn't used to. Here, though, I have an idea of who's a threat. I have people to teach me what I need to know to survive this while actually having a life rather than a life sentence. It may be overthinking, but I don't have to face an insurmountable issue alone like I would if I ran.
You'll depend on them completely and give them the ability to destroy you.
My mother's voice echoes through my head as if she were standing right next to me.
You'll have nothing unless they allow it. No money of your own. You won't be a person anymore. You'll be their whore and at their mercy. What about when they grow tired of putting in the effort? You'll have nothing, be nothing except their broken toy that they'd rather torment than let someone else have you.
That's not true. Rounding the corner, I pick up my pace, my muscles burning. I'm not helpless. Skills don't disappear, just get rusty. Even if it was a decade from now, if I had to run with nothing but the clothes on my back, I'd be okay. I've always been okay with having nothing. Maybe not happy, but I make do with what I have. Having nothing and being no one isn't the end of the world. It's a fresh slate. A few people give me annoyed side eyes as I clamp my mouth shut, not realizing I was talking to myself. Pushing myself harder, I bypass the construction zone beside Mal Tech, glancing out of habit, even if I can't hear that asshole's comments. He's not here, though, thankfully, and I'm able to run right on by without incident, thrilled that all of the bad luck thrown my way is finally beginning to tip back in my favor. Frowning as I contemplate it, my steps slow to a jog. They wouldn't, would they? Stopping completely, I catch my breath, taking another look around, but I still don't find who I'm looking for. If they were following me to and from work, they'd have seen this guy several times. Hell, Sin was right there the day I quit, heard the sort of things the jackass was spewing. With one more cursory glance around, I start jogging again, mulling it over. I'm not actually upset, more surprised that they wouldn't have mentioned it if they got involved. No, actually, except for Bo, none of them would have really talked about that side of their lives. Besides, how would you even bring something like that up? Oh, by the way, I slit a few throats on my way to pick up the dry cleaning today. Can you pass the salt? Snorting, I shake my head, rounding the corner at the next block to loop back as the sun begins to fall steadily. Red, orange, and gold paint across the sky, the waning light guiding my way home and sending long shadows dancing across the sidewalk like demonic fingers attempting to trip me up. A chill runs down my spine, the acute awareness of being watched suddenly making my skin crawl, but it's more of a phantom caress than ominous. My own words taunt the fringes of my mind, helping me pass the last mental block that I have standing in my way. Isn't that what everyone secretly wants? Someone that would stick around even if things were hard? That refuses to abandon you even if you push them away because you're scared? Plenty of worse fates than some dangerously hot, genuinely nice guys wanting to take care of me. When has anyone offered to help me that wasn't just trying to hit it and quit it? Tried to make me smile simply for the hell of it? Fuck, when has anyone paid enough attention to notice if I was eating or not? So this is different from how I pictured my life going. Big deal. Different isn't bad. It's interesting. I like different. Stumbling to a halt outside of my building, I grip the rail beside the steps, taking deep, ragged breaths. Sticky with sweat and muscles on fire, I feel better than I have in weeks. I'm a tired mess, but my head is finally quiet. All of the chaos unraveled into a discernible path that I'm fairly confident in taking the first step down. Hauling myself up, I sigh at the flights of stairs standing between me and a cool shower, telling myself one more step the entire way. Turning off my music and spinning my bracelet to grab my key, all of the exhaustion leaves my body in a rush as I stare at the crack of space between my door and the frame. It wouldn't be noticeable if I wasn't already on edge.
the door appearing shut for the most part, and it's completely possible that I didn't pull it shut tightly enough behind me to latch, but I'm not self-sacrificing enough to check. Careful not to make a sound, I back away from the door, watching it like it'll be ripped open at any second and a masked man will jump out. Descending the stairs backwards, I pull my phone free and dial without looking away from my apartment. As soon as I hit the landing on the next floor and my door is out of sight, I pivot and bolt down the stairs. Sab, was it your crazy ass that broke in this time? St. John's voice is strained. What? No, of course not. Where are you? Can you lock yourself in the bathroom? Between heavy breaths, I managed a clipped stairs. The sound of his motorcycle firing up nearly drowns out him ordering, "Get outside and shout for Slade." Shoving open the door to the building, I leap down the last few stairs onto the sidewalk, knees jarring with the impact but remain upright. Yeah, I'm not screaming and alerting my potential murderer right where I'm at. With a strangled noise of frustration, he barks, "Slade should be up on the roof. Run across the street to the fire escape. He'll hear you on the ladder. I'll be there soon." Hanging up, I stick my phone back in my armband to free up my hands. Jogging across traffic, I aim for the gap between apartment buildings. Upping to a sprint, I make a running leap to grab the bottom rung of the ladder hovering a few feet above the ground. With several curses, I haul myself up, making a mental note that running alone isn't going to cut it anymore when my grip slips and I barely save myself from falling on my ass. Getting to my feet on the tiny landing, I take the zigzagged stairs upward, the metal thundering beneath my hurried footsteps. Slade's face appears over the top ledge and he almost climbs down to meet me partway, but I gesture for him to stay up there to wait for me. He takes my hand to help me over the top onto the roof, looking over my shoulder to search for whatever had me sprinting like my ass was on fire. Gasping for breath, I weakly point in the direction of my building, one hand on my knee and a wicked stitch at my side that aches every time I talk. Door. Not latched. Sin coming. Catch person leaving. Deciphering my bullet points, he takes my hand and hauls me to the ledge facing my apartment, easing me down so that we're lying on our stomachs. Foreshadowing me on a summer run in a black t-shirt and matching jeans, he's in far better shape, not even sweating. And if that's yet another wolfish perk I got cheated out of, I'd rather not know at this point. While my breathing levels out, we stare at the building in silence until eventually some guy with sandy blonde hair emerges, casually strolling out of the front door that I know for a fact doesn't live there. Sure, someone might have had a friend over, but I'm not giving much stock in coincidences these days.
Do you recognize him?
Slade asks, staring intently at the man whistling happily as he walks out of sight without once looking back. Frowning, I shake my head. I thought you vetted all of the families because of Emmy. So if you don't know him, maybe this guy was just visiting someone, and whoever's in my apartment is still there, waiting? His expression is murderous as he glares at the old building.
I did. Every member. But I'm not leaving you alone to go check, so we'll keep watching until Sin gets here so that one of us can stay with you.
He's quiet for several tense minutes before he tentatively adds,
Reed said you're coming home in the morning.
My chest lurches, and I rub the heel of my hand over the spot in a bid to alleviate the ache. Figured it was about time. My place isn't nearly as much fun to be locked in for days on end as your house probably is. Less company, too. Scowling, I amend. Well, most days at least. The silence stretches on again, and I suspect it's more him taking time to be cautious with his wording than thinking it's awkward to talk about.
You know that you're free to come and go, right? We only want to make sure that someone's with you when you leave to be safe, same as we do for our sister. It's because we don't want anything to happen to you, not a matter of control or imprisonment.
My breath leaves me in a rush and I fold my arms under my chin. I know.
After this, I doubt I'll be able to sleep anyway, so is it okay if I come back tonight instead of the morning?
Of course, he replies without missing a beat, sounding elated at the idea, and the corner of my lips twitch at his enthusiasm. Bowden and Sin have been... He tapers off, switching the direction of his train of thought. They'll sleep better with you nearby. Something about his statement triggers a thought, and I spend a few minutes working through my growing theory before risking speaking it aloud. Slade? He doesn't tear his gaze from the building. If somebody left drugged food at my door, that means they've been watching long enough to catch on to our daily routine. He nods. That's why we moved our post here, for a better vantage point. If someone's watching you, it's easier to see everything to find what's out of place. Whoever's in there would have known I'd follow you on your run and gave them an opportunity to break in. Cautiously, I suggest, wouldn't that be what any wise person would do? So if you were looking for an opening, if you knew exactly where everyone was... I watch as his face begins to pale. And where we are now... Swallowing, I finish. There are only 2 ways down. He becomes preternaturally still before slowly withdrawing a handgun from beneath the side of his shirt and pulling me to my feet alongside him. Weighing his options, he leads us toward the rooftop entrance into the building, where at least we aren't as exposed as we would be on the fire escape. Closing the door behind us, we scan the empty hallway, every apartment door shut and the place unnaturally quiet. And if it was drugged, I continue in a hushed whisper, how would they have assumed they could break in and haul my dead weight out of there without one of you intervening? Yet no one ever came back. So either they saw Bo take the food before I could eat it and pulled back to make a new plan, or that was never the plan. It was a distraction, son of a bitch! He snarls as we hurry down to the next level and then the next. I don't think I'm actually the one being hunted, Slade. Someone's just trying to keep you guys busy. Picking up the pace, his hand tightens on mine. Emmy. Chapter 15. Sabrina. Come on, pick up. Yet another call goes to voicemail. Sinjin, it makes sense since he can't very well answer while on his bike, but he'll see the slew of messages when he gets to my apartment and we aren't there. Reed, Bowden, and Emmy's silence, though? It cuts like a knife, and every scenario I imagine is worse than the last. Slade is deadly quiet the entire drive, and I keep expecting to see flashing red and blue lights in the rearview mirror at any second. Cars blur past as we weave in and out of traffic, my nails digging into the door handle with every close call to getting in a wreck. When we hit the driveway and slow down, I release a heavy breath of relief, only to trade one source of anxiety for another. Do you know how to shoot? He demands, no nonsense and barely sparing me a glance. Haven't fired one since I was 15, so I'm rusty as hell, but yeah. He doesn't complain or groan, simply charts out what he has to work with as we pull to a stop outside of the door. I can't leave you out here alone. You'd be a sitting duck for any number of things to go wrong, and I don't even know what to prepare for anymore. You stay by me, and if I tell you to do something, you do it without question. Understood? Nodding, I scan the area around the house, but see nothing out of the ordinary. Reaching across my lap, Slade pops open the glove box and withdraws another handgun, flipping off the safety and loading a bullet into the chamber before pressing it in my hand. Do not keep your finger hovering over the trigger. If one of the others comes around a corner and startles you, you'll reflexively shoot before realizing who it is.
Any bullet could go wide or through someone, so only fire if you have a clear shot or no choice. Aim for the torso instead of their head. Broader target. Eyes open and brace yourself for the kickback.
With that crash course refresher, I follow his lead out of the car, the two of us knowing full well that I'm more of a liability than an asset with these people. The sun has nearly finished setting, and I'm not sure if that's in our favor or not. The guy's senses will be heightened, but there very well might be people here who can actually shift. No clue if a wolf can hold its own in a gunfight, but with as big of a deal as shifting is to the men around here, I'm betting they could at least do some serious damage. On high alert, his gaze swivels over the area and back again as we enter the house. His nostrils flare, jaw ticking before his eyes narrow with deadly conviction. Feeling incredibly dumb, I follow suit, taking a deep inhale to see if I can pick up on things the way he can. Promptly gagging, I throw my free hand over my face to stifle the stench. It's not the blood. Of all the smells, that one might actually be the most pleasant. Until this moment, I never realized death not only had a scent all its own, but it's so overpowering it manages to have a flavor that lingers on my tongue. Slade puts a hand on my shoulder, cocking his head to listen intently. Without preamble, he grabs my wrist, running to the end of the hall and banking left. 3 shots fire just as we round the corner, and I stare wide-eyed at the hole in the portrait's forehead across from us at the junction. Slade pins me against the wall, reaching his left hand around into the hall that we narrowly escaped in time. Face devoid of anything but clinical calculation, he fires off 4 shots. My ears ring to the point that I can't even hear my thundering heartbeat. I stay absolutely still and silent, holding my breath while watching Slade's face for any sign of what to do next. A few more seconds tick by before he cranes his neck, peering into the hallway to check. Clearly pleased with the result, he turns his attention back to me. I watch his lips move, but can't discern any of the words. Rather than risk saying anything and giving away our position if I'm unintentionally loud since I can't hear myself, I tap my ear and rapidly shake my head. His expression softens as he cups my cheek, saying something else that's lost on me while coaxing me to exhale. My chest suddenly twists with violent ferocity, and I whip my head to the right on instinct. Without giving myself time to think about it, I raise my gun and fire 3 shots in rapid succession. Blood sprays across the wall as the man falls, and I've no doubt Slade joined in when I moved, that it was his headshot to claim instead of mine. Gently pushing my wrist down to lower my weapon, Slade tilts my face back to him and slams his lips against mine in a brief, bruising kiss before taking my hand and bolting. Taking us deeper into the labyrinth of their house, we follow a similar pattern. Slade assesses, recalculates our path, and we run as silently as possible. My hearing eventually returns, the sound of muffled gunshots a soundtrack on repeat as we navigate through the house. We're not running towards the main fight. We're picking off the stragglers one by one. Reaching a door, Slade motions for me to stay back against the wall as he yanks it open. 2 voices, a shout and a curse before a series of shots have my body wound tight. My gaze bounces between either end of the hall, keeping watch, but no one appears before Slade returns to drag me into the room with him. 2 bodies are shoved against the far wall of the small office, their blood being absorbed by the navy carpeting, darkening it in a slowly spreading stain. An array of screens line one wall with a desk and chair beneath them, and only one is shattered from a stray bullet. Droplets of blood flecked across 3 others.
Reed took point on this part.
Slade announces quickly, looking suddenly nervous, but I exhale heavily in relief. Setting my gun on the desk, I slide into the now vacant chair. This I can do. What do you need?
Exits,
he commands, leaning on the desk beside me while his eyes race across the security screens.
Lock down all but the front gate, front door, and west patio entrance.
My fingers fly across the keyboard, quickly picking up on how the system is laid out, familiar with Reed's organizational preferences by now. Done. While waiting for his next order, I scan the screens, freezing in horror when I get to the one showing the carnage in the library. Reed is up on the balcony that rings the second floor, firing down at the center where Bo drags a knife across one man's throat, nearly slicing his head clean off his shoulders. Two wolves work in tandem to force someone within range for Reed to shoot, while a third savagely tears into another's neck, blood coating his muzzle before lunging at someone else. Lizzie's mates. I look over my shoulder to Slade. Emmy and Lizzie? The desk groans under his tight grip of the edge. The panic room, or there. He taps a spot that the camera can't pick up, the waist-high wall of the balcony in the library made of solid wood. Either Reed's the final line of defense, or playing it as a decoy to keep as many of them contained in the library as possible. Where's the panic room? He taps the screen that shows the hallway outside of Emmy's room, but not in it beyond the doorway. Back of her closet, hidden panel, set up so that even if we all died, she could wait them out for a week as well as call for help. The door to her room is wide open, and I count 4 people for sure based on the glimpses in the camera of the frame. So what do we do? He takes a deep breath, standing taller instead of letting emotions overrule rational thinking. No help has arrived, and I don't have any missed calls from the other alphas demanding an explanation. She's in the library. Withdrawing my phone, I find 6 missed calls from Sin and Cringe. Checking the times, though, I nod to myself, clinging to hope. Sin should get here within 10 minutes if he doesn't run into any problems. The second he does, lock the gate behind him. When he enters the house, seal the last 2 exits, no one in or out. Sinjin and I will pick off the stragglers. The others have control of the library and are chipping away at the masses steadily. I'll make my way there to help. My heart skips a beat before pounding in double time. You're going alone? What if you get shot, or someone breaks in here, or... Setting his gun on the desk, Slade captures my face, forcing me to meet his unwavering gaze, the gold flecks in his hazel eyes brighter than normal. His pupils are blown, which I'm coming to understand isn't their vision adapting to the dark after all, but a sign that their other half is awake. None of that is going to happen because I have you to help me. I won't let anyone hurt you, but I can't let anyone hurt them either. I'm counting on you to help me keep them safe, Sabrina. Can you do that for me? A sense of calm layers over me like a weighted blanket, suffocating my anxiety before it can spiral out of control and making me feel strangely relaxed, collected, and at peace. Giving him a suspicious look, a ghost of a smile crosses his features before he presses a quick kiss to my forehead and stands up to his full height. I'd curse your alpha voodoo if it wasn't honestly really helpful right now. Taking the dead guard's guns, he leaves his behind, so it must be nearly empty. I'll leave my phone on speaker. Remember, if I can hear you, anyone the next hall or 2 over can as well. I don't have your number, I hastily point out as he gets ready to leave. Dialing, he waits until I pick up. Setting mine face up beside me on the desk and switching it to speakerphone, he slips his into his pocket. Not the way I envisioned you asking for it, but beggars can't be choosers. Lock the door behind me. Then he's just gone, leaving me with only corpses for company. Accessing the lock, I engage it from the computer, knowing it'll be far more effective than the handle lock I can physically turn. A series of steel bars slide into the frame on the side and top, so if someone wants in, they'll have better luck busting a hole in the wall. I scan his path, gaze nervously flicking back to the library, but I don't feel the same sense of urgency as before. Whatever it was Slade did to me is still lingering, giving me a purpose to latch onto to keep from falling apart, while knowing instinctively that everything is going to be okay. He'll make sure of it. To your right and down the left hall, 2 men. Slade follows my directions without question, and I ensure to only speak when necessary so the intruders can't get a warning to their buddies about what we're doing. It's agonizing, watching the shot that Bo takes, his shoulder bleeding profusely, yet he never breaks stride, whittling down the numbers with Reed, David, Vince, and James. For every 3 that they kill, another one appears out of the woodwork, but they're making damn impressive progress. When Vince's side is torn open, though, I bite my lip, making a judgment call. Sealing the door to the library, it gives them an opportunity to take out the ones left inside without having to watch that spot too, though it means the few men trying to bust in right now will figure out they've lost control of the security room. Buzzing goes off across the room and I close my eyes for a moment, trying to block out the dead man's cell phone ringing in the corner. Focusing on my task again, an alert flashes across one screen, showing St. John's motorcycle crossing the sensor at the gates.
Everything all right?
Slade asks, voice a faraway whisper as I watch him turn into a new hallway. Locking the gate at the end of the driveway, I admit. Spur of the moment, potentially bad decision. I rattle off what I did, and I get the joy of seeing him smile, even if it's through a screen.
Call Sin, bring him up to speed, then call me right back, all right? I'll head towards the library since there'll be bottleneck with the dead end.
St. John answers on the first ring. "Where the hell are you?" he demands, and I hastily update him as he strides in through the west patio entrance.
"Good. Keep your ass in there and don't move."
"On your left," I shout, watching someone appear in his blind spot. He's dead before I can even finish my sentence, St. John never breaking stride as he storms into the house with sure steps and lowering his arm like he didn't just fucking shoot someone in the face without looking.
"Rest are near the library, you said?"
3 on the 2nd floor near Emmy's room, but they're headed your way now.
"I've got this. You keep in touch with Slade. Old man's nearly as rusty as Reed. And Sabrina."
I pause with my finger over the end call button.
"Thanks for watching over them, Angel. See you soon."
Refusing to acknowledge the sudden burning in the back of my eyes, I call Slade back, who's currently got a hand pressed to his side. "You said you weren't going to get shot." He stands amongst 7 dead bodies, waiting for me to unlock the door to the library.
"See what happens when I don't have you?"
He counters instantly, not looking repentant in the slightest. "Sin has the stragglers. You good for me to open?" He scoffs.
"Born ready. How many?"
Waiting 20 seconds, I grin at the screen before unlocking the door. "None. Sorry, boss man, you were too slow. Bo got the last one."
"Stay on guard. We'll come get you when we're sure it's clear and we have a plan about what our next move is."
His shoulders lose a bit of tension as he pushes open the door. 2 guns train on him in an instant before backing down, looking equally relieved. They scan the room, navigating the sea of bodies littering the floor, human and wolf alike. Whistling, Sin kicks one of his kills that's sprawled out on the stairs the rest of the way down like this is all a game that he gets a sick thrill out of playing, while Reed tilts his head towards the heavens, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes for a moment. A lurching in my chest has me frantically scanning the screen for whoever we missed. "Slade." He picks up on my sharp tone immediately.
"What's wrong?"
"I can't explain it, but I think we miss..." A scream tears from my throat as a hand wraps around my ankle.
"Sabrina!"
he shouts as I'm yanked from my chair. Despite the hole in his chest, the man manages a weak growl, stubbornly clinging to life. Slade must have missed his heart by millimeters, and I watch in horror as he begins to slowly shift in front of me, the motion nothing like the smooth gracefulness Emmy made it out to be. Kicking violently to break his hold, already slippery with blood, I finally manage to break free, scrambling back. As I put some distance between us, I watch in horror as his shirt strains before shredding across his chest. Managing a half form, his hands morph into claws,
fur covering his still too human body and face elongating enough to accommodate the wolfish teeth. Gripping the edge of the desk, I haul myself up as its claws dig into the carpet, dragging his dying body closer with a guttural snarl. As my fingers brush against smooth metal, pain erupts down my leg as deep grooves are carved into it, and a shot goes wide, shattering a screen as I'm yanked down, slamming into the ground. The carpet doesn't do shit to soften the blow to my head, black spots alighting my peripherals as nausea roils through my body, but I manage to hold on to the gun. Against Slade's advice, I squeeze my eyes tightly shut to combat my wavering vision and unload every last remaining bullet into the twisted monster at my feet. When it's clear that I'm not dead, I force my eyes open, the world swimming around me for a few seconds before it settles back into place. The grotesque thing with its claws still embedded in my leg lies slack-jawed on the floor, glassy-eyed and unseeing. Fighting a sob, I grip its furry wrist, yanking the claws out of my flesh one at a time. Pounding erupts behind me, and I flinch before the sound of roaring shouts breaks through my shock. Pushing myself up on trembling legs, I whimper as the first step threatens to make me collapse. Tears blurring my vision, I step around the fresh corpse, entranced and horrified as it shrinks in on itself until it's nothing more than a bullet-riddled man again. Sending frequent looks at the other, I'm convinced he'll come to life the moment I take my eyes off him too, and it makes my progress at the computer slow going. My hands shake, accidentally hitting wrong key after wrong key, risking getting booted from the system as a hacking safeguard. So I'm forced to give the corpses my back before I'm trapped with them forever. What was briefly a safe haven becomes a prison as my fingers slip on the blood coating the keys for the 5th time, the voices in the hallway blending together into a dull roar. The lock finally disengages, Bowden and Sin shoving the door in, and I jump as it slams against the wall. Sinjin puts an additional bullet through their skulls as Bo lifts me off my feet with a sound that's barely more human than the monster I just killed. Burying my face in the crook of his neck, his familiar scent staves off a complete mental breakdown. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not alone. You did so good, sweet girl, Sin whispers, stroking his knuckles over my cheek. Bo starts walking, and I keep my eyes shut tight until I know that I can handle seeing all of the carnage littering the halls without losing my tenuous hold on my sanity. A few minutes, that's all I'm going to allow myself. A few minutes to be scared and hurt, to acknowledge that this horrible thing happened, and then I'm going to push it down into the recesses of my mind for a future therapist to deal with. This is my life now, and the wolves waiting in the wind are always watching. He's watching. He's watching. He's watching. He's watching.
Chapter 16. Slade. Standing beside my sister on the back patio, I gaze out over a sea of faces with hungry eyes that I'd like to gouge out with a grapefruit spoon. The doors are flung wide open behind us, revealing the sitting room that contains what's left of our small pack. Even with Vince's advanced healing, he has 4 massive scars slashing down the length of his body from where one of Stonewood's men tried to gut him, and he shows them off with pride as he sits at Lizzie's feet, her other mates caging her in on the sides. Sabrina is situated on the other couch on Reed's lap, nestled between Sinjin and Bo that each have a hand on her. The latter are struggling more with her home than they were during her stint in her apartment. Not that I'm faring much better. We promised that she'd be safe, and even with all of us here, we almost lost her, and it was my fault for bringing her here, for leaving her alone and failing to realize one of the men in the control room wasn't dead. It's driving their wolves mad, battering relentlessly inside of their chests, desperate to reach and protect her where we didn't. Hell, her screams haunt my dreams, and she hasn't even claimed me. Probably never will after this. Not when I failed her, failed all of them. Closing my eyes, I take a slow, deep breath, schooling my features so as not to give a single thing away to these vultures. I appreciate you all coming when I know we weren't set to reconvene for another 3 days. But unfortunately, this situation has made us reconsider our timeline. You've finally seen sense that you're unfit to protect your pack, you mean? Victor's deep auburn eyes pin me with smug self-satisfaction, to which I simply raise an eyebrow, appearing unfazed. All the while, I mentally note how unsurprised he appears. It's the main reason I called them here instead of meeting at his home, which is more of a central location for all of the families. The doors are flung wide open so that the foul scent can saturate the air to the point that even in broad daylight, their weaker senses will have no trouble picking it up. The bodies may be gone now, but death? It leaves a lingering memory that even bleach can't eradicate. Quite the opposite, old friend. It would appear that the 7 of us are plenty to not only safeguard 3 women, but can do so while slaughtering the 65 men that not a single one of you lifted a finger to stop. Silence surrounds me before the flurry of protests that I don't bother calling to order. I simply continue speaking. Whether or not they shut up to listen is yet another test. Endless games, orchestrated to flush the vipers from the shadows. Not all threats need to be put down, but the winds can change without notice, and I need to always be ready for when they inevitably do. There are too many people counting on me not to. I came to you about Stonewood over a month ago. You all were aware that they didn't surrender Carter for punishment as our law demands. Still, none of you did a single thing beyond rush Emmeline to make her choice in a bid to get her away from here before things escalated, leaving Elizabeth at risk. Eligible or not, females are to be protected at all cost. Is that not the one standard we still hold ourselves to, when all the others have fallen by the wayside over the centuries? Victor, Eric, Andre, still objecting and trying to discredit me. Flicking an invisible piece of lint from my shoulder, I carry on. Still, I believe it's in Emmeline's best interest to settle this matter now. Then, perhaps everyone can quit their bickering and turn their attention to matters that concern us all. Namely, if we'll be turning a blind eye to anyone's home that's attacked from here on out, or if we'd like to actually honor those alliances we've all worked so hard to cultivate. Ah, universal hatred. At least we're all on the same page again. Emmeline, with a sweep of my hand, I give my sister the floor, letting her hold the spotlight while I search for disinterested eyes. Those would be the ones that didn't show up today, hoping to walk away with a mate. They're the ones that wanted to see what type of shape we were in when we didn't alert anyone to the attack until they were already on our land. Bo joins me on my left, and I glance back at Sabrina out of habit to ensure that she isn't alone, These last few days making us more obsessive than ever where she's concerned. She's just so fragile. The one bit of light left in our lives, and we almost lost it. Lost her. We lost our parents, sons of bitches they may have been. Most of our pack, and now our sister. We've spent all of this time trying to convince Sabrina that she needs us in her life, but we're fucking hypocrites. We need her to need us, or we won't have anything left to fight for. I realize my mistake a second too late, shutting my eyes and chastising myself for the foolish slip. We're posturing, and they all know it. Yes, we held our own against Stonewood's men, but they were nothing more than cannon fodder. Not an alpha or beta in sight, common wolves. Not only are there 72 people before us now, many of which openly disdain me, but 6 alphas and their corresponding betas? We'd be dead within half an hour. And I just let them all see that without Beau at Sabrina's side, I'm not confident in her safety. Still facing her, I open my eyes with a practiced smile, beckoning her forward. Join us, Mon Soleil. Don't be shy. I'm sure Emmeline would appreciate the company as she breaks a few hearts. Reed wraps an arm around her waist and stands, subtly attempting to hide from the others the way her leg was hurt in the attack, why he had her inside in the first place, a wound that's barely healing faster than a human's would, despite being one of us. It may help convince them that she's nothing more than human if they look too closely, but it also shows that we didn't walk away from this attack unscathed, that we allowed her to be gravely injured under our care. With a sheepish smile, she wrings the hem of her shirt.
I don't want to be in anyone's way. I know it's a family affair. I can be moral support from back here.
Rolling his eyes, Sin picks her up like she weighs nothing, tossing her over his shoulder. Striding up to me, he blatantly cops a feel of her ass as he slides her down his body and sets her on her feet beside me. Sweet girl, don't argue with the head of the family in front of his friends. They might get the wrong idea. Winking, he takes a spot behind us beside his twin, and I send him a silent thanks for saving her from having to limp over. She turns to me, confused, and whispers,
Wait, what sort of idea is he talking about?
Brushing a lock of hair away from her ear, I lean in close and murmur, that you like seeing how far you can push before I see how much you can take. Her responding blush has Bowden chuckling as I tuck between the two of us so that I can actually concentrate on the task at hand. Meeting the envious and annoyed looks with an unabashed grin, I nod at Emmy, who's not bothering to hide her amused smile from the crowd either. Apologies, dear sister. Please, do proceed.
I've given it some careful consideration,
she announces, fisting her hands behind her back and rocking on her heels in faux casualty. Really, it's to hide her sweaty palms that she's discreetly wiping on the back of her pale blue sundress. I listen with bated breath, because while I was able to weigh in with suggestions, ultimately, we all wanted this to be Emmy's choice. If we'd known who she'd pick beforehand, we very likely might not have been able to stop ourselves from trying to talk her into a different option.
And I narrowed it down to Gabriel, Raiden, Bellamy, Maddox, Luca, and Thane,
she finishes. Maddox and Thane are the only ones that surprise me. While her other options tend to fly under the radar, typically mild-mannered, those two are little more than sticks of dynamite. Maddox is such a frequent flyer at the police station, they keep the Rivers Pack lawyer on speed dial. Hell, I'm surprised he even showed up this morning. It looks like he came straight from a bar fight, blood still flecked across his leather jacket. And Thane is Victor's beta. I have to pray that she threw his name out there simply to humor the obnoxious alpha. Because while Emmy appears sweet and innocent, she grew up learning to navigate these waters even better than I did. She knows exactly how far to push, when to give some slack, and the perfect way to play anyone flawlessly within minutes of meeting them. And I really did just piss Victor off pretty badly. The men she named emerge warily from the crowd, stepping closer, but not being so bold as to come stand by her side. There's no point, not until she names her mate, assigning herself a new alpha and beta that will approach as well. Hell, Maddox doesn't even move from his spot at all, watching skeptically from the fringes of the crowd to see what sort of game she's playing at.
And I've decided I want them all.
A confused murmur ripples across the crowd as she shrugs.
You want me to choose my mates? Then I pick these ones.
Sputtering, Callum steps forward, and I give him a sharp look before taking an obvious step closer to my sister in warning.
You can't do that,
he hisses.
You have to pick a pack.
She did, Victor sneers, shoving Thane forward. Of all of them, Thane's the highest ranked, which means, by default, they'll merge with Packalodia. All of them. Voice colder than I've ever heard in my life, Emmeline stares down Victor without a trace of fear.
There is no default in this case, as it's never been an issue before. You all assumed that alphas got dibs as well because of the pecking order, but that's your own arrogance. Nothing I have to abide by. All I'm required to do is choose my mates, which I have. But I didn't choose you.
What was a dull roar becomes absolute outrage, chaos unfurling as people start screaming in my face. Bo shoves Sabrina into my side, stepping in front of us as I grab Emmy's wrist to haul her back towards the house. Gabriel, Raiden, Bellamy, and Luca manage to work their way to the front of the crowd, putting themselves between Emmy and the mass of pissed-off people glaring at not only me, but her with unmitigated rage.
Hold the fuck up,
someone spits, voice cutting through the noise.
Look at the beta's lip.
My stomach sinks as they spot Bowden's claiming mark, and I tighten my hold on Sabrina's side.
How the hell did you pass her off as human? You fucking cheated!
Face red, Victor storms away. Another ploy. This is what you wanted the entire time, isn't it? To steal from us so that you could scrape together a ragtag pack that might actually survive the year? His disdain bounces between me, Emmy, and Sabrina. You've made your bed, Hawthorne, and I look forward to watching you bleed out in it. He makes it 20 paces before he realizes only 10 members are following him, notably short one beta. Thane, we're leaving. The man rivals Bo in stature, if not even larger, but with shaggy blonde hair. And when he crosses his arms across his chest, I relish the moment Victor swallows. One simple tick, yet it reveals so much. And his fear? Fucking delicious. You'd have me reject the honor of being chosen simply to assuage your own ego? Thane asks. Not a hint of demand in his tone, but it's clear that he won't be budging without an answer, or stand for being ignored. Using the distraction, I push Sabrina behind me into St. John and Reed's waiting hands, trusting them to get her to safety and freeing me up to fight. Spinning it around, Victor haughtily retorts, "You'd abandon your family for a piece of ass?" Absolute silence falls with his insult, the angry mob stilling. So either they still have some sense of morals, or they don't want to miss the rare sight of an alpha losing his head. The telltale click of a hammer being cocked back carries on the breeze, Maddox appearing out of fucking nowhere. I was staring right at Victor and never saw the guy until his gun was pressed to the alpha's temple. "Watch your mouth, Elodia. Remember, you were begging for her notice up until 5 minutes ago. So if there's anyone here that would sacrifice their family for what they want, it appears to be you." Maddox's dark eyes are soulless, expression blank. The face of a man that doesn't need a reason to pull the trigger and will carry on to do his shopping without wiping off the blood like it's any other Sunday. "No ploy at all," I interject. "Honestly, I'm as surprised as the rest of you." Turning to Emmy, I give her a "what in the actual fuck were you thinking" look before clucking my tongue and shaking my head. "You and your secrets always need to cause a stir, don't you, sister dear?" Emmy blinks innocently.
"I'm simply of the opinion that to be chosen, you need to actually be, chosen. Doesn't count if you have to buy your wife's affection. No wonder less and less girls are being born. It's the only way to escape the entitlement that anyone is owed our incredibly delightful company."
Malachi tears his gaze away from Maddox and Victor to look at Emmy. "And you'll live here, I presume?" She shrugs, palms up as if saying, "What you gonna do?"
"These men have proven that they deserve my respect, so I'll trust them to make the decision for whatever they think is the best course of action in regards to the housing arrangement. I couldn't care less where we live. I simply want to be mated to people that actually give a damn about me. And I think that I actually have a shot at that with these men."
Her gaze bounces between the 6 of them.
"Though, if you only expressed an interest because your alpha demanded it, I'd appreciate you saying something now. No point in going down with the ship if you don't actually want to be on it."
None of them say a word, and her grin splits her face, the first genuine smile most of these people have ever seen from her. She seems to shine impossibly brighter in her joy, and I witness the very moment something shifts in her future mate's eyes as they become absolute goners, realizing she may very well be capable of burning away the demons that plague them.
"So, duke it out amongst yourselves, and I'll go pack. Sound good?"
She waits for any sort of protest, like the gun at Victor's temple isn't the only thing keeping everyone here in line. When no objections come, she pivots on her heel, crossing the threshold into the sitting room and leaving us to deal with the fallout of the bomb she dropped.
"Wait!"
We all turn to face Gabriel, and her smile falters at his cautious tone, but she stops all the same.
"Is the only reason that you chose us because we were the least offensive options and you had always intended to select one from each pack?"
It's a fair question, though I commend him for being ballsy enough to ask when her answer might very well be a blow he'll never recover from. She chose well.
"Not at all. I actually planned on picking whatever alpha looked at my brother with a modicum of respect. But like I assumed, None ever did. Plan B was to flip a coin and then kill myself before I ever had to go through with consummating the mating.
She states so flippantly, like it should have been obvious rather than ripping my heart clean out of my chest.
Then you appeared with that damn EpiPen,
she continues with a soft chuckle, shaking her head,
and blew all of my plans out of the water. So, since they were already ruined, I started wondering, what if?
She tips her head to him respectfully with a teasing lilt to her voice.
What if it were a perfect world like you mentioned, where none of this was necessary? What would that look like to me?
Gabriel's eyes darken. And what sort of life did you picture? She sighs wistfully, closing her eyes and tilting her face towards the sky.
One that felt like drowning.
Her meaning is lost on me, but not Gabriel, and not Luca, who comes to stand beside her, bright blue eyes swimming with something between sympathy and familiarity.
Loving someone so much that you can't breathe, and still sinking into their embrace, knowing the peace that's waiting for you on the other side of pain if you're brave enough to let go.
She wipes at her watery eyes with a breathy laugh.
See? You get me.
Turning back to Gabriel, she blows him a kiss before heading into the house again, brushing off the heavy moment with a mental flip of a switch.
So no frets. If I wasn't even going to suffer a life of loveless misery myself, why would I subject you to such a fate? If you don't feel the same, I'll be sad, but I'm not going to guilt you into accepting the offer either.
There's nowhere else I'd rather be, he declares quietly, tracking her every movement.
No point in packing,
Raiden scoffs with a roll of his eyes.
We all know that everyone's staying here.
With a mocking gasp of shock, Emmy flutters a hand to her chest that has the men snorting once in amusement.
I'd have to disagree,
a familiar voice states, my hackles raising. Scanning the crowd, Adrian appears with a determined glint in his eyes, laser-focused on a spot behind me that has a growl rising from my chest that I don't bother to subdue. After the attention he paid Sabrina at the party, I'd bet my ass that he's the one that left the drugged food outside of her apartment, likely working with Stonewood in a bid to get us out of the way, searching for any chance to snatch her away from us by messing with our heads. And after the revelation of Beau's mark, it'd be too much to ask for Emmy to keep everyone distracted from that particular problem any longer than she's already managed. Beside him, 3 men that I don't recognize stride forward with a level of confidence that has me bracing myself. We're completely fucked. All alphas. And this crowd will happily jump in to help total strangers over the likes of us. Apologies, gentlemen. You're about 5 minutes too late. Emmeline's already chosen her mates, so unless she's open to adding another, I cut a look to her to be sure. You're going to have to leave as disappointed as the rest, I'm afraid.
We're not here for her,
one of the foreign alphas declares, pinning his furious gaze on the woman behind me.
We're here for Sabrina.
This concludes Pack Promised by J. Kearston, narrated by Leah Langola and Lance Greenfield. Copyright 2021 by J. Kearston. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with J. Kearston and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. 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 Audiobooks.